So let me just pop in this 8-track, and you just give a listen and tell me what you think, okay?
Jack Warner, filmmaker.
Marker.
I make adult films, exotic pictures. Eddie Adams from Torrance. I got a feeling beneath those jeans is something wonderful just waiting to get out.
You know what I'm thinking? I want to be in business with you.
I mean, everyone's blessed with one special thing.
Yeah, I see it.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it. Jealousy will get you nowhere.
Goodbye, 1979. Hello, 1980.
It's vindictiveness, but I mean, God, what can you expect when you're on top?
Oh, wait. Not this part. I want to make a film that the story just sucks them in. This is a film I want them to remember me by.
Okay, and we're here, guys. Sorry about
All right.
Two
All
Hoes,
right.
Midnight Run, #1.
Yes, indeed. Yep. So, as you guys can hear from my voice, you guys are gonna have a very thick, uninspired today. I'm chill, but my voice is just gone. So, Dark Hour is gonna take the reins. Yeah, slightly, yeah, sickly kitty. So, Dark Hour is gonna take the reins today. I'm gonna take more of a back seat for this one. And yeah, so Dark Hour is narrating this time. So
Yeah, as
that's going to
best
be
I
really,
can.
really cool. Yeah, as best as he can. I'll complete some stuff whenever he misses it, but he's going to take on the bulk of the stuff. And I'm going to just rest up my voice a bit for this one. But yeah, man, how have you been doing?
I'm doing pretty good, actually. You know, I've loved this movie. Me and Stupenza did one of these a while back, but I was never fully satisfied with the way that we did this, and I always said we were going to do it again, and this is what it is. And now we have an expert in the house today.
Oh,
on
nice.
the subject, so perhaps we should bring her in. You know,
Yeah, man, let's bring in.
I do have to ask you though. Have you ever wondered have you ever wondered what would happen if you took a bohemian fairy princess, turned her into a mermaid from down under, and introduced her to the adult film producers? Well, you don't need to wonder, because we have Avalon Faye, and that's exactly what happened to her. So, hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
And yeah. So expert will be a little bit loose because it's nothing like the actual movie in there, but I got to do some real fun studio stuff.
Well, you're more of an expert than either of us. Neither of us have had any experience, so you infinitely have more experience. So we should just start, right? That's what we should do.
Yeah. Let's start it. Let's done. Let's go.
Yeah.
Boogie
Okay, let's
Nights,
just go.
ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Yeah, that's it, right? We don't have anything else that I have to worry about.
No. We got everything.
No, I think we have these guys too. We'll pop them in. Hey, we got Stupenzo and we got Lance. How you guys doing?
The movie's so nice, we painstakingly analyzed it twice.
Can I just say I did tell Uninspired Reviewer not to go to the annual Deep Throat reunion. But he wouldn't listen, and now he's got a sore throat, man. So that's his fault.
Hey, he was doing actual research.
Yeah, dude.
I mean,
and I think
yeah,
I'm
but
the
you
only
have
other.
to do the research early so you can recover. You know, you always do it like 48 hours, 72 hours early, recover from your throat.
You need to
I'm the
take
only other
days
person
off.
on the panel that's been on a porn set, I think.
Steven.
I've never been on a porn set, but I've been to multiple conventions.
I've been on a porn set, and I've been to the conventions, and I've been at the AVN. I've been to the AVN.
Yeah, me too. I've done sets. I've been on conventions, on the stage, in the camera, studios.
Yeah, I've been behind the camera, not in front of the camera, like Avalon here. But
well, actually, you know what? Since we're at the beginning of the movie, Avalon, do you want to maybe tell the story of how you ended up in the industry? Because it's not as glamorous as you would think. You've told me the story.
Yeah, let's hear that.
So I literally just ended up by accident. And I'm not even exaggerating. I was working as a promo girl in general, and they were hiring people for Sexpo, and I needed money for textbooks because it was just before the uni semester started. Got the jobs, almost missed the job because I actually missed their email, and then I messaged them like 30 minutes before the interview started being like, oh no, oh shit, I missed the email, is there any chance I can still make it? And they're like, yeah, it's big group interviews, here's the address, rocked up, got the job straight away. And while I was doing the actual events, I had a bunch of different photographers and videographers who came up, and they were like, hey, do you like money? And I'm like, yes, I like money, it's kind of why I'm here. Like, oh, would you like to do this kind of shoot? And they show you just little examples, and like, we make sure it's everything that you're only comfortable with. You know, you can say no whenever you like, and this is how much we pay you. And I'm like, wow, that one shoot for 1 hour is going to equal like 3 days of work here. So yes, I'll do that. And that's quite literally how I started.
That's
Easy money, ladies and gentlemen. Shit, I take that too, man. For real.
No alarms, no surprises.
But yeah, I mean, that's that explains why you answered my email back so quickly. You're very vigilant about emails now.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I guess now that we have that, we'll do our round for the first time people experience this film. Avalon, it's probably pretty easy for you because this is the first time you've seen it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you could actually just what did you like, you know, what were your initial thoughts when I asked you to do this movie? Like when I asked you to watch this?
I kind of feel like the movie was made by someone who didn't really know what the industry was like and was kind of more of a fantasy of what they thought the industry was like. I mean, we get them nowadays too when people do like movies about porn performers, cam girls, anything to the adult industry, and it's a lot more glamorized than the reality. Whereas the reality, it's treated very much as it's just a job, and you're lucky you get to hang out with friends, but you don't have massive parties. They don't introduce you to people and be like, hey, do you want to fuck this person straight away or cocaine? It's a lot more professional. And they'll be like, hey, this is the scene. This is the compensation. These are all the details. Do you want to do it? You're never introduced by someone going, hey, do you like her? Do you want to fuck her?
So it's shitty in real life. There's no cocaine, nothing, man. Come on.
Could that be attributed
I mean,
to the fact
at the after party?
But it's set in the 70s. Boogie Nights is set in 79. That's not the era of porn that you got involved with.
No, I wasn't alive yet. My mum was still a child.
Yeah, so it was a different. I think as a replication of that time, the performers that are alive of that period say that Boogie Nights is pretty bang on.
Really?
That's the thing is like in the time, because I assume the adult film industry was kind of more I don't know. I mean, it was, and we've always had, porno, but I think in the 70s was where it's like the first time it's starting to really get commercialized and be kind of accepted. And I think the film groups, like, they were kind of closer knit, more independent, like basically they make all these movies out of Jack Horner's house, it's all
people
him
were
and
only
his buddies.
they were only shooting on film back then, Avalon. There was no digital.
Oh, yeah,
they weren't even shooting on VHS.
You're jumping ahead. You're jumping way ahead.
I'm just talking about why it was different, because the film community that worked in the adult industry in the 70s was very, very small. It was a very tight-knit community. Everybody knew each other. And once we get into the late 70s, going into the 80s, it was very much cocaine driven for a short period of time. I mean, you ask anybody that worked in it in that time and they'll tell you. I know because I've interviewed people that were there.
Well, what other
Lance, are you sure you went there too?
Well, guys,
no, I was researching a film script, mate. That's why I did all the interviews.
Well, let's get your guys' initial thoughts the first time you saw the movie, and then we'll move right into it so we can get all that stuff. So, Stupenzo, I already know yours, but would you like to inform the audience?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I wanted to rewatch the old stream where it was just me and Dark Hour talking about this movie, and I think the reason why that first stream was lacking was I think you wanted to keep it like under 2 hours.
Yeah,
I was like,
was
man,
really
the movie, the movie's like 2.5 hours long. So, but yeah, we definitely had a great time discussing it. It was like when I first met you, and it's fun to talk about it again. But yeah, I watched this movie, rented it randomly at a Blockbuster when I was like, I don't know, 12 or 13. And I remember the checkout girl just being like, all right. And I was thinking like, yeah, Heather Graham gets naked. What of it? But then, I watched the movie. I really liked it. I think rewatching it now, it's like I have some new thoughts about it. This most recent watch through, but yeah, I mean, it's one of those movies that kind of really inspired you to like, you know, making movies that weren't that were kind of different and fresh, and the idea that we find out the guy who made the movie was only 27 when he made it, and I'm like, oh wow,
Yeah, what are we doing with our lives, right? This guy's
Oh,
out
yeah.
here.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm
you think that's
22.
bad? So I live in Melbourne, and I found out last year that half of the old buildings here were designed and created by a 20-year-old. Like
Ooh.
all of the big old heritage buildings here
Well-
were created by the same guy who was like 18, 19, 20, 21 years old.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
in
we
fairness,
picture
everything's
George
trying to kill you in
Washington.
Australia, so it's, you know.
Yeah, like we picture George Washington when he was like, you know, fighting the revolution. He was like an old man or whatever. It's like, no, he was like Bob Saget's age in Full House.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's like,
They wore powdered wigs back
yeah.
then to make themselves look older, actually. But,
Maybe they were just more accomplished at a younger age than our
Yeah,
you
kids.
had to be.
to back then.
You died way sooner.
Yeah, you
died when you were
at like
45.
50, so yeah, that was it.
So Lance, what was the first time you saw the movie?
So I saw it at the cinema, and funnily enough, I was already researching One Touch Away when I saw this movie, which was that's a film script that I wrote about when HIV broke out in the porn industry in LA, and so I was already fairly familiar with the industry, but that's not the main reason I watched it, because I was already, you know me, I follow actors, and I was already following Philip Seymour Hoffman. I saw him in Scent of a Woman. He just got added to the list of people I wanted to work with, and I was already following the career of John C. Reilly. So I saw that they were both in it. Marky Mark, I thought, like, you know, isn't he in some boy band? What's he doing in this movie?
Yeah.
So
Marky
I
Mark.
actually watched it for the supporting cast. That was the reason I watched it. I saw it on a really big screen. It was very busy. Camden Odeon Screen 1, and I loved it. And funnily enough, I watched Magnolia in that exact same screen, the next movie by.
So you
Paul.
saw Dirk Diggler's ginormous cock in 4K on a huge screen.
Well, 4K didn't exist back in 1997, so the answer
He
to
saw
that
it
question
in
would be no.
240p on a giant screen.
Yeah,
It was very
240p on a huge screen.
I did see it on the big
All
screen.
the
It was-
film grain and the way it was intended.
Yeah, were you in the front row? Did you have to like put your head up to see the entire length of it?
No, man, I was in the back row deliberately, you know, so yeah.
With a trench coat.
Uninspired. You have a interesting first take on this movie and what
Yeah.
ended up happening. So I know
You're
you're
not old
never
enough
seen
to
this?
see it now.
Yeah.
First time I watched this movie was on Wednesday, actually.
Wow.
And the reason why I was so confused is because when Dark Hour said that he was bringing Avalon on the stream for Boogie Nights, I was like, okay. Because in my mind, Boogie Nights was a movie about dancing directed by Paul W.S. Anderson, not Paul Thomas Anderson. And so I actually thought that for years it was a dance movie about, well, boogieing in a fucking club in the night, dude. Like, it's called Boogie Nights and it has Marky Mark. What do you think? It's so weird.
Did
So,
you see that random dance segment somewhere, and that was like ingrained into your memory? Or
Yes,
something?
I saw
Yeah.
Marky Mark, John C. Reilly, and Don Cheadle, you know, tearing it up in the club. I said, yeah, dude, this looks like a cool dance movie. And it turns
Grease
out that
3.
it was about porn, ladies and gentlemen. So
Yeah.
that was a cool
Eraserhead.
Disappointing, or was that?
I liked it, man.
that
I
a-
like Paul Thomas Anderson's work. I actually do think that this is one of the rare movies where you actually feel like it takes place in the 70s.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
When
The
I first saw this
production-
movie, I assumed
Yeah.
this guy was an elderly man, and he had a huge long list of films, and he
Mhm.
was alive in the 70s. I looked
Yep.
him up, and he's like, no, he's made one movie called Hard Eight, and that's it.
Yep.
I was like,
And I think it's some of
The porn
Paul
industry,
Thomas
if you
Anderson's
did it
best
right,
work.
So if
Yeah.
you did it, yeah.
I think it's some of his best work, but I still prefer.
I
There
honestly
Will
think
Be
it's his
Blood.
best movie.
I think it's his best movie as well. I agree.
I think rewatching it, I'm starting to appreciate Paul Thomas Anderson's more less outlandish and more like invisible style of directing. He's like not doing the whole Scorsese thing. You know, a Lamadam is what I heard it's called. Everybody look at me, I'm directing a movie. Like this kind of like, you know, posturing with these long takes and this crazy. The movie, I think we talked about this last time we talked about a Dark Hour, but like, yeah, when you think about the plot, like the movie is very like this happens and this happens and then this happens, and there's not really a whole like
they're all
no
interconnected events. There's well, antagonist is pretty much society, but there's everything it works very well in a very streamlined way. It's
that's deep.
Anyway, but what I'm saying is that you don't need to worry about missing much as long as you're actually paying attention to the words that are being spoken. Like, for instance, there's one line where they mention they should, like, oh, people always tell us we should be in a band, and then later on they try it. So it's like it's all in there. You just have to be paying attention. So
yeah, the movie's just great though because it's great characters, and you like them, you know.
But I say we get into the film itself. How does that sound?
Dude, what about you, man? What were your first
impressions? Oh, well, I mean, I love this movie. I remember my story is almost identical to Stupenzo's. I saw it when I was in like 9th grade, so I was like 14. I remember not really knowing exactly what it was, kind of like you, but I was like, oh, I like everybody in this movie. Like, I like Don Cheadle, I like John C. Reilly, I like Heather Graham. They were all names at the time when I was in high school. I was like, I love all of these people. I'm gonna love this movie. And I was like, interesting take on what you're going to use these people for. But as I watched it, it was almost like that scene where Jack Horner is explaining how you want to suck the people into the movie. I was like, as the movie went on, I was just like, no, I have to see how this story ends. And it's the first time I ever remember that happening in my life, where I didn't care about the moment that was on the screen. I cared about where it was going. So it was probably my first real analysis of a film that I ever did without even realizing I was doing it.
So I'm the only one that saw it at the cinema then.
I mean, when it came out, I was like
Dirty Bird.
I was like 8 or 9 when it came out.
I literally wasn't
old
even
enough.
in the
Look,
universe.
my mom took me to go see From Dusk Till Dawn in the theaters when I was 10. I could have gone and seen Boogie Nights probably when I was 12 or 13 in theaters, but yeah, just never went around to it. I saw Jurassic Park, The Lost World. That came out that
Dude, Lance, I wasn't even sperm at the time. I literally wasn't even an
You were a
athlete.
twinkle in your daddy's eye.
Yeah, but your
For real.
dad had a 70mm cinema in his ball sack, so you could have gone with the other sperms to your dad's IMAX.
Hey,
The Nad
how you
Max.
doing, man?
Oh yes, my poll. It's T, A, both, or option D.
Listen,
Don't
man.
talk-
ask
don't
me
Don't
if
talk
it's
about your
any
poll
day,
on the
bro.
screen.
The poll. Do you prefer T, A, or option D, or both on the? You just go look on
Oh
the.
my god! I'm sure you told Avalon this was going to be an intellectual discussion.
Yes, that's exactly what we did. I was like,
What's
yeah,
Hilarious is like I'm being the most reserved
Conservative?
right now today. Yeah.
yeah, don't worry.
Here, I'll be in a
Okay,
bunch of dirty
so
birds.
You're just
before
getting
we
warmed up.
start,
That'll change.
just before we start, I want to preface this by saying apologies to everyone in the chat. As you guys can hear from my voice, I'm going to be taking a step back from this one. So Dark Hour is going to be narrating basically the entire stream.
I'm gonna try. I'm not as
also-
good at it as you, but I'll give it a
Oh,
shot.
don't worry, man. You'll pull it off. And also apologies to Lance, Stupenzo, and Avalon because, well, I'm not going to be here 100% as I usually am. So apologies for that. And hopefully my voice doesn't fuck up the stream too much. And all right, Dark Hour.
Just blow
Take
your
it away,
nose
man.
occasionally so we
Told
know
you
you're
before,
alive.
man. Call me Diggler. Call me Diggler on this
Okay,
stream.
okay, Diggler. Okay, Diggler. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Dark
So-
Hour could narrate this movie with his mouth tied behind his back.
And I have. But so we start out filmed by New Line Cinema, which we've done several from them.
Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings.
Listen. Okay, we wouldn't have Boogie Nights if it weren't for Freddy Krueger. Okay, I've said
The
this
studio
once,
that Freddy
said it
built.
twice. Exactly, man. Exactly.
And quite frankly, in the 80s and 90s, they were one of the best. And we have in my opinion, one of the greatest opening sequences in the history of film, because it's a long tracking shot with a lot of colors, vibrancy. and you get to introduce to everybody in a very quick, efficient manner. You know, you get introduced to obviously Jack Horner. You have the club owner Luis here. You have Amber Waves, who is Jack Horner's wife, one of the main stars of a lot of it. And then you have John C. Reilly playing Reed Rothschild and Don Cheadle playing Buck Swope. You know, you just get a little bit of everybody, and they all get their moment to shine and explains who they are quickly and efficiently. And I think this is one of the best, if not the best, opening sequence you'll see in terms of how you can end up getting from point A to point B and everybody being caught up.
Well, it's also, yeah, like their run of their day-to-day life, kind of like this, going to this club every weekend night is kind of, it's routine. And, you know, these people all know each other just from, you know, repetition.
And, it establishes one of the main themes of this film. I'll just say it now, and it establishes it in this first scene, is that these people are all slightly dysfunctional, and this is their family. This is their family. That's a bit what it was like back then at that time, because this was a very small community. Like I said, we're still in the time. VHS isn't even a thing at the moment, so we're still in the time of shooting on Super 16 is what most of these were shot on. Occasionally 35mm if they were lucky. And these people all hung out together because a lot of them were outcasts from their own families because of what they were doing. So they were a family to each other, and that's one of the main themes of this film is family. Dysfunctional family, but family nonetheless.
Avalon, did you...
I mean, one of the interesting things I thought was how you said that all the characters were established, but when I was watching it, I first thought Roller Girl was a waitress in the actual club herself, and it was one of those, you know how they did the roller skating, like serving food? I thought she was one of them, and that she and the other guys were working there.
So they actually do have, they do show some of the waitresses, and I guess I can understand that you would think that, but they established pretty quickly that she has a relationship with them outside of that.
That was like the first impression.
Right. Yeah, I agree with Avalon. I thought that she was a waitress until she started scratching her cooch. I was like, oh, that's not sanitary for like waitresses.
It's like, what do you want on your sandwich? Not your hands, please.
Yes, I'll take the crab rangoon, please.
But you know what else I love is like before the soundtrack kicks in, we get the emotions and Boney M doing Sunny. We get that with the New Line Cinema credit. You get that like broke down circus music from Michael Penn.
Let me just take so a lot of our clips are going to be without sound on this.
Of course,
you guys are used to sound, but one of the things that this film does really well, which I'll just piggyback on what Stupenza just said, is they blend the music very well with the scenes, which makes it really hard for us because we'll just get ripped down immediately if it's.
Don't worry, Avalon and I will do the voices for the scenes. No problem.
This is it's one of those.
We'll get them slightly out of sync.
Two CDs, on the soundtrack
with the time period.
But yeah, so
let's just do a quick super chat, man. RRTNZ for $2 New Zealand dollars, man. Thank you and good morning, man. Happy Sunday to you. Third best use of the touch in cinema. Otherwise, thumbs down.
I can only think of one other usage of the touch. The first one being Transformers. I can't think of the other one. Could you tell us in the chat? Or
Transformers 2.
Transformers 2. No, I don't believe that was in there.
I had no idea.
But thank you for the super chat, my friend.
Man. All right. Yeah, so Little Bill, man. The poor dude.
Jack Horner looking a little sad, you know? I don't know.
Yeah.
I believe we actually don't we have a clip here on Inspired?
No.
We don't. Okay.
No.
God, he's so young, man. He's so young here.
Marky Mark, yeah.
Well before Lone Survivor days, you know.
So here we have he basically coerces Jack to the back by doing, come this ways. And when Jack gets back there, he asks him if he wants a 5 or a 10. And what he means by that is, and by a lot of people would assume nowadays that would be a drug reference. But what he's actually saying is, and in almost word for word, if you just want to see me jack off, it's 10. But if you just want to look at it, it's 5, which I always love the order he did it in, because it establishes quickly that he's not very well educated. So he goes in this really ass backwards order of his phrasing, and also says essentially the same thing twice. If you just wanna, and if you just wanna, and creates a situation where Jack is now aware that something about this guy and his member are special, because he mentions that he's done it multiple times today and can do it again if he had $10. So,
well,
Yeah, dude.
17-year-old piece of gold. I mean, yeah, you get crazy libido. But that's the thing is, like, do you think it's because it's the 70s and the club is kind of, a seedy place that people want to see this guy jerk off? Or do you think it's because he has a 13-inch dick and, words going around, hey, this guy's got a 13-inch dick?
This is based on how Johnny Holmes got discovered. He worked at a club. He made money on the side by showing people his cock, basically.
Right.
And
Because there's like
word-
having a
word-
big dick, and then there's
word
having
got
a
out.
13-inch dick, which is like, Jesus, boy.
they don't even make
How come
rulers
no
that
one was
big.
concerned about his age? Why was no one concerned about the age thing? Because he was only 17.
I was thinking about
Yeah.
that too.
So that
Yeah.
is, there was some real stories that was pulled from. I forget the names of there was one specific actress from the time who faked her credentials so she could start.
Oh, that's Tracy Lords. Tracy
Was
Lords.
it Tracy Lords? Okay.
Yeah, Tracy Lords. She was only 16 when she
Yeah.
shot.
Jesus, man, what
said-
is this?
She said she was 21. Well, she
Right.
faked her ID so she could do it, basically. And they got sued. The filmmakers got sued when it all came out, but they didn't actually know because she got fake ID and,
What are you
hey
going to
ho.
do? But yeah, I mean, 17 is technically like legal age here in Texas and stuff. So, I mean, what are you going to
Dude,
do?
I think like
Still weird.
16 is legal age anywhere in Europe,
Right.
man.
I think people just got to go. You got to go with maximum minimum age, right?
Maximum
what is
minimum
that?
age.
Maximum minimum.
18.
Maximum minimum. I like that. That's, whatever that is.
But yeah, that's so we already did how you got discovered, so it's not
I never
too-
noticed Burt Reynolds has Robin Williams arms.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Wow. He's got them hairy arms. I didn't notice that.
No.
Like,
I do wonder how often people get discovered like that though, in really weird situations for this kind of stuff.
Well, Daniel Radcliffe got discovered in a cinema.
Well, I
Since
meant
he was a
specifically
kid.
for the adult industry. So
Who did you say? Did you say Daniel Radcliffe?
Yeah, Harry Potter, the kid for Harry Potter. He was discovered while watching
no.
a movie in the cinema.
No, sorry, Avalon. I'm going to have to correct you on that. Daniel
He's English,
Daniel
so he's the
Radcliffe's
authority on
mother.
all things Harry Potter.
Radcliffe's mother is very well connected. She got him the audition for Harry Potter.
boo.
Oh, then
So-
they lie.
So yeah, they want you to think that it's possible for anyone to get famous, when in truth it's all just
No,
nepotism.
yeah,
as
I'm
always.
afraid
It's
not.
always-
I'm afraid his family was very well connected, and they made sure
He
got
was just
into
leaving
that
the
part.
cinema when some producer grabbed him on the
That's
shoulder and
utter
said, "Hey, kid."
nonsense, that
Yeah,
story.
that was on a show. When I was like a teenager, there was a show and they were talking to Daniel Radcliffe and he was talking the whole story how he was at the cinema and some guy kept looking at him weird and he was getting all weirded
What
out.
the
And then they're like,
fuck?
hey, do you want to be in a movie?
Dude, what?
So I just
And then
remember that.
Hey, you
That's
want to
not true.
come just get in my white van and I'll put you in
Yes.
a movie, kid.
Yeah, dude, I've got some candy
the
on
thing,
the
I wa-
side for sure.
Somebody comes up
Jesus.
to me. Let's say I have a kid and someone walks up to him and is like, I'm a movie producer from Hollywood and I want your son. I'll be, get away from me now. I don't know who are you, weirdo.
Oh man,
not even gonna let him finish the
one thing.
sentence.
One thing I wanted to mention is that when they were leaving the club, like it just showed one thing that the movie knows how to do really well is having multiple characters in the same place, but not really
Yeah.
interacting with each other. But it's just showing them in their day-to-day lives. And there's even the detail of seeing little Bill see that he has a parking ticket and he gets angry at his car.
Yeah,
Which is just like emphasizing on how shitty little Bill's life is, which becomes
Nothing's going
relevant
good for him.
just later on. Just like, yeah.
yeah.
Some dude-
It's also
some-
cool
some
because
weird
like
dude was
it
looking at
shows
him weird on the casting couch.
Yeah, the the fact that they're the fact that they all stay till the club closes, they're all those
Mhm.
kinds of kids, guys, and
Yeah, the
they
cool
all have
people,
their
man.
own.
So that's
Like that's
actually
the thing is they all live in the same area, like they're all in the same zip code, basically, San Fernando Valley, California.
the fact that you picked up on that. So Little Bill's whole thing is that nothing ever goes right for him. Start to finish from this movie, not a single,
Mhm.
if you look, not a single thing. Even we'll see it in a minute when he goes to put his keys in
His
the
keys
dish,
fall.
he
Poor
misses the
dude.
dish
Yeah.
completely. It's like little details about his life just suck. We do have another super chat, but I think actually I'm going to save that one because
I can read it out if.
no, I want to save that for when it actually is relevant. So
Oh, okay. But I'll cover Deep Throat because I know he's got a sore voice. So.
So as Uninspired said, we are now at the point where everybody is going back to their respective homes. We see Jack and Amber go back to his house where he says, do you want eggs, which is like the weirdest thing to ever
Dude, breakfast for dinner, that's the best.
Breakfast for dinner at 3 a.m. is a little weird.
Breakfast for fourth meal, it's the
fourth
best.
meal. Anyway, and
But eggs are anytime food. They're not a breakfast food.
Yeah, eggs rule. I got
And-
breakfast. I'm gonna eat breakfast tacos. I'm gonna eat breakfast tacos after this stream.
So Amber says that she's going to go to bed, but she actually doesn't go to bed. She goes and she calls her ex-husband, or I think they're still technically married at this point.
3:30 in the morning,
At
probably.
3:30 in the morning to speak to her
Coked
son. Coked up, clearly not in her right mind, and of course he refuses to let her, which sets up that she has had serious problems in the past. And then this is the scene which I referred to earlier, which is little Bill goes home. He misses the dish with his keys, and he hears his bed, squeaking. And he goes to open the door, and he finds his wife, played by Nina Hartley of all people, and she's with a guy. Do you have I don't know what the select slide is, but nope. Okay,
What
it's not
the
it.
fuck are you doing?
Oh,
Yeah,
What
I was
does it
about to
look
say.
like I'm doing?
So she, he says, "What the fuck are you doing?" And she
Close
says,
the
"What
door."
fuck are-" Yeah, that's one of my favorite lines in the whole movie.
Well,
Well, the
it's
guy that
interesting-
she's banging is another porn star, TT Boy, and he's like, "That's my wife, you asshole." He's like, "Sorry."
I'm
Well,
sorry.
she also emphasizes on calling him "Don't Stop Big Stud."
Yeah.
Little
Yeah.
Bill, Big Stud.
Go sleep on the
like,
couch.
There it is. Again.
Cuckoldry, it's best when it's consensual, I guess.
What?
Otherwise,
What?
I mean, I
We
wouldn't
have
suppose
to
I wouldn't
type this
support.
somewhere. Cuckoldry is best when it's sensual.
Yeah,
When
otherwise you
it's
pull a
mutual
little Bill.
cuckoldry.
The guy's gonna go crazy and murder suicide you.
Each to their own. Depends on you.
Avalon, actually, I do have a question. In your experience with people who have dated, married, been with people outside of the industry, if you would have to say, what would you say is the success rate on those relationships?
Pretty high. I mean, most performers, is like whether they're porn stars or cam girls, are in long-term relationships. A lot of them are married,
Okay.
so it's pretty good.
But
I mean,
with
like
people
a lot of people
outside
have to say they're single, so a lot of performers will pretend they're single. But yeah, the vast majority are in stable long-term relationships or married.
But is it mostly with people outside of the industry, within, mixture of both? Have you noticed?
I think it could be a mixture. A lot of people do get into relationships with people in the industry, but a lot of people who get into the industry are already in relationships with people who aren't in the industry.
Okay. I would assume that there's probably a mixture, but I would be curious to see what the statistics are on success rate.
Because like one of the big things that if you ever shoot a scene is the directors will invite you going, oh, if your partner or your husband or someone needs to come with you on set, that's totally fine. And you people will react a little bit funny if a photographer or videographer or director is like, no, we don't want partners on set, because that can be seen as a bit of a red flag sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, that changed around the mid 2000s. That's when that started coming in, where they were trying to clean up the reputation in LA, which is when I was out there, and I remember that happening, and it was also sometimes it would cause problems because the partners couldn't handle it, or
yes,
that's what I meant.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I was referring to, like how much after a while I would think, at first it probably has a really high success rate of like, hey, I'm with this woman and then like after a while you're like, with a woman who's
one of the issues is the guys want to start getting involved in it. So they start wanting to like take over the director's role, or they want to be in the film themselves, or they start interrupting it to like make suggestions and stuff. So they end up being in the way because they kind of just become a hindrance to the actual shoot.
Oh, okay. That's a different reason I would expect.
It's like
Yeah,
born
my
on the
my
4th of
my
July all over again.
my friend who worked for Red Light District, his wife, quite late in life, decided to become a porn star, and it was all fine for a couple of years, and then in the end, it destroyed their marriage. And he actually he resigned from the business and he moved out to Thailand. I think he's married to a Thai girl now.
Is it really a girl though?
Well, mate, I haven't got physical reference, so I can't confirm. But he's happy now, so good on him. But he was the guy. He was basically my guide to the valley and all of that when I was out there researching that script, and he was great. He introduced me to everybody. So
eat spicy tiger prawns on the beach every day. Sounds cool.
Uninspired. You had the clip that leads up to this scene, correct?
Yeah, it's the Kung Fu Marky Mark and his bedroom, ladies and gentlemen. It looks.
Oh yeah, the music. Was it Apollo
great.
100?
So
It
one of the
looks
things
like
about
Joy.
this sequence, is it pretty much tells you the story, what's going to happen in this movie. It's everything that's here is part of the story, and you don't know it yet. It's like the cars.
It's his vision board.
It's what?
It's basically like a vision board. He made his room a
Yeah.
vision board.
Yeah,
basically. Mood board for the film.
And it's the things he fantasizes his life being, which he then has the option in the near future to do.
So
And
he
that's
becomes
where we're
Asian.
going. Well, it's more that
Kung
he
Fu.
has he loves
Undercover cops.
Yeah, he
all that
loves
stuff,
undercover
yeah.
cops. He loves
Brock
he loves
Landers.
the Brock Landers. He loves the martial arts aspect, which he brings in.
Also
multiple
movies,
times. Yeah,
he loves
movies in
action
general.
movies and stuff, and
and fast cars, and there was like the posters of Farrah Fawcett, I believe it was at the.
I think so.
And so it's like it's all everything is laid out there that he would like his life to be, but he has no ability to do so currently.
Yeah, that Farrah Fawcett poster was proper popular back in the 70s. I remember going to so many people's houses that had that up, and I was just a kid then, and I was very confused. Like, what's this pretty lady doing on the wall? That all became clear to me later in life. But you need to give the mother a shout out. It's actress Joanna Gleason.
Yes,
she's a phenomenal character actress. She's so mean in this, and
I've reached out to her in the past to try and get an interview.
I have as well. Yeah, I've
Well,
I've tried to get her on my
not that
channel.
Is she really mean? I mean, she's obviously mean, but I mean, you feel sorry for her. You obviously feel sorry for the husband. You feel sorry for the husband. You feel really sorry for the husband. In fact, I think Paul Thomas Anderson said his big regret was he wished the father had a little bit more to do in the beginning of the movie, because
I almost feel like the story would have been better if he was removed. That's like my one gripe with the story. I feel like if he were
because then you feel bad when Mark kind of abandons her. With the fact that she's still got her husband when he leaves, it's like
I wouldn't have
like,
felt bad.
He's going
She treat him like crap.
I mean,
the thing is,
you guys-
everything she tells him, everything she tells him.
See, I
is
thought
correct.
it was the intentional because like Jack Horner's more of like a strong, confident guy, and he's kind of like a weak, pathetic guy. So wasn't that like
Right.
just the
No,
intentional
Jack wants
juxtaposition?
Jack Horner to be his dad. Yeah, exactly.
Jack Warner becomes the father figure in his relationship, but the mother is responsible for the issues that he has. And also, if you watch Gleason's performance, there's a really weird subtext of incest going on as well.
Yeah.
If you watch it, watch it back and listen. You know, when she calls him out a freak and stuff like that, it's like, well, hang on. So you've been looking at him naked when he's older. Where's all this anger coming from? And there's some kind of projection going on there with what she's not getting from her husband and their relationship, and seeing stuff in her son he's trying to become a confident, quite outspoken character. He's got dream, he's got ambition, and she hates that. It makes her angry. She's actually quite a complex character, and considering we only see her really fairly early on, she layers that performance with loads. If you watch it, it's a masterclass in acting.
She's great.
Yeah.
And then also the other thing is Dirk Diggler is.
Well, he's not Dirk Diggler yet. Let's refer to him as
Eddie Adams.
Eddie Adams.
For lack of a better word, is stupid. He's not a smart guy, you know.
No, and they make sure to highlight that multiple times throughout the movie.
Yeah,
Which,
he's impressionable. He's easily manipulated. He's easily corruptible. But he has a good heart. He's a good guy, but yeah, he's a big dum dum. He's a big dum dum with a huge
Yeah, I
donkey
mean,
dick.
like he still is working 2 jobs, so it's kind of weird. Like me, for example, I know that if I was working 2 jobs and making my own money, my parents wouldn't really have a problem with me, like in general. Which is why I agree with you guys when you say that the problem comes from elsewhere. Because she
Yeah.
does say that he has what the car wash job during the day, then the nightclub during the night. And the only thing is that his mom is really pissed off at is the fact that he doesn't go to school. That's it.
No, she calls him a freak at one point in that argument. She calls him a freak.
I don't
And
recall that.
No, watch it back, man. I've seen this.
Yeah,
film
when
like
she's
50
tearing down his
times.
posters and everything.
When
She says
arguing.
she's tearing down his posters, destroying
I
his
think the
room.
exact phrase is a freak of nature, but it's something like that. And she's definitely referring to his physical qualities. And it's like I said, there's a lot there going on with the mum. There's a lot there.
So do you guys think that his dad is hung like a horse? Because that must be genetics,
No,
right?
no, I don't. I think that's part of the anger that the mother's got. She's like, "What the fuck?" So, you know, and
yeah, she gets it. Yeah, penis size is her hereditary from your mom's side of the family.
No, okay, so her mom's clit must be huge.
No, her mom's brothers. Yeah. That's how you get your hair patterns. You get your hair patterns from your mother's side of the family.
Who's to say that that's the real dad, and he isn't just some kind of reminder of a horrible mistake that she made?
Yeah.
I mean, we're projecting a lot about a character who has one line right now.
She's not got one line, man.
No, he has one
No, the
line. I'm
dad.
saying we're
The
projecting
dad.
a lot about a character who has literally one
Well,
line.
I'm talking about the mom, but the dad doesn't need to say anything. That's the kind of character he is. He's properly.
Yeah, it's
refrained.
better that he's there and he doesn't say much as opposed to he's not there at all, because it just kind of shows he doesn't really stick up
I
for
think it could have
himself
worked either way. I think it could have worked with if he was just completely absent, non-existent.
No, you're wrong, Dark Hour. He needs to be in the film.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it would have worked if he was out of the film, because I think that people would have used the excuse that it's because he was raised by a single mother, that's why he went into the porn industry or some shit like that.
Yeah. Also, like I said, let's suppose he had no dad, but he had siblings, and then he runs away. It kind of seems more selfish than like getting out of a bad situation. You know?
Yeah. Then of course, Dark Hour.
Fuck.
So Buck Swope also works in his days.
My favorite character in this film has got to be Buck.
Yeah.
I love Buck.
He works days during a radio hi-fi radio equipment.
Hi-fi. It's
high fidelity, man. It's high fidelity.
And the guy actually on the right here was the original Dirk Diggler in the short that this is based on.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, with all his hair cut off.
Yep. So he's been brought in for a few reasons. But the main one is that the manager or owner believes that his acting shit will bring in some decent pussy to the place. Which it did. But he's kind of adopted this cowboy persona, which was big in the early 70s, late 60s. And it had been gone for a little while. And he's always throughout the movie, he's always seeking to reinvent himself. And this is one of the times here. But when he goes to try and sell the equipment, he uses like really twangy country western music, and they're in LA, they're in California, so it's not going to sell much. So he doesn't get. So
his character is based on a real guy who was a real porn star, one of the first black porn stars of the late 70s, and that guy was a country and western fan.
No.
He was a country and western fan, like a big country and western guy, and that's where they got the idea for his character from.
Oh. I did not.
I gotta say, if you're trying to test out the bass, if you're gonna test out the bass, you gotta play some funk, you gotta play some soul, some P-funk. Boom, 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 boom. You need to play something like that,
Yeah.
Not this whole country.
Don Cheadle needs to do more comedy movies, man. He's great in every comedic role that he's had in the past. He stopped doing comedy movies.
Ocean's 11
in the early 2000s.
Was he great in that?
I fucking loved him in Ocean's 11, man. I thought it was
fake English accent.
Yeah,
Avalon. How often do people have side gigs within the industry that you've seen? like are like
They work day jobs.
Yeah, like work day jobs.
These days a lot more, but not that long ago, like even pre-COVID, a lot of people's full-time only jobs would have been in the adult industry, but since then a lot more people are getting side jobs now.
Okay.
But the cameramen who shoot the stuff, especially in LA, they all work on TV shows and stuff like that, and porn is what they do when like a season ends or a show gets cancelled. They go to the Valley and they say, "What you got?" And that's what it used to be like back in the late 90s and 2000s. So all the cameramen would all be people off of feature films and TV shows.
But see, back in the days of film in the 70s, you needed, lighting and camera and sound and crew. Yeah. Now it's like you just need someone to hold an iPhone.
Yeah, now it's all changed. It's
you just put your iPhone
film it during the day.
That's it.
Yeah, don't even need any lights.
Yeah, what kind of brother are you?
It's a damn shame. I need that. We need that artistic flair brought back to the.
Don't worry, man. Stupenzo Zack Snyder is about to direct some porn, so
We'll oh my God, the slow mo
cum shot, ladies and gentlemen.
Avalon, go ahead. You're about to say something.
But the reason, one of the big reasons a lot of people do have side jobs is actually because it's become a lot more solitary now. You just need a ring light, you need a tripod and your phone. It's a very isolating job and role now. So yeah, you're talking to people on a camera, but you're not really interacting with people. So a lot of side hustles are not just about money, but it's also to actually talk with people and interact outside of the online digital world. So people have that little bit of a reprieve for like mental health and balance as well.
Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons why I got an actual job like this week, actually, because
his porno career wasn't going very far, so
the porno career,
the damn economy, damn it,
for real,
Central
man.
Bank system's collapsing. I'm just kidding.
Listen, dude, it doesn't help having like a 1-inch cock too, so it's like done. That's it.
Well, your
career ended before it started, dude.
Oh, this guy on the left, he was Buck's boss. He was in I Am Sam, right? And a few other good movies. Yeah. One of Sam's buddies.
I don't recall.
Yes. Yep.
I don't know.
Anyway, continue. Heather Graham at high school. And that's the other thing. Like, you find out all the stuff later that Jack makes her do and stuff. And yeah, he's literally hanging out with high schoolers. It's pretty, yeah.
So we're here for, let me just set this stage here. So Heather Graham, aka Roller Girl, who never takes her skates off, might I add, is in high school. I'm assuming that this is her final exam. That's always what I got the feeling. They never specifically say it, I don't think. But essentially one of her classmates begins to taunt her, having seen her films, and she gets fed up with it and leaves the class and doesn't finish high school. She drops out shortly after this.
So it's the same dude, right? Later on, it's the same actor.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. And I thought it was the final exam too, because they make the big deal about her doing the GED and she's not as overwhelmed and she's able to answer the answers. Like, wasn't that meant to tie in with that?
I believe so. And they never, it's not like specifically written on the board, like final exam, I don't recall, but the implication, because they are saying like eyes on your own paper, like it's very much a like this is a big deal right now. This isn't just a bullshit test that we're doing throughout the year. And the fact that I believe she's also 17 at the time would also implicate that she's probably about around senior age.
It's also like summertime, summertime, and you'd hope she's about a senior.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
I mean, she could have been a junior. I mean, it depends on when. It depends on when you're. Depends on when your birthday is. I was a 17-year-old senior. Some people were 18, going on 19-year-old seniors. Depends on when your birthday is.
I don't even remember how old I was, and plus that was not too long ago too. So that's
I mean, that was like last week, and you don't remember.
Dude, I graduated high school like 4 years. Yeah, 2020 is when I graduated high school. So,
but like I said earlier, with like the this like Scorsese style, it's very high paced. Fast paced, and also you got all these inserts. I love all the insert shots before each scene. Like when we go to the school, there's like a close up of the flag and a close up of the board, and there's a close up of like a random notebook. And then when you go to Dirk's house, there's like a close up of the coffee and a close up of the sausage, and these great insert shots before all of these introductions to these characters, because we kind of get to see all of them you know, at once at the beginning, and now we're kind of diving into them individually. And I don't know, I just love this high fast pace, and also this like massive soundtrack already. We've already got like 5 or 6 songs at this point in the movie.
Yeah,
it's just
which horribly restricts our ability to show clips.
Well, like I said, who was it? Movie wise, Ilamadam. It's everybody look at me. I'm directing a movie. Like it's so great. It's
so
very
weird
on point.
because I think this is one of like the best soundtracks that I've ever heard.
Yeah, I had the soundtrack in high school.
Yeah, it was the first.
Yeah.
I'm one of the very few soundtracks I ever bought.
Both CDs.
Yeah.
This soundtrack and the soundtrack for Surf's Up are probably some of my favorite soundtracks ever. Hey, listen, that Surf's Up soundtrack is great.
Well, anytime a movie has more than one disc, more than one album for the soundtrack, you know it's a banger. Like Forrest Gump had several. Dude, Hackers has like 4 CDs. It's like what?
But yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to say one thing I wanted to see more with the movie would have been more conflict with Eddie and his current girlfriend right here, which I think they just kind of let her go in the movie after this scene. That's
Cheryl Lynn.
Yeah, Cheryl Lynn.
It's kind of implied that they're not exclusive. Well, it's directly said that they're not exclusive. I find that hard to believe.
Same.
Yeah, but
why? He's 17 years old. Boy, I can see them as just hooking up.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like with his schedule and the fact that like she's enamored with his abilities and the way she talks about him after this in the sequence where she's like, "Oh, you're so good at fucking me" and all this stuff that she says, it just seems like she's way more into him. So I'm not really sure if she would have a lot of other side action going on. I just always got the implication that when the mother says it a little later, that it's just her trying to get under Dirk's skin or Eddie.
Same.
She first of all, I want to say something. I always kind of viewed her as a discount Carrie Fisher. Like she kind of has that look. Like when you see her,
Jana Gleason, discount Carrie Fisher.
No, the Cheryl Lynn, the girl on the screen right now.
Oh, the girl on the bed.
Yeah, she like when you see her like straight on, she kind of has like a Carrie Fisher look, but like not as good looking.
At this angle, she looks like the actress from Some Kind of Wonderful, John Hughes movie, which this is not. This is not a John Hughes movie.
Shout out to John Hughes, man.
We have some people joining from Brownie's stream right now. Hello, everybody. Brownie's 12-hour stream has ended.
Oh my god!
Yeah, 12 hours. Wow.
We roll with some people who do 24-hour streams. So it's like,
yeah.
Rockenstein's here, my guy. How you doing? We're not even that far into the movie, so you're fine.
I like
you're literally stopping in at the fellatio segment of the film. So yeah.
So yeah, that's actually a good segue there, Uninspired. So Jack really wants to get the scoop on just what Eddie is packing here. So he dispatches Roller Girl to go find out, essentially, and this is and then we skip right to the dinner.
She's on an oral reconnaissance mission.
Her face in that scene is priceless, might I add. It's like like Heather Graham played it off so well. She's just like,
yeah, she's good in this.
It's like the way she does it is so. She wasn't even supposed to be in the movie. Actually, she was. They weren't even asking for her to try out for the part. Her agent reached out to them
because they didn't think she wanted to do any nudity, but she heard about the film and she asked for a casting. She insisted actually because it was originally going to go to someone else, and also the role was written for DiCaprio. Mark Wahlberg's role was actually written for DiCaprio, but DiCaprio couldn't do it because he was contracted to Titanic. So it was DiCaprio that recommended Mark Wahlberg because they'd just done an indie film together, and that's how Wahlberg got to read for the role. They'd just done Basketball Diaries.
Yeah.
I think I'm not sure how it would have worked with DiCaprio, to be honest with you.
I don't think his face is not kind of right for the latter years. He was still really young at that time, whereas Wahlberg was able to look a bit more lived in, I think.
That's actually one thing I do want to bring up a little later is they age him up like really well. There's to the point where like it's almost scene to scene when they're going through that like rapid portion
Yeah.
where he starts to get more angular and like I guess
the hair
and the hair and all that.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that in a little later. But yeah, so
I also like how you guys didn't tell Avalon that the 12-hour stream was about episode 2, the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
That's very
I
important
mean, I guess it was May the
information.
4th.
Yeah.
That is very important information.
I went to a
nerd alarms.
Just to throw this one out there. I went to a diner earlier and my check showed up and obviously it's May the 4th and my total was $54.54 for the table. And I was like, that is so fucking cool that happened.
Let's go talk about boogie nights instead.
Yeah. Well, I walked up and I paid for it and I was like, I'd love to give you $5.40 as a tip, but that's way too low. So I was like, here you go, $15.40. I just tossed it, and I was like, I want to keep this theme going for the day. So
yeah, but I'm quite happy to end it now. Can we go back to Boogie Nights, please? Enough Star Wars already.
Boogie.
Okay, but yeah, so we're here at the I was also transitioning because we're in a diner now.
Yeah.
You know, Lance, just be a little patient.
I wasn't aware you were transitioning, man.
Yeah.
Just be like Roller Girl, man.
Yeah. So obviously Roller Girl goes on her oral reconnaissance mission, and then we didn't have a picture or clip for it, but they wait, same thing. The club shuts down, everybody leaves. He's walking to the bus stop, they pick him up. And they bring him to this diner to explain to him what they do. And he's already vaguely aware. He mentions it earlier in the film that he knows who Jack Horner is. But they bring him here and explains his vision for what he wants out of the industry. And it's to make a film that everybody, they show up, they spurt the joy juice, as he says, but they're so enamored with the film that they have to stay and see how it ends. And he wants a true cinema experience. So he really has ambitions to be the best director he possibly can.
This is what I'd imagine Tarantino if he made porn. This would probably be him.
Well, at the time, this is the golden era of porn as it was known. And at the time, it was running very, very parallel with mainstream. And it looked like it was going to become acceptable into the mainstream. It nearly happened. And then, of course, the religious groups and everybody else, jumped on it and were like, whoa, no, you're not doing that. Because back in
the satanic panic just popped out.
This is when the films had a whole story and everything. It's not like it is now, just jump straight in kind of thing. The films were very different back then, and they were trying to mesh with mainstream, and there were adult producers that wanted to do that. They did want to make films that actually just had real sex in, but were also a mainstream movie, and it never quite happened. But that ambition is very real. It did exist, The
first porno I ever saw was called The Filthy Rich, and it's early 80s porno about like a rich wife and husband, and they swap roles with the nanny and the maid, and of course everyone has sex with each other, but it's like a movie. It's literally a movie.
Penzo and I were discussing this earlier, and we both realized we'd seen it fairly early on.
Well, that's actually
that maid's outfit,
and that's actually kind of what Jack is saying in this scene. He's like, I don't remember the exact line, but it's something, you got to get the butts in the seats, you got to have the big tits, the big dicks, and you got to,
they had these amateur movies for the pornos, these plots, but like I think what Jack is trying to say is like, I want to make one of these, plot pornos that's actually a good movie,
Yeah. And he even says something along the lines of like, I've done these kind of movies myself. Everybody fucks everybody's brains out, and everyone goes home happy. Everyone has a few
laughs. It's just kind of one of these like these movies are silly. They didn't really take themselves seriously. It's kind of like those 80s boner comedies, with the just like they're just poor excuses to see nudity with like lame
like
jokes,
Porky's and stuff.
Screws. Yeah. And then they'd be on Gilbert Gottfried's Up All Night on USA in the 90s, and all the nudity's cut out. So you're just watching.
It's like, what's the point of this movie? Like, why are we watching this?
Yeah.
But yeah, so after this, they go back to Jack's house, and they're out of limes, might I add. It's a very poignant point to point out that they're out of limes.
Big issue.
Dude, If you have a party house, running out of limes is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, he even thinks he has more. He sends her to the other refrigerator. Like, I think there's more over there. He asks him if he wants a Fresca. He doesn't want a Fresca. It's very, very relaxed is what I'm trying to get at, is they're just kind of there. And then out of nowhere, he's essentially just like, so you want to fuck Roller Girl? And yes, and there we have. I did the censorship for these ones.
Dark Hour put the censorship up on this.
That one fit perfectly for it. I love some of them are good censor jobs. So.
Heather Graham, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
So
love the placement of that.
So is there in the industry, is there like Avalon, is there like test runs like this?
Chemistry tests?
Dry runs.
Dry
you
runs.
filmed the dry run, right?
Quite literally dry runs.
There was a couple of years ago a big thing on Twitter because one male performer was trying to do something like dry runs, and people are like, no, it's only while we're getting paid. We're not going to be doing it before.
Right.
Saying, like, what the hell?
I remember that he got called out like quite publicly, and rightly so.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Now I think what's going on here with Jack Horner and company is like Roller Girl, Eddie Adams. These kids are kind of like runaways, basically, and it's like you can stay.
Yeah, didn't he imply he came on the street? Like at one point, didn't he imply that the Dirk Diggler guy was on the streets or something?
No,
like
that's Reed. That's Reed. No, that's Reed later, where he's like, "So you're from the streets?" He's like, "No."
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, I thought." Yeah. Reed is my favorite
you just
character.
move in on the street here. Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Reed is also really stupid. It's which is what makes their interactions fantastic, because it's two idiots trying to like have a good conversation with one another. It's fantastic.
But yeah, I know what you're saying, where it's like, look, you want me to have sex with this guy? Well, pay me, but I think what it is like you're getting like, room and board, and it's a part, and because it's got this family vibe, it's like when Jack tells you to do something, you kind of just do it because
listen, Jack is just pimping. That's pretty much it.
It's very
he's
this
kind
is
of a
very
pimp. Kind of a pimp.
This is
he
very
would
like
be cancelled if he did that today.
No, right. What he's doing is not kosher. But the thing is, I wouldn't be surprised if there were lots of production companies in the 70s that were operating.
No. I mean, like if a character like Jack Horner had a house and he had all these 17-year-olds and did porn,
yes.
like if he did that today, that would not
he wouldn't
be
be canceled. He'd be arrested. It wouldn't even be canceled.
This is like Andrew Tate stuff going on.
Yeah. Shout out to P. Diddy, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to P. Diddy, man.
Well, this is it's weird because I've never really thought about this until just now. The way that he's doing this is very like communism porn. No, I was gonna say like communism porn. Like, we'll all live under the same roof.
Oh, right.
We'll share everything we have and we'll make porno together. It's like I never really thought about it like that until just this minute.
And of course, it's like I'm sure Jack reaps in the majority of the profits and cuts them their little change like a pimp. Like, hey, he's like, I'll break off a few dollars.
So here's the thing.
I have all your money. That's what he'll do. He'll do that big thing like, you have all that money that I'm going to pay you for these movies, but I'll hold on to it in my bank account. So if you ever need it, I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it was.
Here's the thing. I'm not
really Dirk Diggler makes bank. Yeah. I mean, he got that car pretty quick and he got his house pretty quick.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% certain that Jack is raking it in as much as you expect, because he does need other people to finance his films. He does. So like there is the Colonel. There is implications that maybe he doesn't make as much per film. Like, this is a nice house, but this isn't an exorbitant house. This isn't.
It pays for the lifestyle that they all live, that they all enjoy currently.
Communism porn, Dark Hour 2024.
It pays for all the cocaine, man.
I was thinking more like the mafia, where it's like, hey, we're going to recruit you first. We're going to initiate you.
He does become. I mean, it's covered in the film. He becomes the top male earning porn star of that time. And again, he's based on John Holmes, who was getting paid $3,000 a movie at the height of his career, which back then, that's a huge sum of money.
Especially when you film a whole movie in like a day or two.
Well, in a day. You'd shoot it in a day, probably, maybe two.
I'm excited when we get to that, because some of the interactions that they have for when they're filming, like, hey, do you want me to use the Spanish accent in the movie's called Spanish Pantalones?
Right. But adult film stars, they don't talk about like how much they get paid per movie. They get paid per scene, right?
Yeah, per scene.
Yeah. Imagine if regular film actors like did that, like, instead of breaking down like how much Tom Cruise got paid for this one movie, it's like it was broken down per scene.
And as Avalon will tell you, they're referred to as the talent on set. Unless that's changed. Well, I don't think so.
No, it's still talent. Yeah.
Yeah, you're referred to as the talent. It's the talent. Because I was
Mhm.
I was at this party in 2004. You know, the one I sent you all the photos of.
Yes, yeah. We can. Pull
And
that
it was
up
so
later.
funny. One of the one of the talent came up to me and said, "So are you talent?" And I was like, "I'm a director." Oh, okay. But front and behind the camera, I just thought I could have so much fun with this conversation, but I'll leave that there.
You know, a weird thing for me is that I've never wanted to do porn, but there's one thing I've always really wanted to do is Magic Mike dancing.
I can see you doing that.
Yeah, dude, like
I can see you doing
legit.
that.
I swear to God, I'm still young. I'll probably do it before I hit 27. 100%, dude. I'll do it in Vegas, and it'll pay.
Okay,
I'll
we're
invite all
we're
of you guys to
coming.
the
We're gonna do a live
gotta-
stream
you
of
gotta
you
hit the
doing
gym
that.
a little bit.
You
gotta
can
put
wear
it
your
on.
Don't worry, man. I'm hitting it every day.
You can wear your cat mask, especially for the dance, like like a little. That's all though. That's the only thing we're going to be wearing.
I don't want to do porn, but I could do porn if I had to, for sure.
If you had to.
Someone held a gun to my head, is like, make a porno movie right now. Yes,
All
sir.
right, cool.
It's like that scene in what was that, Swordfish, where they like have the
I
gun.
can handle.
and, like...
I can work under pressure.
So yeah, I have my free cams. I got this shot glass when I was at Exotica last year when I met.
Of all the cool things you can get, you got the tiniest, cheapest little thing that
they
they hand
handed they handed it out for free. I mean, I don't. This is,
Oh,
Yeah,
so yeah,
everything's free. All the MMC stuff is free.
yeah. I just happen to have it here. It's like-
So okay, you know what this scene really reminds me of with the mother when he comes back? Really reminds me of that scene in Carrie with
Yes.
Carrie and Carrie's mum. And I
yeah.
swear there's a shot where Carrie's mum looks exactly the same as this.
You know what?
She's
I was going to
waiting in
say
the
it reminds
tree.
me of Salem's Lot when that dude's sitting in the rocking chair as a vampire, dude.
That's
It's just
that's
so freaky.
So I believe she has tequila there. I can't really tell 100% what it is, but that's why
She's just drinking it straight.
looks
Yeah, just
pretty
like
empty.
I'm about to. So
That bottle looks pretty empty to me.
Yeah, it's at least
nice
half empty. At
reposado.
least, yeah.
Yeah, plus, I mean, speaking of Carrie, Julianne Moore played the mom in the reboot,
So
my
yeah, so we already pretty much set the stage just based on earlier. So I don't really have to say much about this scene for the setup. It's that he comes home.
The boss of me.
Yeah, he comes home from his night of debauchery, and
Night.
it's like 5 a.m., 6 a.m. whenever he gets home. It's not really they never specifically say, but his mom's waiting there.
Sunrise.
Yeah, clearly drunk and clearly upset with him over not just this specific instance, but his entire lifestyle of the jobs, the girl that he sees, which is a majority of what the conversation is. And then she proceeds to just lay into him about all these issues, which most of them we mentioned earlier, but
which I do have the clip of. So
go ahead.
Let's do it.
You're a loser. You'll always be a loser. You couldn't even finish high school because you were so stupid. So what are you gonna do? Oh, what do you think you're doing?
I'm getting my stuff.
That is not your stuff because you didn't pay for it, stupid. None of this is yours.
Please don't fucking do that. Please don't be mean to me.
I'm not being mean to you. You're just too stupid to see it.
You don't know I can do what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna be. You don't know I'm good. I have good things that you don't know about.
No.
And I'm gonna be something. I am. Don't you fucking tell me that.
Oh,
Yeah.
right after that, when he grabs her, he's like, Mark Wahlberg had a big problem with a lot of the lines, the way they're written, but it's like Dark Hour said, they're intentionally written kind of like
A
Simply
moron.
Jack style. Yeah. Yeah. And he says, you don't be mean to me and you don't talk to me. No. And he just, like, runs off or whatever he says. It's like such a weird thing to say, but it's like in the context of how, Paul Anderson writes it. Yeah, it makes sense.
Norman Barud, regular in the chat. I already said it, but just do use your imagination on what option D might be on that.
When I was watching this in the cinema and I saw this scene, this was the moment where I thought, shit, you know what? This guy can act. Because it's the first time I'd ever seen him in anything. I wasn't a follower of his music. And like I said, I didn't go to see it for him. And I watched it and I thought, okay, we're on. This guy can act. Now I'm really engaged in this character. So from this point onwards, and as I said, that scene just tells you so much about the whole family dynamic or lack of one.
Yeah, this whole shot of the dad just doing nothing, and you can hear them arguing at each other.
Yeah,
Usually, it's like
he's looking
kid
like the
doing
goon from
nothing,
Dawn
and
of the Dead, man.
oh, right, he does.
He's wondering if he's going to get a pegging that night. That's the fear pegging.
He's just glad. He's glad that she's
I mean,
taking her
there's a
shit out
hand right
on
there
his
on
son
the.
instead of
I'm
him.
just noticing this now. There's a hand right there on the nightstand. I never noticed before.
I think it's,
so there's
it's
a
probably
possible
two.
pegging.
Two hands. It's probably two hands praying.
Hopefully.
Well,
I mean, hey, that's more. That's
yeah.
That's
Okay.
that's
All right.
8 in the stink.
Let's
right
move
there.
on. Let's move on.
Tiki, literally, what are those? What
Hold-
are
hold-
those?
actually, I did
Lights.
have a question though. Avalon, you and me have spoken about this a little bit. Your family didn't have any kind of issues with it, but do you have any story? You don't have to give a name, but any stories of anybody you knew who had like a family that maybe was not so
Oh
keen
yeah.
on their
Tons.
yeah. You don't have to give
It's
any
really, really
names, but
common.
if you have like a story of somebody who like or whatever.
Yeah, it's still really, really common. So even things like just camming, a lot of people have had family not reacting very well. It's still used as a form of blackmail as well. For so many performers, there'll be people who find out who your family are, so they'll send videos and clips. You see it even in like comments and threats, like people will openly comment and threats and things like that. But that does actually happen. And yeah, a lot of performers, again, even just like cam girls, OnlyFans girls, everything, have had similar things where their families have either been very, very unhappy or completely disowned them. You're considered pretty lucky if your family accepts it, even today.
Yeah, so technically she's not the mother isn't disowning him for the this. It more pushes him toward just making the final decision. But that's the closest thing I have for now. Later on there's some stuff, but it's not the same. But yeah, I just figured I would bring that up.
I absolutely love this scene. This is one of my favorite scenes in the movie. You've got that long shot where the camera goes under the water and follows them. But I never noticed those Easter Island head things before.
I always thought they were Christmas decorations for some reason. I never really
know. That's the first time I've ever noticed them in the film. I've never seen them before.
This movie rewards multiple views.
Hey, Adam.
Like I said, this most recent watch through, I realized like how like comparing his more recent films, like how much more reserved of a filmmaker he's become, which I kind of appreciate now because this is so bombastic.
He's
but also
he's trying a lot out in this.
Yeah. He's like he's like a young, late 20-year-old, like, and then we're gonna do it like this, and I want the camera to go underwater, and give me some of that, and also I want to, we're gonna be real funny, I just picture him directing it like that, Quentin Tarantino style, just very energized. If you catch my drift.
This shot to me is the shot that really sold me for how it looks like an actual 70s movie because of how well the bloom is in the shot.
That haze,
exactly. It just looks so good, especially someone who watches
one of those
old
great
films.
summertime movies. Like you want to watch a movie that captures that summer vibe really well. This one, The Professional, does that really well too.
Mm-hmm.
It just transports you there, man.
Stupenzo, how much do you bench press?
Hold on. Lance, you were saying something?
John C. Reilly. I've done a blog of my favorite top 10 character actors, and he's on that list. It's on my website. You can see it. And I just so want to work with him in my lifetime.
He's
such
probably
a good actor.
He's probably the MVP of this movie, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And that's saying a lot considering the cast.
Yeah. His performance in this is spot on.
From top to bottom, you have
Paul
Burt
Thomas
Reynolds.
Anderson's last movie. And he's great in that movie. It's a very serious role, even though he's kind of funny in it. But I rewatched Dewey Cox again, and the first time I watched it, I thought it was pretty good. But after watching like 3 or 4 more times, it's the funniest movie. It's definitely the best music biopic ever.
I think Wreck-It Ralph, man.
I think the performance of his life, though, is as the policeman in Thomas Anderson's Magnolia, which is the film he did after this.
Jim Curry.
He's in that scene with Melora Waters, who we're going to meet in a minute, I think. And the two of them together is just their scene is amazing.
I'll pull that up in a second. Depends. I know why you're pulling that up, but which I'll get into that. So obviously this is the beginning of a party. They haven't really started it yet. He's introducing Eddie to all of the various people that are involved with the films. Specifically, the most important ones he meets are for his life are Reed Rothschild and Amber Waves in this specific scene. And Reed has one of the greatest, if not the greatest, dumb guy introduction you'll ever have.
So good.
Which it consists of several things. One of which is him trying to out macho Eddie.
It's like one-up dude bros.
Yeah.
They're like two
They're
dogs.
trying to size each other up.
Yeah, it's
But
But I
one of
also
them
feel
before.
like
Go
I
on,
also feel
Avalon.
like it drives to that whole family thing because that whole dude bro one-upping thing, it almost gives them like a
Brothers.
brothery vibe. So
Yeah.
yeah, it adds that whole family kind of
They hit it
dynamic.
off right away, even though they kind of bust each other's balls when they first meet each other. But it's like, yeah, they're trying to figure out who's the dominant one, who's the alpha, who's the
and I've always said that
Chad.
this was the what is it, the prototype, the template that he used for what would go on to be Step Brothers, which is a whole movie of him doing this scene. The entire movie is this
Right.
scene.
Yeah.
It's like,
the playful ribbing.
yeah.
I like the line I really loved is how many times you seen Star Wars? Like 5, because that was a line.
1977.
Any kid that was in school in the 70s, you would ask a new kid that if a new kid came into your class, how many times you seen Star Wars, man?
Well,
You
that
know,
was actually a great transition. And speaking of
People tell me
May
I
the
look
Fourth-
like Han Solo. You're like, really? This is some old Photoshop I made a long time ago. He does kind of look like Han Solo when you think about it. Anyway,
yeah, a little
Reed.
bit, yeah.
John
My
C.
favorite,
Reilly.
my favorite thing about this scene is when he's making the margaritas and he's just pouring the tequila through
Oh, yeah.
2, 4. He takes a big swig of it. Whatever.
He's a party guy, dude. He should just be wearing like a Hawaiian shirt almost.
Yeah.
I can't quite tell what's on his shirt. I know I've seen it so many times. I just never really paid
Looks
attention.
like some kind of guy on a motorcycle or something.
So, who was it earlier who brought up the line about the street?
Oh, that's depends.
Avalon, I think.
No, it's Avalon. You
Yeah,
said it was-
Avalon. Yep.
So yeah, this is right after that line where he goes.
Yeah, so Jack says you're from the street.
Yeah.
Now, do you think he means like you live on the same street, or do you?
I think he
thought it
meant
meant like you're a homeless kid. You're a homeless
I've
guy.
always-
Yeah, I thought that's what he meant.
I've always interpreted it as like he just moved in on the block.
Yeah,
I
always
guess you could go
assumed,
either
like,
way.
No, he
You're
means
like
he's
a-
No, I
from
thought
the
he meant
street.
homeless. Yeah,
No, from
I
the
thought he meant
street,
he was
street,
homeless.
He's a street kid, which was there was
Yeah.
a lot of runaways in LA at that time because of Hollywood, and that's where they went. And
Oh, right.
some of them ended up working in porn.
Dude,
Because they're easily manipulated because they were vulnerable, so they were more easily manipulated and brought in to do things because, hey, do you want shelter and food and a bed?
The billboard.
do
light
this.
said, Fame and fortune light ahead.
So,
So-
quick bit of trivia about Dark, about the
No, go ahead.
actor here playing the Colonel.
Robert Wrigley.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now he was dying of cancer when he shot this movie, so that he knew this would be his last film. And Anderson made sure he got a part in it because he played Jack Warner in the original student film of this that Anderson made as his graduation project. It was like a spoof documentary, a bit like Spinal Tap for Dirk Diggler sort of thing.
Robert Wrigley was friends of Paul Thomas Anderson's father, who was Ernie Anderson, who was the voice, the narrator from America's Funniest Home Videos. The guy who'd be like, "Give it up for Bob Saget, folks." He had his little building, you know.
Shit.
That's Paul Thomas Anderson's dad. So he kind of grew up in Hollywood because of that. His dad also, did other voice work and various other things. But Robert Wrigley was one of his dad's best friends, and like his father and
he's
Robert
so
Wrigley
good.
both passed away this year when his movie came out, Boogie Nights.
He's so good in this. It's such a good performance. I felt he should have been nominated for Best Supporting Actor personally.
Yeah,
but-
Robert Wrigley was more of a funny man, and this is like kind of one of his few times where he gets to do this kind of dramatic.
He's
kind
got
of
his
main
character's
role.
he's got a great arc just for a supporting
and
character with
he
like
has a
5
brief
scenes.
he has a brief appearance in Hard 8 too. He's like one of the hotel like Major D type characters. You see him in the background talking to customers, and that's it. It's he's got a weird a very sporadic career over the long time.
Yeah,
So
he's always
since we've
got
already go
super
ahead.
young girlfriends, which is rather suspicious. But-
So I'll just briefly set up what it is. So the Colonel is the financer for the films, and he's the producer. And he always comes to these parties with, like you just said, Dirk Diggler created. he always comes with these underage girls, which will come into play later.
And not just underage; they're all drug addicts too.
Yes. Well, everybody's a drug addict here, apparently. Speaking of which, here's her asking if there's any coke at this party and going and finding it.
Look at the amount of coke on that mirror, man.
This party just looks really fun. I'm not gonna lie.
Everyone loves a good pool party, dude.
Mm-hmm. So, what I was going to say though is there's an interesting. I'm not sure if it's right. I think it's a little bit after this. We might not have the clip, but during that whole pool sequence, and I know me and Stupendo have talked about this multiple times. I think you know exactly where I'm going. It's Mark Wahlberg and John C. Reilly were not speaking backstage at this point. They had some sort of disagreement on set. And they were not speaking unless it was a line directly to each other. You can actually see that they never make eye contact after the bar, him making the margaritas. If you look closely, like they're always looking away from each other, delivering their lines as if they're not paying attention.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, they were not speaking just for that filming sequence, though. So
Right.
The rest of the movie, they were fine. So it was just that specific. There was some incident between the two of them. They were not seeing eye to eye.
In the commentary, John C. Reilly talks about this like a snowball incident or a marshmallow incident where like he said he claimed that he was low blood sugar, so he was very aggro. And somebody, probably Mark Wahlberg, threw a marshmallow at him and he kind of blew up. It went crazy. And
that seems like a very masshole thing of him to do. Like, oh, you need some fucking goddamn blood sugar. Here you go, you fucking
throw marshmallows at him. Yeah.
You fucking scumbag. Every this fucking thing. I can see someone from Boston doing that.
Yeah.
But this is actually my favorite sequence in the entire movie.
Also, one of my favorite songs on the soundtrack that's not on the soundtrack, Lonely Boy by Andrew Gold.
But so the phone rings and Luis picks it up and
it's the kid, isn't it?
It's Maggie.
Yeah, Maggie.
Yeah.
Which is the real name of Amber Waves, Maggie.
Yeah.
He goes and he does the most half-assed attempt to go find this woman you've ever seen. He walks about 13 feet away from the phone. Goes, is there Maggie here? No? Okay, bye. And
I know Maggie.
Yeah. Now,
Dude,
what I
that
love...
was a great Luis Guzman impression, Stupendo.
I was just talking the way I normally talk, guys. You know Maggie, man? I know Maggie.
I know Maggie.
That's how I talk, man.
My favorite thing about this scene is Don Cheadle goes so method with this sequence. He goes, so I'm going to use he gets off the phone. He's like, hey, watch this. Puts it down.
Yeah.
Don Cheadle stares at the phone the entire sequence. Does not break eye contact with the phone. Luis comes back, picks it up, and he's still staring at the phone until it's hung up. So he takes it literal, which is another one of those. Which is another one of those naive stupidity things that is common amongst all the characters here. Is that in his instance, he takes everything very literally.
He could just be really high on cocaine. It makes you focus on things.
Well, no, because later on he doesn't accept magic. He accepts magic at full face value.
Yeah, to the demons.
So, he doesn't assume that it's an illusion.
But you'd be fair, you've seen black people who act magic tricks, man. They go crazy, right?
That's true, man.
Whoa!
That's true.
But I'm saying he takes things very literally.
Avalon, did you ever work with or meet Ron Jeremy?
I've met him, but I don't think anyone likes him.
No, he's the partial inspiration for Guzman's character, the guy on the right in the movie.
Oh,
that character was partly inspired by him. Yeah. So
Ron Jeremy is gross. I don't think anyone likes him.
I've heard the same.
There was a time in the 70s when he was a young man. It's funny.
No. I mean, he's gross in personality as well as everything else. Like, he's just not a great person.
He's in prison, isn't
he? Yeah, for good reason. Yeah. He deserves to be there. Right.
Exactly.
We had him at Sexpo, and we had to have like security to make sure he couldn't hassle like the guest as well as performers and stuff. Like, he's just
Jesus.
Oh my god,
does not understand anybody's personal boundaries at all. Or just like, he's just inappropriate with absolutely anyone who goes within his eye range.
He has narcolepsy. I heard that he falls asleep randomly.
He's just also not he's just a creep. He's like an all-round creep.
Well, he's
Much like these people who are all around being creepy.
Yeah, watching Nina Hartley and TT Boy. Is it TT Boy again, or is it a different guy?
You don't see his face. You don't see his face.
Do you assume that it's like she has a? What's worse, that she has a boyfriend and she's married, or is it?
No, it's a different guy.
It's a different guy each time.
She's always testing out whatever talent is available because she's a sex addict.
You could assume that she was also probably worked with Jack. Maybe is that how?
Yeah,
I think little Bill met all these people. You know,
she's supposed to be one of the older porn stars of that generation.
Which is funny when you consider the fact that at the time Nina Hartley would have been still considered like an older porn star when she filmed this movie, and she's still active in the industry,
right?
So she's still this person in the greater of what she's supposed to be.
But I love how they do the repetition of what the hell's going on, what the fuck's going on here. It's like, what does it look like, But then it cuts to Nina Hartley on the ground getting railed, and she's just like, "Shut up, Bill! You're embarrassing me." You take the wife takes the husband to the summer backyard party, and the husband has too many drinks or doesn't wear jeans, doesn't wear pants. "You're embarrassing me, dear." That's the way she says it,
And then this guy, he has this heart to heart with this guy, but then at the end of he still goes and has a look, which is just
but also it's this idea yo, man, we got to talk about shop real quick. We got to talk shop, and we got to, I got to find out about tomorrow.
Clearly, Little Bill is he's shook by the situation that's going on. Because the first time he sees it, it's just the guy. In this instance, she's embarrassed, but he really is. She has how many people? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10
people on the balcony. Yeah,
a minimum 11. A minimum 11 people watching this go on. So there might be more off camera that you can't see. So we just assume 11. Anywhere upwards of 20 might be watching this, and he's so shook. And meanwhile, Ricky Jay is just like, "Oh yeah, well you got to go somewhere."
This is what they do for a living, So at the same time, it's like it would be kind of a red flag, the fact that it is starting to bother. It is getting to Bill, And
Stupendo, I'll let you take this one because there is one of the most legendary accidental, on purpose flub up of a line that they left. And I'll let you take this one.
Well, it's again there's a common theme where people misspeaking on camera, and it makes sells for the realism. But yeah, he says, "My fucking wife is on the driveway with a cock in her ass, or an ass in her cock right now, an ass in her cock in the driveway. So I'm sorry if I'm not concerned about the shoot tomorrow, Kirk."
You're giving me shit, Kirk.
You giving me shit, Kirk. Yeah. He's like, "Hey, no, fuck. I mean, it's just the shoot of the film. I mean, if you got more important stuff to do or more somewhere to be, fuck it. He's like, "Dude, I don't have time. All right. My wife is on the driveway with an ass in her cock in the driveway." And it's one of those things where Paul Thomas Anderson, I wouldn't be surprised if that was written that way, because we've already had several flub ups that were written that way already.
You and me have both watched the commentary multiple times, and I've listened closely, and I don't recall him mentioning that it was a screw up that they kept or in the script. With the way he does commentary, though, is very strange. It's he goes on these huge tangents where he's not even talking about what's on screen. He'll be talking about his childhood
me when
bike.
I do a stream.
Yeah, he'll be like, "Yeah, I had at this scene, the scene will just be going on, and he'll just be like, "Oh yeah, and I had a red bike when I was a kid, and it was really weird because everybody else had a blue bike."
Well, to be fair, it's like, all right, Paul, you're gonna sit in a room for 2.5 hours and talk over your movie. It's like tangents are probably expected, especially if he's doing a little toot.
For me, it was quite interesting to see William H. Macy in a role like this, because the first role I ever saw him in was Jurassic Park 3, actually.
Well, you didn't see him in Air Force One before that?
Fargo. Fargo. He's kind of the same character, except he's got a Minnesota accent, and there's less cuckoldry. But
Dude, it's the same as seeing Alfred Molina, because so him and Alfred Molina, I grew up watching them in Jurassic Park 3 for him. Alfred Molina, it was Spider-Man 2, of course. And so going back and seeing Alfred Molina's older stuff, I think he was in is it Splice? Yes, Splice is the name of the movie.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, and so seeing him do R-rated movies for me is still kind of very, very weird, you know. So whenever I
Dude.
see that he's done an R-rated movie, to me, just like it jumps out. So
Have you seen Magnolia? Yeah, that's like Alfred
no, I
Molina
haven't
is
seen
so great.
Magnolia yet.
Oh my god, Alfred Molina has one scene in that movie. He's fantastic.
Well, just like has one scene in this movie, and it's fantastic.
Yeah.
If we could, I mean, this is still part of the party here. Avalon, have you attended any crazy industry parties ever that you can
I mean,
recall?
MFC has like big socials, but I wouldn't call them crazy. They're just like big fun parties. I mean, at most there might be some weed or some alcohol, but it's not like these kinds of things.
Yeah. People
It's just-
ODing in bathrooms
Yeah,
and
no.
people having sex everywhere and
Like they're fun social events, but there's still also very much networking events and like work
Professional.
events. Yeah. So
I think
you
that's the
do
thing in the
Snapchats, you
70s.
do TikToks, Instagram Live. Like it's very much full social media as
Mhm.
well. So you're not going to like
Yeah.
completely lose control.
You heard it
think
here
it's
first,
in the
ladies and gentlemen.
70s
Weed is
the
considered
70s
professional.
yeah, I mean, smoke them if you got them, dude. But in the 70s,
Okay,
I
you
think the
should,
idea
this
is
is
there's
a
more of a
perfect segue for you to put up a picture of me at that party in LA.
Oh, let me pull those up. Yeah, you guys just talk for a little bit. I got to pull up the.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk about ODing and then Lance just had a party in LA.
No, I
All
didn't
right.
know
I think just
Dean,
back
man.
then, with the whole love is free in the 70s, you know, I think it's just like there's a not a
Oh,
lack
you
of
didn't. Lance, can
professionalism,
you
but
resend those to me on Twitter instead? Because I think you sent it to me on WhatsApp.
No, man, I sent them to you on
They're
Twitter.
on
Just
Messenger
scroll up in the Boogie Nights thing. They're all
But you know, no.
on Twitter, man.
Okay, hold on.
because
Yeah, they're
I
there.
actually don't have them on this.
Okay,
machine.
never mind. Yeah, you know, I was in our
Oh my
direct.
god, I didn't see these either.
Yeah, I was in our direct.
It's in the group chat.
No, yeah, I got it. Let me just separate it from here so I can.
But some of them are from Erotica, LA Erotica, and then there's some from Exotica, whichever one. Yeah, and
I gotta
then
say,
there's,
I've never been to an adult convention. I've never been to.
Me neither, man. I don't
basically
even
one
know
of
if I can
it was
find
one
some
of the
here.
talents 40th birthday. Actually, this guy, I forget his name, who was also in some kind of punk band. So they had his band all set up by the pool. That's me with Jasmine Cashmere, and I forget the girl on the right. Jasmine has left the industry and found God now. But she was a really nice person. I stayed in touch with her a long time after. There you go. That's me and Jada Fire, same party. So she's still working in the industry. Avalon would know who she is, I'm sure, because she's done like 1,000 films or something. So yeah, it was a guy's birthday. There were some people doing weed and some other things, especially some of the younger talent at the party. But basically, it was just everybody was just drinking and having fun, and
yeah,
you know.
I mean, I've been to plenty of like rock and roll, like music parties, rock parties. People want to party like rock stars. That's different, That's where you start getting like debauchery in every room. It's just like a rager. And that's true with like people in the industries like acting or adult films or stand-up comedians. Like people just want to be rock stars sometimes, and they just like they want to go they want to get cut loose, get crazy. And I think this movie, and there's a lot of these movies where like it's a warning, this
Didn't
this
Nickelback
style of
make a
living.
song about that? They all just want to be big rock star. Yeah,
that's Nickelback. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. See, I know Nickelback, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not that young.
You act like Nickelback's not still active.
A band of 50-year-old men you're talking about.
No, and
but yeah, I know about that band that's still touring now.
All right. Well, back
I've heard of the meme band as well.
back to the ODing, man, and taking.
Someone was saying they thought Nickelback wasn't even a real band. They thought Nickelback was like a word you use to describe shitty music. And then they found out Nickelback is an actual band. They're like, what?
But why did Nickelback get so much hate? Because like there's plenty of bands that have shitty music, but why is it all focused on Nickelback?
I have this theory about Nickelback that
I think it's mostly their name.
I think most people actually enjoy them, but it's like a meme and fun to just make fun of them.
Yeah, it became a meme. I actually watched a video on it not too long ago. Yeah, it kind of just became a meme. I think there's a good video by Sunny V2. He does like stuff like that on YouTube, and like he actually made a video on why people meme on Nickelback. And I think it's because it was someone like Howard Stern that basically started the meme or something, and then people just ran with it, and that's it. But people won't actually admit the Nickelback has good music.
I've never liked Nickelback. Sorry. Never
Well-
told you I was a wise man. Whatever the fuck.
I thought
he says.
Nickelback was one person.
Yeah, DJ Nickelback.
In American
Yeah, but-
football, it technically is a position. It's a nickel corner. It's a Nickelback is the slot corner for. It's like a fifth corner on fifth DB on a football field.
I think it's their dumb band name origin story that everyone knows about how they would all go to Starbucks and get the same thing, and they'd pay with a 20, and they would get a Nickelback. They would pay with like whatever they ordered every week was like $19.95. It's a
So you said it's a dumb origin story everyone knows, and I've never heard of that before.
Same.
All right. Well, now
So
you
I
do.
like what Eraserhead said right here. It's not that Nickelback is horrible. It's just that almost every other band is better. I do want to take this moment to say, so I did see when I was over on Twitter that there's several people watching, a good number of people watching over on Uninspired Twitter. Come on over to
Hi,
our
Twitter
stream
people.
and
Yeah,
talk
you
to
can
us in
leave
the chat.
comments on YouTube.
Yeah, and we'll
Twitter
talk
needs
about
to
'em.
implement a comment section, a chat section on Twitter.
We
That'd
have
be
about
cool.
25 or so people watching over there currently. So if that's where you're watching, come over to my YouTube channel.
Bring
That's where we're.
yo ass.
Yeah, and all right. Well, speaking of ODing, ladies and gentlemen, Philip Seymour Hoffman enters.
Oh my God.
With his
Alright.
moose knuckle.
So this was actually the scene I was mentioning where you could see that they're not looking at each other when Philip Seymour Hoffman walks in. They do that like weird thing where it zooms in right on Dirk and the lens, whatever. It's really not like a
telescopic.
Yeah, but they don't really telescope it. It's weird. I don't know what that
They
effect
kind of
is.
use like the
liked it.
viewfinder.
I kind of like.
Yeah, I like that. You
Yeah, it's a
zero
cool
in on it.
effect. It's a cool effect, but it's not like they don't zoom. It's they basically darken everything around him.
Yeah, they Looney Tunes it, man. I just call it. They
Like I
Looney
said,
Tunes
it's that Alamadam. Like, hey, I saw some other director in some other old timey movie do it, so I'm gonna do it too. You know, I'm sure that's what it was.
In every scene Scotty's in, nothing ever fits him quite right.
Yeah,
yeah.
And
He
we've all
gained all this
got a
weight
friend
recently.
like that, you know.
Yeah, he gained all this weight recently because his clothes probably used to fit like last year. I don't know.
So, but what I was saying was that's
Why they
when
just change it to clothes that fit? Because he looks awful. Like I did not like the
Right.
character because of his ill-fitting clothes.
No, exactly, and it adds to that the sadness to it, the cringe. He's got it's
It's
There's-
just there's
he's
a whole
fucking idiot. He's a
backstory
fucking
to
idiot. He's a
him.
fucking idiot. You know, like he says later.
But
there's
yeah,
a
this was one of
there's
those
a whole-
scenes, by the way.
There's a whole backstory to his character that we never get to find out, like his
Right.
upbringing, which I sense is probably truly terrific.
Scotty is like the Wolverine or the Boba Fett of this movie. Like he doesn't really have a backstory. We don't want to know too much about him. He's like the mysterious loner. He's like Scorpion in Mortal Kombat. I'm just kidding.
That's a
think he's a
comparison
victim
you
of
can
abuse.
make, I guess.
He's got no origin story. The second you find out about his backstory, you're going to ruin the character, of Scotty. It is better left vague, is what I'm getting at, without joking. It is better like left up to the audience's imagination. It's cool when the audience gets to participate in the story, by imagining stuff.
This is
Robert Wrigley's eyebrows when he sees it.
His line.
May
I
his
see it?
eyebrows don't move. His eyebrows don't move, but his forehead like sinks. Like it's bizarre.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like everything on his face moves except his eyebrows. It's bizarre.
So well done.
So
And he's like
I'll
stunned.
try to
Ready?
recreate the line that he says. And this is probably knowing true Pop Culture 7, he's probably going to take this out of this stream and use it for a meme. But I'll do it because I love this movie. And he goes, "It's great to meet you, Eddie. Jack tells me you got a great big cock." And and then Eddie goes, "Yeah, I guess so." And he goes, "May I see it, please?" So it's just like well, his reaction is essentially it's like a combination of, so he's clearly a pedo. That's one of his issues in the movie. We're getting a glimpse of it because anybody with eyes can see the girl he brought to the party is too young.
Yeah.
But he's also like, Eddie is still 17 here, so it's in his range, and he it's like a combination of like getting turned on, but also at the same time he's realizing like this is gold right here, this is money.
Totally.
So it's like
Do you
this
think the Colonel
weird.
swings both ways?
I don't necessarily know, but I think I've always just got this sense that it's a little combination of both.
Oh yeah, it's definitely like you struck oil, with that huge oil derrick thing you got there.
Yeah, we could drill for oil with that one.
My God.
Avalon, is there ever a weird producer that has to inspect the talent like that?
Not during my time, at least. Maybe earlier.
Yeah.
I know that in the past, strip clubs used to have like really weird rules where they would inspect and like they'll inspect new dancers completely naked on the stage.
Right.
But while I was dancing, any inspections, it's fully closed. So like they'll be like, "Oh, can you stand up and turn around?" That's it, but you're fully clothed. So it's definitely changed. It might have been creepier in the past.
We should do a breakdown of Showgirls. That was a wild movie.
We could one day.
I met the writer. But
yeah, the jacuzzi scene's so great because like you have Mark Eddie and Reed sitting in the jacuzzi and they're kind of broing out now with the lamest poetry ever, the honeybee tree or whatever, and the honey tree.
I love you, you love me, going down the honey tree. It's like
there are lots of bees, but the bees won't sting because you love me.
Yeah,
like, that's all I got. That's all I got. And I love how Eddie is like
really
good. He's being genuine when he's like, "Dude, it's fucking great, dude. You wrote that? That's amazing."
Well, yeah, that's why they go into music later on.
Yeah. Do you think? Yeah, that's the thing. Is like they're not being nice. I think they're being genuine when they flatter each other, but they're flattering each other. I think gives them both like inflated egos, especially over the course of the next few years.
It's that is pretty common amongst
yes
bros,
men.
Men. If you have two guys that are always, like, "Oh, dude, you look great. Like that looks awesome."
Dude,
and then they actually look like
movies, and we're gonna make $1 million, bro. I'm just kidding.
But they actually look like Philip Seymour Hoffman from the previous scene. You're not gonna, but you're like, "Oh no, you're definitely pulling off that like beer gut that's coming out of your shirt." Do not go up a size, man. That is your look. And and I do think that that's pretty common amongst people who are don't have the nuance of being able to explain to someone, like, we could improve this if we did it a certain way, because you don't want to hurt someone's feelings.
No, of course.
So I have a feeling that it's one of those things. He's being genuine. Like, I like it, but like, we could probably make this a little better, would be something someone more intelligent might say.
Yeah. Like, let me put some guitar under it. Also, and I also like how, this has all just been one party. This has all been the day of him running away, So him and Reed have kind of formed a bond by the end of this day. And then Jack shows up and kind of cements this like little male family these guys kind of create over the next few years.
And of course,
Dirk Diggler's born.
Let me play the clip.
Excuse me, Jack?
Yeah.
I was thinking about what the Colonel was saying, about my name.
Uh-huh.
My idea was, I just want a name. I want it so we can cut glass, like razor sharp. Well, when I close my eyes, I see this thing. It's like this big sign. And this name is just so bright and so sharp that the sign, it just blows up because the name is just so powerful.
I think heaven has sent you here, Dirk Diggler.
Well, I love how not only do the fireworks go off and the light goes off, but then like a whole wall of flames.
Yeah.
So from this point forward, we will refer to him as Dirk Diggler.
Dirk Diggler.
Dirk.
Yeah, my mistake. Of course, it won't happen again later. I love how like later when everyone's just on board, like, yeah, your name's Dirk now, no problem.
Which actually, I'll mention something about that later. But one thing I want to point out about that scene, it's one of a few. It's not the exclusive time it happens, but it might be the worst example of Mark Wahlberg failing to hide his Boston accent.
Mm-hmm.
Being a California-born native.
It flips a few times in this movie and in lots of movies. Yeah.
He does a really good job for the most part in his career, but that was one of the worst examples of him trying to hide it. He'll raise a shot.
Mark Wahlberg, he does this thing where like he like breathes like really fast, like out of his mouth while he's talking.
Dude, he does that the most in Pain and Gain. He does that the most.
The Happening, he does it a lot. He's just like, what's going on here?
Dude, it's like
breathe,
literally the
out of your
most
nose,
famous
breathe.
line of The Happening. He does that. He's like, "What? No!"
What are
It's
you-
like,
what are you
dude.
talking about?
Avalon. So you've gone by a few names throughout your time. I don't remember how you told me a story about how you came up with your name, but I can't recall it all of a sudden. Can you just run us through
Tell
that?
us.
Yeah, I was on a set shooting something with somebody who I ended up shooting with more regularly. And they're like, "Oh, do you have a name you want to go by?" And I'm like, "Oh, never really thought of it, but I used this name while I was dancing," which was the really cliche name of Scarlet, because, red hair, very creative. And they're like, "Oh, we can't use that name because somebody else already has that name." And then I suggested like a second name, but it was too similar to another name of someone on the books because they've been like hundreds of people who are shot with the studio. So then I'm like, "Oh, okay, what about Avalon?" And it was just because a couple of nights before I had watched The Mists of Avalon as a movie. So I'm like, "Yeah, we'll do the whole fairy thing, Avalon Faye." Like on the spot, made up, not really much thought behind it.
Did this person have like a Rolodex or a big notepad of all the adult film star names like ever?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, man. It's
Well,
kind of
he
like
just
one of these
remembers
user name
them.
He had
choices.
encyclopedic
He just
knowledge.
remembers the
That's
names.
amazing.
He just remembers
Dude,
them
better.
all. So, like the people
like
who've
Rain
worked with
Man.
regularly, yeah, he just remembered all the names, and I'm just like, "Oh, okay." And yeah, at one point, because I think I suggested Avalon, he's like, "Oh, we have an Ava, but it should be fine." I'm just like, gonna run out of names soon.
They're like, I can just imagine him going through and being like, okay, this is what we have left. We have Juggy McBiggerson is still available. You like that one? No,
No.
Okay.
You need names that sound like real names. So they didn't want
Yeah.
any names that sounded fake. You always want to have names that sound like they could be genuinely real names.
Okay.
Like,
Dirk
I
Diggler.
don't know if that was a rule or an expectation, but it was definitely along those lines. Like, if you try to do something like even like Roller Girl, that doesn't sound like a real name, they'll be like, "No, you can't use that."
I would assume that that's based on studios as well, because over the years there has been ones that have some like clearly this is a porn name. Like their last name is literally Jugs or something. It's with a Z, and so it's not
Sensual Jane. That's what I'm thinking of.
So yeah, it's like I would guess that it's based on the studio, but it would also make sense. He wants this to be his name. He wants to shed his entire history.
I'm not Eddie Adams anymore.
Yeah. And Dirk Diggler, I've always found to be a fascinating name because it's like almost like he's saying dick, but not quite there twice.
It's a phallic name. It's also got this punch, like phonetically. Dirk. Dirk. It's like it's a manly name. It's cool. And then Diggler. It's like it's diggling. I don't know what diggling is, but it sounds, exotic, erotic.
See, it makes me think of digging, like digging a hole. So I'm like,
look,
that's kind of what happened.
It's been voted on. It's been voted on in the chat. Juggy McBiggerson definitely sounds like a real name. So, just saying. I've always said if I was gonna do one, I would want to do one of those like take a real name of an actor and change it, and I want to do Clint Beastwood.
There you go.
That was always Clint Beastwood. I think would be a pretty good one. So
this next scene is. So it was so funny for me because it's Little Bill and Jack basically going over the shooting schedule.
Actually, yeah.
The producer, the first AD. And I've been in this same situation, obviously, with mainstream, where we're going over the shooting schedule and it's like, so we're going to shoot that scene and so. And then they've just got that line. So, yeah, they and them go at it. Okay, then we get into the hospital scene. We do, yeah, they and them go at it. And the language is so similar, except for basically they go at it is changed with that's a 2-shot, or we're going to do a wide, and then we'll do that, and then and then we move on to the next shot. But it's the body language and everything, and the way they speak is just bang on. It's exactly the same.
Who's an unspoken hero of this movie? If you go back one still, the other guy, not the camera guy, but Mustachio, the old guy. He barely says anything this whole movie. He's chill. He's just there.
He has that like Marlboro Man scene in the near future where he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna stand here.
Yeah.
Which character in the movie is played by Robert Downey Sr.?
Well, that's the music producer later. We'll
okay.
That, yeah.
That's an MP, not a YP.
Yeah.
It's a YP.
I don't know all this fancy jargon. MP, YP. I don't. me and Stupenzo, you and me one day are going to go through line for line on this movie and just riff off.
Let's
of
do
each
this
other.
a third time in a year. Yeah,
we're
I'm
doing
down.
it. We're doing it.
We'll break
Every
it down
year.
for
We're gonna
6
do
hours.
something.
I think I'm gonna talk about The Matrix for 6 hours tomorrow, just because I feel like it. So we'll see how that goes.
Yes, Robert Downey Sr. does actually exist. I could see why somebody would just be like, "Oh yeah, it's Robert Downey," and he just added Junior because it's a stage
Well, listen,
name. No.
Norman, if there's a junior, there's a senior, man.
Well, I mean,
always.
stage names can be
No.
whatever you want them to be. So
You have to understand, Downey was his mother's maiden name, and she kept it. And then Junior is his father's last name. Robert Downey is his first and middle name.
Oh fuck!
I don't know what I'm saying.
So
Let's continue.
Yeah, we cut to Dirk preparing himself in the dressing room, and he's running his lines. And of course, Scotty comes in, and it's like, they're ready for you. Brings him out, and they have this kind of heart-to-heart, weird, awkward moment where Scotty is just, I like your name. It's really
He's
cool.
chewing on the pen.
He's chewing on the pen. Yeah, he's just
oral
like
fixation.
just gnawing.
He's nervous.
And
He's
everybody
nervous, but
also, Dirk Diggler is also nervous because this is his first scene. So it's
like, can you just give me a minute alone? And he gives himself his first pep talk, kind of.
Yeah,
he
when he
fixes
does
his
the
hair.
This suit is great as well.
Yeah, man, he's making the ascot work. It's
The
looking
big
good.
collars in the 70s were so iconic. And then, the ascot. Yeah, that's also, dude. Yeah, Jack Horner. It's like, I have mixed feelings about him. He's a cool guy, but he's
He
also
looks like someone who'd be an
like a
NPC
predator.
in like GTA Vice City.
yeah.
So since we have a nice centered shot of Jack Horner, I find it amazing. So Burt Reynolds did not like this movie when it came out.
Yeah, he disowned it.
He disowned it.
He said,
go on.
He went on set for a porno movie to prepare for this movie. He said it was one of the worst experiences of his life or something like that. He said making this was like embarrassment. He wanted to fire his agent. He was embarrassed about making this movie.
He did fire his agent.
He did fire his agent.
He fired his agent for recommending he took the part. But then, of course, later when it revived his career, and I think he actually saw the finished film, he was like, "Oh, okay."
Not only that, this is by far his most recognized in terms of awards when they still mattered. He got nominated for the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. He won the Golden Globe. He won some of the other lower ones, like the Satellite Awards and stuff, like some of the lesser awards. He got a lot of awards for this.
Yeah.
And I would say he kind of got snubbed for the Academy Award, and possibly because
I think that's true.
And possibly because of the movie's
subject matter.
Yeah, subject matter is the term I was looking for. And so it is really strange how much disproportionate hatred he had for a role, which would go on to be one of his, if not his most iconic role at this point.
Yeah. Amber Waves, by the way, in real life is based on a character called Julia St. John, or a real porn star called Julia.
Who is in the movie.
Yeah, she's got a cameo in it somewhere, I believe.
Yeah, she's the judge later on. We'll see her.
Oh God, that's right. Yeah. Ironic casting there. Yeah.
Well, I do have the clip of their interaction just before they start shooting the porno, so let me play it.
Do we go right into the sex?
I need some more fill. Is that all right? Good.
Is it okay with you?
Do you want to practice your lines with me?
No, I know it. Does he want me to keep going until I come?
Yeah, you just come when you're ready.
Where should I do it?
What do you want?
Wherever you tell me.
Pull it out and do it on my stomach and my tits if you can.
Yeah, no problem.
Now,
dude, I was laughing so hard the first time I watched that scene. I was like, oh my God, I could never pull off something like this with a straight face, because I can't even flirt with a straight face. Like, legit, I always laugh at stuff like this.
Here's how you know Mark Wahlberg and also Julianne Moore are very talented, because acting well, that's one thing. Pretending to act bad, that's a whole nother level of talent. And then later when Mark Wahlberg pretends to sing badly, that is very hard to do.
Yeah.
If you're naturally like going into pitch, it's hard to go off pitch like that. So this is like really good. Like, yeah, it's like Paul Thomas Anderson said, like, oh, you think you're a good fucking actor. Okay. Let's see you act badly. Let's see you pretend that you're a bad actor acting. Let's
and Julianne Moore
do so
really
well.
nails it. She really nails. She actually at one point she goes.
This is a giant cock. Like,
Yeah.
that's how she says it. She says it like a robot.
Yeah.
So she goes to pull the chair with her, and she can't quite get. She's like stuck, and she can't. So she like just puts. She just goes like this and like goes forward, and it's such a great example of
terrible blocking.
Yeah,
terrible blocking. I mean, we're kind of getting our first dose of the actual Jack Horner movies, and you realize they're bare bones. They're filmed in his basement with like a skeleton crew for the time, anyway. And yeah, it's a bunch of old dudes and a bunch of regulars that hang around this house, and they're all just kind of.
Before we go any further, I do want to talk about the dialogue a little bit. Avalon, I would love to hear your opinion on the dialogue that they have. But you know, it's like we don't have it here, but it goes back and forth. It's something like you know, I need this movie to be a hit because if it isn't, I'll get kicked out of my apartment. My landlord's a real jerk, which is weird, like just weird phrasing. Like the movie needs to be a success, or my landlord will get mad. I can't pay him. They just skip that part in the script. And then it's about him being in the what was it, the Navy or the Marines, and he was in 2 tours of duty or 3 tours of duty, and he hasn't been with a woman, and she's like, "That's terrible. It must really suck to not have sex," basically. And that actually is because John Holmes, who the character is based on, was in either the Navy or the Army before he got into it. So that's a reference to that.
Look at all this like rich backstory that we're giving. Whereas at 50 years from now, it's like, I'm stuck in a washing machine. Help me, stepbrother. That's what we've evolved into.
Dude, I mean, some of the funniest aspects of watching porn is going to the comment section. And dude, it's literally one of the funniest comment sections you will ever see in your life, dude. It is hilarious, man. And
actually nicer. They're nicer comments than you will get in like YouTube or social media.
Instagram is insane. Instagram
is the wild, wild west of comments, dude.
Insane.
Every time something appears on my Insta feed, and it's like a normal, lighthearted video, I know it's because the comments are mad, dude.
So hold that thought, Spenzo. Norman, I wouldn't call it semi-historical. It's all the characters have origins in real people, though. That's
loosely
the best way
based on stories of old.
Yeah. So go on, ask your question.
No, yeah, Avalon, I was going to ask, like, have you ever been on a movie where you've had to like recite lines? That seems like kind of old school. Okay, cool.
So
is it
we
usually
get
is it kind of loosely improv, or is there like a little script? Where you memorize stuff?
It's loosely improv. So there'll be like basic ideas that you can go through, but you do a lot of improv and ad lib during it. But it is, there is like a loose script that you follow. Otherwise, it gets even more awkward if you're trying to just come up with things on the set all the time, or you might forget. Because when I shoot on sets, normally we would shoot like 10 videos in a day, and you'll do like one scene, then the next scene, then the next scene. And if you didn't have like a script or someone following it, you quite literally forget what you just spoke of in the first scene, and you might mix things up. So you'd be like, oh, I thought I continued with this conversation, but that was actually for the other video that we already did like 2-3 scenes ago.
Can you recall any time where you or someone you were shooting with like came up with like a really good like on the spot type, dialogue moment?
Sometimes they'll come up with funny ones and everyone would just lose it, and then we end up scrapping the scene because everyone's just doubled over laughing.
Right. That would be me. It'd be very hard.
Yeah.
Literally.
In more ways than one. Yeah.
Like you can so easily have blooper reels where it's just everyone cackling over and doubled over, or like even ruin makeup because you laugh too much, your mascara runs.
Surely that already exists, right?
I mean, the bloopers would be pretty much just laughing. There's lots of laughing.
The dialogue back and forth here is some of the best bad acting you'll ever see, and not only that, I love how
but it's good acting. It's good acting you've ever seen.
Purposely bad acting, I should say.
Because I could show you like one of the Sharknado movies, and that's bad acting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Listen,
like,
dude, Sharknado is.
I'm not even sure that qualifies as that.
Not Sharknado.
See,
I meant Shark
the
Attack.
Sharknado movies.
I meant Shark
funny.
Attack. Sharknado is different.
Yeah, dude.
We don't have
Sharknado has
another.
time
We don't have
travel,
another
dude,
clip
it's
for
late.
this, right?
No,
Uninspired?
It's just
No,
the
thank God. Is that
the
what
it's just the cock reveal basically.
But it's also this very
Everybody tilts their head in unison.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. He's packing. But also it's this Oedipus. Oh my God. This like Oedipal idea, because like, you know, Amber Waves is kind of like a surrogate type mom to him and everyone else, but they all have sex with her. So, you know, it's kind of strange.
That was
Hi, Dark Hour.
that was one of my most recent little green additions right there. Stupenza made that for me for my most recent video.
Drew a
And
little hand on
I loved when you got the 8 fingers on one hand. I loved that.
I watched that video. That's very funny. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
We'll try
yeah.
Maybe we'll do one where he has like the traditional, like,
Yeah.
oh no, it would be you have 4 fingers on each hand. So that's why it's top 8. There you go. Because your cartoon character has 4 fingers. There you go.
But yeah, so yeah, they have a sequence they're filming, and they have to change mags, which is important to a later micro plot point, but they need to stop the filming temporarily to switch because they're using real film, which takes a little while to get all reset up. And Dirk immediately has essentially like a negative reaction. He thinks he's screwing up, and it's very interesting dynamic between him and Amber for a little bit. Like he's it almost is like there's a wall breaking down between them, and that's how I've always kind of deemed it, because she goes into this very clinically, very business, and then it kind of becomes more of like a pleasure thing for her as it goes along.
Yeah,
that's what I always, that's why she doesn't want him to stop.
I think she's a gateway to he's like a gateway to an ideal partner for her in one level, and on another hand she knows that that's completely impractical and will never happen, but she gets that glimpse of what it could be really like if there was actually emotions shared between her and somebody else. And you see that it's right what you said about the barrier. You see the professional barrier drop for just a second. It's actually quite in the context of these characters and the world they live in, it's actually quite a beautiful moment, I think.
But he's also like tearing up her guts, you know. He's like an arm length inside of her.
Mate,
so.
those guts have had quite a few tanks driven up there already with this character, so I think she's all right.
But yeah, like you said, like, yeah, Dirk Diggler's immediate reaction is like, am I doing okay? Is it sexy? Is it okay? Is it all right?
Yeah, is it sexy is like his number one concern is that it has to look sexy.
Which, Avalon, we kind of spoke about this earlier today, that was you had an instance where there was something like that, where you were like, they were like, make it sexy, and you were like, I don't know what you want me to do.
It was romantic. Like one of the big guys was, make it more romantic, and I'm like, I need more specific cues. How do you make things more romantic? Like what exactly looks romantic?
Eskimo kisses.
Well, because we also we spoke about it before, because a lot of sex in porno is not practical. It's for angular angles of filming, and so it's the best term I ever heard. I don't remember. I wish I could quote who this was from, but they said it's not romantic sex. It's sport fucking. And
it's not even good sex. Like there's the general consensus is it's made to look good. It's not made to feel good. Like you shouldn't try to emulate it because it's all about the visual. It's nothing to do with how it feels or the pleasure. And you're not going to get as much out of it because the stuff that feels better doesn't look good on camera.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's all this like aerobics and shit. Like all these like flexing, like you feel it in your thighs, you know, the ladies, you start like their backs start going out and stuff.
Yeah, you're blowing out the backs. Yeah, there we go.
I'm getting old, man. We're getting old.
But yeah, and that's kind
no
of
comment.
So that's kind of where that barrier is breaking down, because they almost don't like. Everybody has probably seen Zach and Miri make a porno.
Yeah.
Where they have this scene where they're like, yeah, we got all this great stuff, and then this boring ass shit, and it's just them like, you know, not moving, and it's kind of like toward the end when they're like essentially finishing, that's what sort of happens. They just kind of get lost in each other for that split second. And
yeah, they tune everybody out for a brief moment. It's kind of cool.
And that's a problem for the actual filming, and we have a clip as to why it's a problem for the actual filming.
And let me play it.
You what?
I missed the cum shot. He came inside of it. Maybe we could, like, go to stock footage.
It won't match.
Jack, I could do it again if you need a close-up.
Yeah. That's what makes you a professional and a star. I mean, that's something they tell aspiring, film actors. It's like, hey, you want to be an actor? Well, I hope you like repetition. I hope you like doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again until your eyeballs are going to fall out of your head. And imagine doing that with your testicles. Like, that's harder than it sounds.
Dude.
So I did, the reason why I highlighted that, so Avalon told me a interesting industry secret that if you don't want your
spoilers,
your goggles of the industry to be ruined, please tune out for the next 30 seconds. But go on, Avalon. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, sometimes they need to fake it, and especially if it's facials, it ends up tasting delicious because it's warmed up condensed milk.
Yeah.
So you warm it up, or you put a little bit of water in it so it's thinner, and how you hold it, you're hiding the visual from the tube. So like you're holding here and the tube's up behind, and then you just kind of have it like a pump so it splits. But yeah, it's warmed up condensed milk, or there might be thinned out with a little bit of milk or some water just to help it move through because it's sticky. But you can't use that internally because that will cause a yeast infection. So it's just for like on boobs and faces.
It's great for if you like Vietnamese coffees. Flan. I have sweetened condensed milk on hand all the time. It's good.
Yeah.
So actually, it turns out that you actually have some supplies.
And it does look a bit like cum. I never really noticed it, but yeah.
I told a few people that, and I've ruined condensed milk for them. So
no, you just made it better. You've made it better because now I can use it for all kinds of practical jokes and stuff. I never thought it possible.
I love this scene where they buy the matching shirts, and then Scotty comes out, and of course it doesn't fit
Reed
him.
quickly, like it's not only that they attach and become bonds, but it's very obvious that like Reed becomes like a copycat of Dirk, and so does Scotty.
Yeah.
He's like copycating Reed. It's like multiplicity. Remember, they keep cloning each other.
Yeah.
So like, yeah.
Scotty's,
But also,
Scotty's
it's like
trying to fit in. He wants to be like the third brother, but he's more like the kind of awkward, distant cousin.
Dirk's entourage is like, they're good friends, but they're not like impressive in their own right. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like Dirk has his little friends, and everyone's a moron, basically.
Reed actually, Reed's pretty good at magic. So and at the
Reed's
time,
my favorite character. And I think one of the reasons why I like him is he has these. He knows that he's not doing this forever. He's kind of just a party guy, laid back. He means well. He's not a bad guy by any means.
Flip City Magazine. Now, anytime they make a pumpkin pie, I'll think of this stream.
Hooray!
You're welcome, Katie.
Dude, like porn bloopers are some of the funniest things to watch.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen any porn blooper compilations.
They used to put them on the end of some of the VHSs
They are
back in the day. So I've heard allegedly.
Funny. Oh my god, dude.
He fucked. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, like we already touched on the scene here. So
Great montages, though. Great montages in this movie. And the thing is, there's a few of these scenes where, I mean, this isn't one of these scenes, but this is one of these great montages. I think there's 3 or 4 or 5 of them. But there's also a lot of these great one-track shots where we see all the characters and we kind of check in on them. It happens at the beginning. It happens at Jack's party. It happens later at Dirk's party. It happens again at the end.
One line I love when they're in the store and buying all the stuff, and it kind of highlights how Dirk's brain. It's another one of those lines that highlights that his brain doesn't connect things properly. And he picks up the shoes, and Reed goes, "Are they lizard?" And he goes, "No, they're Italian." And it's
they're
like
made out of Italian flesh.
So he was assuming
hamburgers are made out of people from Hamburg.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I was saying. That's kind of where I was going with it, is that he's assuming, even if you take out the it's made of Italian skin, he acts like that the Italian brand couldn't possibly make it out of lizard. It has to be some special Italian thing. Like it's made of pasta or something.
Wasn't his entire house Italian at the end too? Like he was like, "This is Italian, that's Italian."
He gets very obsessed with Italian and Japanese stuff later.
Yeah,
when he gets his own house. He's also very, and that was the thing. That was the trend back then, I guess. Everything was much more condensed. You know, we don't have so
Just
much
like the milk.
Yeah, just like the milk.
So I think at this point, in American history, we were starting to see a lot more international influence in styles and stuff. We had come out of the true like pure Americana age of the 50s and 60s post World War II, and we were starting to see this influx of different styles from other parts of the world, which it pretty much sums that up well. People who want to be in with the trendiness would be doing something like that, and that's something he loves.
Well, I love how it's called Spanish pantalones, and not. It should be called either Spanish pants or pantalones español.
Pantalones español. Sí. So, a question for from a youngster like me. This is to the entire panel. Mostly to you Americans, do theaters like this that only show porn still exist, or
I grew up in a town where there
was
was one left. It's long gone now, but in the 90s they still did exist. So
yeah, and I'm sure it depends. If you're in a big city, they're probably more than likely to be around. You know.
Yeah, but
I don't think there was ever one in Austin I could think of. There's plenty of like video shops
today. You know.
I don't think that this couldn't survive nowadays. There's just
there were two of these.
We have one in Australia. It's actually a pretty big deal. The people who shoot girls out west, that one of their big like things that they will boast about is they have the only adult cinema in Australia.
Huh.
But that's the entire continent of Australia. That's pretty.
It's one, and as in it's the one. Like I don't know if we had them in the 70s or anything like that, because it sounds like they've only been the only ever one in all of Australia.
So where is it? You guys have Sydney seen or Melbourne or you've seen American Werewolf in London, right? Everybody,
of course.
So the porno theater in American Werewolf in London.
It's the best werewolf movie ever.
That's a real cinema. It's not there anymore, but
Piccadilly Circus
it showed mainly adult films, and at one point it was showing like 9.5 weeks for about half a year. So gradually it transitioned from we're showing porn to we're showing the more riskier mainstream films. Anything that was mainly sex themed, it always went on at that cinema right up until they closed. And then the other one was there was one in the middle of Chinatown in London that had all these really weird images out the front, and I'm guessing it was Chinese or Asian adult entertainment. It just looked like a very strange place, which is now a Chinese restaurant and has lots of ducks hanging up in the window.
Like when I go to an adult theater, I want to hear like at our adult theater, we have the greatest custodial staff you can imagine. All right, we are cleaning those seats and those carpets. All right.
We have a nightclub in Brisbane, which used to be like a well-known brothel, and they embraced it fully. There's like this big LED sign on the behind the bar being like, no longer a brothel, and like, was brothel, not anymore, and stuff like that. Like actually in the building.
Like, whores, and it's like X'd out, you know.
Avalon, did you ever go to King's Cross?
I think I've walked past there, but I didn't realize I was there. So I was in Sydney working at an event, and I was just like around. And I only realized after I had left that I'm pretty sure I walked through King's Cross. But by that stage, it hasn't been like the reputation it has was before my time. It's kind of not really been like that for a while, like for at least a decade.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Underbelly and all of those shows. And I watched like the King of Cross, which is the new sort of, it's a bit like Boogie Nights, but it's basically about the people that ran King's Cross back in the day when it was all strip shows and adult theaters and clubs, and a bit of a gay district there as well. And it's a pretty good show. There's a couple of different shows about it, but yeah, it's all changed now, I believe. It's all
it's been like gentrified for the last I think, 20 years. It's been it's been a while now.
One bookstore that sells adult magazines on the top shelf, and that's about it, probably. You know. So unlucky, uninspired. I'm afraid not.
It's so good. This what's it? The split screen, and then the narration when they're reading the article, the review. It's like his success is only going to grow and grow and grow and grow, and then he's winning awards. And then one of my favorite random spontaneous like music numbers. Like this movie is not a musical by any means, but this random dance number is just like a vibe.
So good.
Unfortunately, we can't play it in its entirety, but because of the.
Yeah, I do have the clip of the awards.
You sound so
Let's do it.
terrible.
Let's do it.
Oh, dude, I know, right? Fucking sound like I'm dying right now.
Well,
I have the clip right now.
I'll go back to being the. I had slacked off a little bit on the narration, but yeah. So
Alright.
Dirk basically cleans house at the Adult Film Awards, and he wins for best cock. He wins for best newcomer. And
newcomer,
yeah, newcomer,
Nice.
and he wins for male performer of the year. And there's a little speech that he gives at the end of that. So we have a bit
I
of.
guess the only thing I can say is I'll promise to keep rocking and rolling, making better films. These movies we make, they can be better. They can help. They really can. I mean that. I'm gonna keep trying if you guys keep trying. Let's keep rocking and rolling, man.
I'd so see you in that jacket, man. With those colors.
So one of the things, we don't have the clip of it later, but I'll just mention it now because I do also know that Lance has to leave in a few minutes.
Yeah,
No, Lance, I won't allow you to leave, man.
But they after these scenes that we're about to show, because I want Lance to be for this, they go to the same award ceremony later, and his speech, they have like, there's actually an extended version of the scene where it's like 2 minutes of buildup of him walking up to the podium.
They show everybody again at the dinner tables, you know, when he's getting, they're all clapping in slow motion as he's walking up, and it's that Apollo 100 music playing again. But
And
yeah,
he
it does
just
kind of
goes-
draw out.
He just goes, thank you.
Yeah,
And
that's later. Yeah.
But yeah, Lance, would you like, since I know you have to leave, and this is kind of like a transitional point of the film, would you like to?
Sorry, I'd normally stay for the whole thing, but I've actually got a boat party I'm going to tomorrow. So,
Yo, is there cocaine and porn stars in the boat party?
Avalon hasn't told me yet. She kept it a secret, but don't keep it too late because she's got to get on a plane soon. No, it's the 80s club that I go to once a month. So it's Age Against the Machine. It's called. So it's for people over 30. I'm still dancing, and so we're going to be bopping away to the delights of Aha and Do You Come From a Land Down Under and all that kind of thing.
Avalon does. So.
Before I go, just want to say a couple more things about the film. Funnily enough, Melora Waters is on screen right now, and we haven't talked about her much. I mean, she's not got a massive part.
She's not in much of the first half of the movie.
I think she's a phenomenal actress. She's amazing in the work I've seen her do, and I think she's a bit underrated in Hollywood. I don't think she works enough. She's also a very talented artist. I have asked her for an interview more than once, and
so she actually paints.
She does actually paint in
Those
real
are all
life.
her real paintings in the movie.
Yeah, she painted them. She painted all the.
No fucking way.
She's also my favorite Melora Walters, Cabin Boy with Chris Elliott. That's hilarious movie.
But she's great. But I haven't got her for interview yet. But I do have 2 interviews coming up in the next week or so. So one of them is with actress Grace Rizzo, who was in Mayans MC. She's also a rapper under the name Thug Muffin, and she's also done quite a lot of other racy things. This is her. If you want to pop the picture up. So Grace is coming on, doing the usual interview with me for 90 minutes. We're going to talk about her career. We're going to talk about her latest music video. All the links to her information already on my channel. So we've kind of followed each other for a while, and I'm a big Sons of Anarchy fan and a big Minds MC fan. So I've got her coming on, and then I've also got Will Gibley coming on in the same week, just because this is when people are available. He's the director of Jericho Ridge. It's a poster for it. If you haven't seen this film, watch it. It's a really good sort of tight thriller, assault on precinct 13 kind of movie. Woman gets trapped in a police station on her own. She's already injured from a previous accident before the story begins, so she's not all powerful girl boss, and my god, they put her through the ringer in the movie. And Nikki Amuka Bird, who's the lead in the film, is a really good friend of mine. So I was proper chuffed for her. It's probably the performance of her career, I think. And hopefully we'll get her on the channel. But Will Ghibli, who wrote and directed it, or Gilby, sorry, he's coming on. So me and Northern are going to be interviewing him. I think it's on the 13th of March. It's all on the channel anyway, so you guys can check it out. Plus, we're back for the Nielsen ratings on Tuesday, of course. Oh, and and Band of Brothers every week from next Sunday, episode 2. I'm not doing one tomorrow.
I just want to say it's a shame that you're not going to be able to stay till the end, because I know you interviewed the guy who plays the trucker at the end.
So on my channel, Alan Graff, who plays the man who ends up shooting the robber, but then inadvertently gets shot himself. He's a stunt coordinator, so he's one of the industry interviews on my channel. I think he's like number 46 or something like that. He's one of the biggest stunt coordinators in Hollywood.
He's in a ton of movies you've seen, for sure. Total Recall. He gets killed in a bunch of movies.
And he also, he used to be a linebacker, but he also directed all the second unit for when we were soldiers. So he directed loads of that stuff. We actually talked to him quite extensively about Boogie Nights. So if you want to hear him talk about that scene and how
that was the first video that I ever watched of from you, because
right. Yeah, he said Don Cheadle's really nice, which I've heard from loads of people that have worked with him, which is lovely. So no, it's a shame. Sorry, I can't hang about.
Well, you're welcome back anytime. We're gonna have plenty of stuff coming up. Don't worry.
Avalon, really nice to meet you as well, and thanks so much for coming on to one of these.
See you later. Take care, man.
All right, take care, guys. Bye.
Uninspired sounds like his internet is cutting out when he talks.
Dude, I just realized that. Yeah, I sound like I'm oh god.
Hey, right. Avalon, actually Lance reminds me, I always ask whenever I'm on one of his interviews, I always ask everyone the same question. If we all went to a Mexican food restaurant right now, what would you order?
I love chicken enchiladas, like spicy chicken enchiladas.
All right, there you go. Good to know. What would you get to drink?
Sorry?
What would you get to drink?
I don't like alcohol, so I don't like margaritas. I'd probably just get some sort of soft drink.
Well, good to know. All right.
Ironically enough, tequila is the only alcohol I like.
I'd take some sangria, bro.
Get some Mexican martinis as well.
Anyway, so let's get back to the film, shall we?
Yeah.
So at this point, they've now realized Jack's dream, which is to have a true film, and
even then, there's such a low qualityness to it, but they love it. They're so proud of it. It is good. It's elevated.
The pitch meeting that they have in the van, which is we couldn't really get much of because the whole thing is to magnet and steel, unfortunately, is a great sequence because they're essentially it's what I can only imagine low budget films are pitched as. Like, hey, I got this idea and you have 30 seconds to pitch it out. And they're doing a pretty good job, but at the same time, they're doing a terrible job. Like they're getting hyped, but they're not giving the proper information. So they have to keep backtracking on themselves. Like, oh no, he's not like that. He's like this, which is a horrible elevator pitch, might I add.
Yeah. Just think of because they actually bring up John Holmes in that movie where they talk about Brock Landers and John Holmes. He plays this guy. What's his name? Johnny Wad.
Johnny Wad.
Yeah,
Johnny
he's
Wad.
It's always slapping some girl around, being tough. It's not sexy. It's not. This guy is more of a James Bond type character, and his name's Brock Landers. Just like Dirk Diggler.
Which is ironic because later on there's a clip of him and he punches Becky Barnett in the face.
Yes.
Oh right. Yeah.
Becky Barnett, one thing I wanted to mention before is it's shown that she's actually trying to get out of the industry and date outside of the industry. And
she's too fixated on horoscopes. That's, I think, a big problem. She's always the horoscope thing is very important in the 70s. And it's kind of like a running gag. But yeah, she does kind of get her Prince Charming eventually. But that's why the director
we'll talk about that later. Don't worry. We'll get there later.
But yeah, this is another great montage where we're at Dirk's house now. And just everything's very everything's Asian silk, Italian silk. And I love those wood
of
panels.
abs.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man.
I do love that he's the way he says this too. He goes, "I have my statues from my not my awards. I have my statues." It's like,
yeah.
And
then
the
the
car,
car.
which
The most phallic shaped car you could possibly drive.
Yeah, it's like it came from that Family Guy gag with the phallic penis cars.
And then he gets hit by the bus and it shrinks down. Oh, my pride.
But look at his outfit too, man. His bell bottoms and his his winged, it's just such a vibe. This whole movie,
It's Italian,
the wardrobe,
man.
yeah, the wardrobe people, the look and feel of the movie, the whole.
He even says it in his wardrobe. He's like, it's sorted by size, color,
Designer.
and designer. It's like, how
Yeah.
you can't possibly do all of those.
A
It's
little
impossible.
gay, and it's not like in a bad way or anything, Like I love karaoke, that's pretty gay, but like arranging all your clothes by color, it's all right. It's a little flamboyant.
It's almost as bad as having shirts that are specific to every stream that you're on.
Yeah. It's like nerdy,
This is the scene that I briefly mentioned before. We don't have to go through it again, but yeah, this is it shows that he is getting to the point where he's built up an arrogance about him.
He's starting to feel entitled for his praise and awards and accolades and what have you.
And endowment.
Well, obviously I'm the best. I have a giant donkey dick and I show up on camera and do what I'm told.
That's true.
And then this is probably what I would call the turning point of the film.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing.
Probably the most important scene in the film.
You could argue like the whole amateur filmmaking early. Like I wouldn't be surprised if Paul Thomas Anderson is, one of the greatest filmmakers alive right now. Like probably looks back at Boogie Nights and cringes at certain things. I mean, it is a little. There's always like a certain thing where like everyone's like some of these filmmakers, their sophomore film, their second or third movie will be about excess somehow. It'll be some kind of like like that rock star movie where it's all about everything getting crazy off the rails, and this whole like everything goes downhill like right at the stroke of midnight on 1970 80. It's too on the nose, but I mean that's the thing is this is a fictional story, like and I appreciate this kind of straightforwardness.
So this is a transitional point that Avalon, you could probably speak a little bit more on. It's not exactly the transitions that you knew about when it happened, but yeah, we spoke briefly about how you knew someone who was around during when the rise of the internet, which is the closest thing that a lot of people would feel for this.
The transition from film to video,
from film to video, and if you have anything you want to interject in this scene, just let me know. I don't know if you have a specific thing to say about it. But yeah, this scene, we're not quite there yet. But he points out the amateurs who all just kind of they're
ugly as fuck, dude.
They're not particularly attractive people.
Homely. They're
there we go.
Dressed down a
little.
Well,
they're meant to be the more everyday person. They're the amateur people, the everyday, what you would expect.
These are the real people in the world.
Yeah, they were rounded up.
They just look like Mormons, dude.
They were rounded up from some neighborhood.
Honestly, to me, they look like horror movie victims, like they're about to be slaughtered.
Hills have eyes. The hills have eyes.
I was gonna say, like they look like they came right out of a methadone clinic. Like that one guy looks like he's falling asleep.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, but that is the point. I mean, later we it's not about. People don't want to see models having sex. They want to see regular people having sex. I don't know if that's true, but it is true.
Well, look at Pornhub.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have blown up the way it has.
It's like social media practically now, In fact, I should get on Pornhub and just, probably get away with like saying and doing all kinds of crap on Pornhub, right?
A while ago they were doing like whole big Hollywood blockbuster movies because it was one of the only sites that wasn't flagging them down.
That's
so,
hilarious.
like people would go on there and they'll just watch like the recent pirated movies.
I'm gonna start uploading my WeWatch videos to Pornhub. And what's funny is like I gotta say one of the reasons I got into making fun of movies is because of Skinemax. Because when I was younger, Skinemax, obviously, like, you had Cinemax as a child. I was, was one of my few luxuries I had growing up was HBO and Cinemax and watching movies and stuff. But then late night, yeah, Skinamax, they would start showing like erotic confessions and whatever stupid, softcore movies they would show. And yeah, obviously as a young boy, like, yeah, they fucking help you go through puberty and jerk off to. But by the time I was a senior in high school, me and my friends would smoke weed in my room and hit my huge bong and just riff the shit out of these old Skinamax movies, like laugh our asses off at them because they have like a lifetime movie quality because like the scripting and the acting and the run of the numbers plots, and I unironically like Hallmark and Lifetime movies. So
one of my favorite clips I ever saw, I think it was pre-YouTube. I want to say that it was like E-Bomb's World or something. It was Life Without Porn, and it would be like scenes, like clearly porno setup scenes, like the cable guy.
Oh,
and it'd be like,
Dude,
well, I got your box right here.
James Gunn made those scenes you're talking about.
Oh, did he?
I think so.
And it's like one of them is like the pizza guy, and he's like holding in. She's like, here's the money. You can keep the rest as a tip. Do you got a tip for me? And he's like, as a matter of fact, I do. You're gonna warm that up, put it in the oven, because if you put it in the microwave, it's gonna get soggy.
You know what my mom taught me? My Italian mother, she told me the best way to heat up pizza, and this is true, I've learned it. Put it on a pan with the lid on super low heat and heat it for like 10 to 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best way to do it, for sure.
Oh, yeah, 100%, dude. That's how you heat up pizza.
Anyway.
Yeah, let's get back to the party. Todd Parker has arrived, who is played by quite possibly the most underrated actor of all time, Thomas Jane.
Thomas Jane, dude. I was like,
The Mist.
wow.
You seen any of those? You seen The Mist, Avalon?
Yes, I've seen The Mist of Babylon.
No, The Mist. The Mist is not a Mist of Avalon.
No, have you seen The Mist, Avalon? Yeah.
The movie The Mist.
I think so. Is that the one where they're like trapped in a supermarket?
That's
or something?
right. You got it. Yeah.
And I fucking love The Mist.
We'll turn her into a movie analyst yet. Don't worry.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I deal with that all the time, being music oriented. Have you seen this movie? No, I haven't. Oh, okay.
So, this is one, and it's kind of an interesting relationship that buds because the awkwardness comes through. Now, these are two people who professionally have sex, as we've mentioned before. It's a different world, and they're trying to sort of flirt with each other, but they don't know how to do it. They don't know how to approach the situation. So they're just like saying super generic things for about 5
There's
minutes.
like an innocence to it all, which is so cute and charming.
It's very middle school, sitting at the same lunch table kind of feel. And
honestly, it's probably not far from the reality.
No,
because everyone's so used to performing that, when it comes to like real things, there is a bit of that awkwardness there because you don't really remember how people naturally do it anymore.
Of course. And that's the other thing is like when the movie starts, you don't know if Buck Swope has been this cowboy thing for a while, but it turns out that no, he kind of goes through these. He's trying to find himself. Basically. He's trying to figure out what he wants to do. He's a trend writer, and he's trying to get ahead of some trends, I guess. I don't know, but. I don't know. I love this, the interactions between them. Cause like Melora Walters, it's at first, she seems very into Dirk Diggler. Like that's when we first meet her. She's like, I can't wait to work with him. And Buck Swope, honestly, like earlier when him and Becky are kind of, talking about the cowboy look is dead. I'm just trying to be a friend. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if him and Becky like tried and didn't work out.
I think they tried. I think that's what the movie implied. And that's what
the way they fight, they fought before. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of the way it's like, hey man, I'm just trying to be your friend, man. I'm just trying to tell you, Buck, like, the cowboy look is dead. No, you don't understand, Becky. You never understood, like that's kind of.
But this is several scenes in a row that are kind of intertwined with this breaking of barriers that we've seen through. It started with the sex scene earlier, but it continues here, and especially it's heavily implied but not shown that. So this is the first time that Dirk tries cocaine. He has the greatest reaction. It tastes like aspirin.
Yeah,
the drip's
the worst part. I've only done cocaine a handful of times, and the drip is the worst part. I don't like it at all.
And then it implies that they have not filmed sex. They like a casual relationship here
Yeah,
they
this is
don't
like
show it explicitly, but
yeah, but do you think they I mean, this is kind of like breaking rules, you know? They're not
Mhm.
supposed to do this, you know? It's like Jack literally told you to have sex with him earlier, but Jack would probably get upset if you found out about this little interaction. I mean, he probably wouldn't get too upset, but he'd get upset nonetheless.
when they actually had redheads in movies. And we have a redhead on the panel. So
I know. The rarest
There's a lot of redheads out now, though, aren't there? I mean, not real redheads, but like at least a lot of fake redheads are on screen.
Yeah, but
these
what do you
days.
feel about the whole ginger side of Hollywood? Have you noticed the trend of like every time there's a famous redheaded character, they're kind of replaced, done away with?
Yeah,
I have not noticed that. No.
It happens a lot. It's,
Megan definitely noticed. She was very vocal about.
Well, I'll show
ginger
you the
side of
list
Hollywood.
later. There's a whole list of them, and it's actually insane when you look at it.
Like, wow,
but
what does Hollywood have against redheads?
This is a scene this is the scene I was talking about earlier with Avalon that I wanted to speak about. So let's see so this is back and forth. The back and forth between these two, and it's about the future of the industry and how the Floyd Gondoli, who is kind of the rival, the frenemy of the Colonel. They're like they roll in similar positions, but they're not the same.
It seems like does Floyd have more money, more connections?
I think Floyd is more of a distributor, whereas the Colonel
like
is
a
more
financer.
of a financer, a producer. But if Floyd wants to, he can do both. Is kind of what he's saying here. He's kind of saying that, hey, if we combine all of our
Floyd
forces,
has like the warehouses and the trucks and the shipping.
If we combine all of our forces, if our powers combine, we could be Captain Porno, is basically what he's saying.
Yeah, the theater.
And,
the theater's dead. It's home entertainment. Paying exorbitant amounts to actors that are professionals, pay less to normal everymen, because that's kind of what people want to see. They want to see normal people having sex. Video.
See, that's kind of backfiring now, though.
Yeah.
That's kind of backfiring, you're saying?
Yeah, that's backfiring now. For one of the big problems with a couple of the studios I'm working with is they can't get new performers or new models anymore, because whenever they reach out, models are like, it's not paying enough, it's not worth it. I can get that much off OnlyFans. So the amount that they used to pay, that they still try to pay now, is still the amount they used to pay in like the 2000s and the 90s. The price hasn't really changed that much. But these days, because the dollar's not worth as much as it used to be in the 90s and 2000s, it's not that big a sum anymore to really win a lot of people over. So a lot of people who are inclined to do those performances in the first place, they're already on OnlyFans, they're already on campsites, and they'll be like, dude, I can get that much through like a couple of hours of chatting.
Yeah,
like,
and I don't even need to leave my house.
You're describing a microcosm, because that same thing's happening everywhere. Because like take Comicsgate, for instance, the comic books, normally what you do is you have the comic book artist and the writer, and they're making these comic books, and you have the comic book distributors, Marvel, DC, they're the ones who make all the money. But it's like these people are realizing, like, if I just sell the comic books directly to the audience, the artist, like, I'll get 100% of the cut, I'll get my own IP. The same thing with like porno. Yeah, we're here to watch these people have sex. And these Floyd Gondolis and these filmmakers, they're not essential to that. And it's like, but that's the thing, is like you said, it's a double-edged sword, because, you start cutting the fat, and then it's like, people start getting less, there's less bread to go around, It's weird. No, and it's not just in the adult film industry. That's literally happening everywhere right now. It's happening in graphic design. It's happening in movies. It's happening in music, for sure. Like, that's the thing, is like these talent buyers, their whole thing is to like find the band, book it at the venue. It's like the bands can book themselves easily. They don't need talent buyers taking a cut. It's like, middlemen. It's like, get rid of all
these days with things like TikTok, you can get so many eyes on you so easily.
Oh, right.
Like, if you go viral once or twice, it can change your life completely with all the different opportunities. Whereas in the past, like how we mentioned Daniel Radcliffe, having that connection is what made you successful. These days, anyone can be successful. You just have to get a little bit of luck and blow up on socials.
I've said it before. Like, people are like, oh, but we don't understand why this movie failed because we put Keanu Reeves in it or whoever. It's like, dude, if you want the movie to do good, put fucking PewDiePie in it. Put the XQX2 guy. Put one of those reaction dudes in your
Put
movie.
Mr. Beast in like one of those
put
actual
Mr. Beast
Hollywood
in your
movies.
movie, and everyone will go see it. You fucking idiots! Do I have to come up with everything, Hollywood? God.
So
Anyway.
yeah, so the
I'm so
I don't
glad
e-
we're not capped at 2 hours today. Is what I'm getting
No,
at
yeah.
earlier.
We do need to move it a little bit quicker, but now it's we're not like we're not capped at 2 hours.
Yeah, don't
But
forget it's like 3 a.m.
Yeah,
my side,
you got to
dude.
remember, Uninspired it is late for him.
I predict another hour and a half.
See, for me, it's 11 a.m., so I've got the good time zone.
Yeah, if anything, you guys can leave, and me and Avalon will take it over. I'll close it out when it's done at midnight.
So this particular sequence is really only relevant because it introduces Dirk to Todd, which will become very important later. There's not much of an actual scene here.
Yeah, Todd is one of the negative influences in Dirk's life. Not really by his own fault or anything. I don't know.
In Reed's
Cocaine.
life as well, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he doesn't dance on Sundays.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
It shows
very
that
important.
they're kind of too dumb to see that he's a bad influence until it's like the very, very end where they're like, oh
Yeah.
shit, he's actually a real
When they're
bad
literally getting shot at. It's like,
Exactly.
yeah.
Well, it's like Reed looks up to Dirk, right? Even though he just met him, but before he looked up to Dirk, he's always looked up to Todd Parker. He loves Todd Parker. So when Dirk sees that, there's like a new like dick measuring contest between these two, But the thing is, when it comes to a metaphorical dick measuring contest, are not the same as a literal dick measuring contest, which Dirk Diggler will always win. And I think because of that, he has this like, unworthy inflated ego. I mean, because he is,
He's still young and dumb and
full of
wasting
cum.
all of his money. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
He's not thinking about anything except the now.
Right.
And that's going to become a problem very quickly in the 80s. And it's also he's not paying attention to the effect he's having on the people around him. And this is one of the first examples of that. Now, this is probably the one that you could say would probably hit him from the most out of nowhere. He couldn't have possibly assumed that. I mean, up to this point, the subplot with Scotty is very underdeveloped, and it's because it was just the film was very bogged down by a lot of plot points. But he's been giving him these hints, hints the whole time, and Dirk has never reciprocated at all, leading to this sequence.
Why would he?
Yeah, he has no reason to.
Yeah, and Scotty's just, he's an idiot. He's an idiot.
Scotty's going to shoot his shot. First of all, he shows up with his car that's the same color.
It's basically the same car. This is, not the basically. It's the this is. I can't tell what it is, but it is more of a muscle car than the Corvette. This is probably more like a Dodge Viper or something. It's a little bit more.
And of course, Dirk is all like, "Hell yeah, dude! You got a car? Look just like mine. Fuck yeah, bro! We'll drive together. Hell yeah!" And then he's like, "Oh wait, what time is it? New Year's Eve? It's like, what time
we gotta
is it?"
go. Like, what the?
And
heck?
then Scotty just like plants one on him, and Dirk's like, "Don't do that, Scotty. Come on, get out of here." And then the "I'm a fucking idiot" scene. Paul Thomas Anderson was told by the producers, like, "Hey, we like that he calls himself a fucking idiot. We don't like that he calls himself a fucking idiot like 12 times." And he's like, well, that's just how it is. But again, Philip Seymour Hoffman, keep in mind, just really well. A few years before this, he was playing radical rock dude in Twister. It's all about the suck zone, bro. Well, he's in the suck zone right now.
But isn't this also like because of the time? I'm pretty sure in the 80s, like, homosexuality was not all that accepted. So like calling yourself an idiot, it's also like scared of the consequences of what might happen if he tells anyone.
Yeah. And also like, you're afraid like what if Dirk doesn't talk to me anymore,
Yeah, it's like you may have just lost your job basically over that.
And Dirk is a nice guy, so he does continue to talk and hang out with Scotty because he has to on a professional level, but he does outside of work as well. But he does keep him in this like kind of like not super inner circle. He's in the inner circle, but he's like, he's kept at an arm's distance ever since this event. But what Dark Hour was saying about how like, Dirk is not understanding the effects he's causing on people, Like he doesn't even really put together that Scotty's like copycatting him to such a degree. He's like in love with him, you know.
It's very single white female kind of him.
And also, like, yeah, you just had sex, like a quickie or something. You just had something go on with your boss's wife, you know, behind closed doors.
Yeah, your boss is like girlfriend / maternal figure of your life, and it's
I mean, I had a similar story where it was like a bandmate. You know, you had a husband and wife in the band, singer, guitar player, and I don't know, guitar player wanted me to have sex with his wife in front of him, and it never happened. But it was one of those things where like having sex with her when he wasn't there, off the table. I was like, okay, weird.
Yeah, very cuckoldry, right back to where we were before.
So weird. I almost was a bull one day.
But this is not the worst thing to happen at this party, as we could just assume that we know what's happening. It's little Bill is on screen.
And this is the other big, long one-take shot. Another one of them that goes and we catch in on all the actors. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he gets a gun, which clearly this was long before they cracked down on all the guns and no one has them anymore in California. And
California used to be all about guns, dude. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, you just my phone just lit up. You definitely just got us taking down, like, demonetized for that one. My phone lit up as soon as you clicked that.
It's okay as you don't say the S word, apparently. I don't know. But what's funny is Paul Thomas
It's
Anderson,
unalived now. That's the word to use. Unalived.
He Minecraft himself. I mean, what's funny is Paul Thomas Anderson was saying in one of the early screenings, everyone was like laughing when he walks in on his wife. They're kind of like almost like cheering and stuff because he's like getting caught with his wife again. And he's like, oh no, you know, this is not going the way I thought it would. And then of course he goes and grabs his gun and he shoots him dead. And the audience is like dead silent. Like when this happens and the music cuts out, the theater is like, everyone is like quiet.
One thing I've always really appreciated about this scene too is the staccato nature of the gunshots goes to the countdown.
Right.
They're like 3, 2, 1, and then it's, you know, the way it works. It's I don't know if that was intended or not.
It's one of those things that might be a little bit of the try hard filmmaker, you know, but I like it, you know, and it's one of those things that can be interpreted as a little rambunctious.
Well, I mean, I think it was intended because even if you look at the way the soundtrack was played throughout the movie, you know, it's just really, really well placed. And even the soundtrack comes from not only, you know, the music inside the film being played by characters, but it's also the sounds that they added for the movie. Yeah. So I just think that he probably did it for sure.
There's no doubt that it's intentional. The question is it a little try hard?
No. I think it's good. I think it works.
Yeah.
I think it works well for this one because you still get the intensity of the scene, you know?
No, because like I said, this movie is fictitious, you know? And when people say like, oh, like that would never happen, you know, like the idea that it syncs up is so silly and crazy.
It's possible.
It'd be easy to like hyper analyze this movie in the wrong way and take things. This movie is a, you know, elaborate kind of storytelling here.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, we're finally in the 80s, ladies and gentlemen.
And
Oral Majesty.
This is when the character starts to change and his personality starts to come out more in Brock Landers. They've clearly done 7 films in the series now. And you're starting to see the evolution of Dirk in the sense that he's becoming the person he really is. So there's, you know, the psychological terms of ego, superego, id. You're starting to see the superego. And the ego is who you want people to think you are. The superego is who you really are. And this is really who he is.
Yeah.
And it's partially fed by the people around him, but it's also the origins can be seen as far back as earlier in the film when he was having the argument with his mother and saying how he could do these great things. He could be something way better. And, you're starting to see he's buying his own bullshit, so to say, smelling his own farts, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I love the idea, like again, these movies are also, this is Brock Landers 8, Oral Majesty, and it's like him, you know, Becky Barnett coming into his room with a knife, you know, gonna kill him, and he wakes up and saves it. It's like, who sent you? It's like, I'm not telling you nothing. It's like, I know how to get information out of you.
Boom.
Oral. Like it's just like so like that's so silly.
You know,
So-
when you put it that way.
Yeah.
So one thing about this is actually done, this whole sequence, and as we go through, it's all one big sequence. It's Amber doing a documentary about
Right.
Brock's life, which Avalon, you used to do interviews for Naked Muse. That's how I
Muse.
know of you. Yeah, Nude Muse, sorry.
Nude Muse.
And I always wanted I wanted to ask you, how many of those questions did you come up with, and how many were fed to you? Like how much?
Oh,
of it
all
was
of them.
authentic?
You get a piece of paper with all the questions in there, and you're supposed to go through all of them. A couple of questions will be ad-libbed through the conversation, but the majority of the main questions, they're all provided in the clipboard. You can usually see the clipboard because we're like holding them.
But that doesn't mean anything. You can just have a prop clipboard that has nothing. You can just be like,
Oh, no, the clipboard had the questions,
Okay.
so we would read all the questions.
Well, here's Amber Wave like making this documentary about the making of Brock Landers and Dirk Diggler and all his stuff, and she's kind of transitioning into filmmaking behind the camera. Like, do you see yourself doing anything like that, Avalon? Like producing or working behind the camera?
Not myself personally, because I hate editing.
Of course,
it's like my bane of my existence. But I enjoy like shooting and taking videos and stuff, which is why I like vlogging. But there are a lot of stars now who have gone into directors and producers roles. I mean, like the most famous one, Angela White.
Right.
She's now producing and directing her own videos too.
She's also Australian.
I actually have a couple pictures of myself with her. So let me
All my Italian relatives live in Australia, actually, which is interesting. But
what the fuck?
Yeah, there's this thing going on in Italy in the 40s. You might have heard of. But I also love this making of real.
That's what I like to call half hour right there. That's me when I was way younger. That's about 10 years ago. And then it's a much more ragged version of me from relatively recently. So yeah.
I like how Angela looks the same. She just looks the same in both those pictures.
You've like grown exponentially as well. Like in
Jesus
Christ.
Angela's not very tall.
Well, well in the first one I'm squatting down. You can't really see my knees, but I'm squatting down in the first one. The second one I'm standing.
Yeah, Angela's not a tall person.
You look like you got like exposed to gamma radiation or something.
So this one was the height of my competition days. I'm probably about 185, 190 pounds right there. I'm 6'1", so I'm not like a small person. This is more recent. I'm probably about like 230 there. This is what happens when you stop dieting for competitions.
I'm 250. Don't worry about it.
So, but yeah.
Well,
so I'm used to kilograms, so those numbers just seem way too big.
Thank you.
Oh, right,
Avalon.
yeah.
Kilograms are the way to go, man. The metric system is the best.
But if you go back a slide, when Roller Girl, she's like, oh, he's the best. Like, he can fuck really hard or he can fuck really soft. Like, he's the best. Like, it's just like, they're all, surface level attributes. And the idea is like that would make Final Cut. But then later in the next cut, when it's Dirk and Jack, and he's talking about how he's allowed to block his own sex scenes. And, Jack Horner's like, I don't allow him to block his own sex scenes. And then immediately, like later, Dirk's like, hey, can we cut that part out? Because it makes me seem dishonest.
He also says something about and also that stuff about me not being a black belt's not true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though he has no formal karate training throughout the entire film.
Right. Because like Amber Waves is like, he's a black belt in karate. It's like, yeah, I might have told you that at a party one time, but technically no.
Yeah. We have a question here in the chat from Rennie. What part of Australia are you from? And if you want to go and further elaborate, because you're not originally from Australia, you can.
No, I'm not. I'm from Europe. I was born in the Czech Republic and came to Australia when I was a child. I grew up mostly in Brisbane. I lived on the Gold Coast, but I recently moved down to Melbourne. So I'm currently in Melbourne, where it's getting really cold.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely starting to feel the cold because I'm wearing a summer dress.
Yeah, see, it's turning into summer over here in Texas. But like I said, all my Italian relatives, they've lived in Sydney for generations, and they got weird because they speak Italian, but they also have Australian accents. So it's very weird accents they have. But I know like there's a lot of Italians out there. I don't know if you see it, if you encounter
Yeah,
a
there
lot
was
of
a
them on
huge
your-
influx that came through. I don't know too much about the history, but I know that there was like a big racism problem, and that's where I think it's Wogs is Italian, or maybe it's Greek. I'm not sure
like
which
towards
one.
Italians,
but it was like a
racism
big
towards,
thing
like people are being racist
towards them.
Italians?
Towards them. Yeah,
Awesome.
towards them.
Awesome. All right.
What's your favorite like Australian cuisine out there? Like, what do you like to eat down there that's Australian? I don't know.
Wallaby.
People eat wallaby.
I don't
People
think
do
so
eat
either.
kangaroo, but I don't think they eat wallaby.
Wallabies are very
I
cute kangaroos.
I mean, I like fish and chips because I love the beach, but it's not really an Australian food. I
no, but I
can't
mean-
stand Vegemite. Vegemite's the
Okay.
only thing that ever made me cry because when I was a child, I asked my mum like to get Vegemite because all the kids at school were eating Vegemite, and my mum was like, "No way, you're not gonna like it.
Yeah.
It's not like Nutella." And I was just like, "No, I will. I promise I will." So I was like, "Okay, if I buy it, you have to eat it." And then we went home and I went to hit it on toast. But because we're not Australian, we didn't know how you're supposed to use Vegemite. So we slathered it on bread like Americans do and other
Jelly.
people do who don't know how to do it. Like you would if it was Nutella. And I don't really remember this. My mum just told me that I grabbed it, I took one bite and I just froze and randomly just started crying.
Is it like it's very
Absolute
bitter,
horror.
right? Yeah, it's like
It's
very bitter, right?
salty.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
yeasty
God.
and salty. And then my mum's like curious by the reaction because she took it, so she had a bite and just threw the jar in the bin. It's like,
You see,
don't worry,
Avalon,
don't have
I
to
had
eat
the
it.
I had the same reaction to Vegemite because I had always heard about it, and I was like, oh man. And also, it has it's in the song, Down Under from Men at
Yeah.
Work.
He
And I was
made
like,
me a
you know what,
Vegemite
fuck it.
sandwich.
Exactly. So I was like, fuck it, let me
Yeah.
try some Vegemite, and I did the same thing. I just spread it on
It's
bread.
just-
It was nasty as fuck.
So that was
So
one
what
of
you're
the things.
supposed to do is use tiny amounts. Yeah, you're supposed to have a ton of butter and just scrape the tiniest amount of Vegemite on it. Apparently, that's how you eat it, like the
I never
tiniest
knew.
scraping.
But you had the worst experience, so you just never tried again.
No, never again. It
What's the other
smells
one?
bad,
There's
it tastes bad.
Vegemite and like Marmite. Is that the other one?
Marmite. No,
Yeah.
marmalade.
Marmite, I think that's in the UK, isn't it? Wasn't
I
that
have
like
no
the
idea.
UK version of Vegemite?
I live in the land of Dr. Pepper and barbecue and Whataburger. I don't know any of those things.
Dude, Vegemite is nasty.
I
man.
mean,
We have
I stand
Five
by
Guys
that.
here.
Five
Yeah, we
Guys?
have Five Guys here in Melbourne. I got really excited.
I was
actually
about to-
have
I
a
was
video.
about
I
to say.
vlogged it.
Five
about to
Guys
say,
is
I-
great if you want enough fries and burger to go into a food coma and you want to spend $20 on just your food.
That's-
Yeah,
Oh no, it was very expensive. Mine was like
Yeah.
almost $50 for a burger,
Right.
chips, and drink. It
truly.
was like super
Australian
price.
money. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that
the chips was endless. The
They give you a
fries were
bag,
like
they fill the bag.
endless.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
The,
Honestly,
I
it's
felt
worth
so
the
sick.
price. If you're really
Yeah,
hungry,
the-
if you're really
the
hungry, it's
exchange
worth
rate
the
will kill you, but we do have to get back to the movie.
price. No, we don't.
It is 3 a.m. for my co-host.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's true, man. I even forgot, dude. I checked my schedule. I start work on Monday at 2:00, so I was like, all right, cool.
Well,
Nice.
You're off tomorrow. You can sleep in. Get your bed.
I
See,
will say
on
this, though,
Sundays I have the day off.
One of the things that me and Avalon did bond over was our love for Nutella. That
Nutella's
was,
good.
Yes.
Hazelnuts, man.
I didn't try Nutella until I was an adult, and I actually cursed my mom
What
out.
the
I was like,
fuck?
"Why was this never in the house when I was younger? What were you doing to me?"
No, what's funny is I knew those
I'll eat
Ferrero
it right out of the
Rocher.
jar now, which is
Those
probably why I
Ferrero
can't
Rocher
get
candies, you've had those, right? But then you
Yeah.
didn't realize you could get that stuff in a jar. I was like, what? Oh, man.
Well, you can get Ferrero Rocher in a jar.
All right,
Yeah.
we're getting bogged down
Nutella.
here, though. We gotta.
I know.
We gotta
Let's move on to the phone call.
So
yeah, the phone
this
call,
is a
yeah.
very important part where now not only have things changed in the 80s for them personality wise, and the industry is shifting, they now lose their financer because unfortunately, who would have saw this coming? They bust the kernel as a P3DO
A
file.
PDF file.
Yeah,
PDF file. Yeah, that's my favorite.
PDF file, and
Well, we don't know what he's in jail for. We get this like vague, and that's another
Well,
thing I love about this movie is you don't ever hear.
Fake. He's like, she looked 18 or she looked
No,
16.
we don't know
Like,
at
it's
this
not
point.
that fake.
It's not until the colonel starts saying that stuff that we understand what he's in prison. But when he gets the call, and that's another thing throughout this whole movie is we never hear what's on the other end of the phone, which I appreciate. I like that where because when you're standing in a room with someone on the phone, you usually don't hear what the hell the other person's talking about. But yeah, this whole slow down, Colonel. Like, what's the matter? Hang on. and then he cuts to he's in prison, and we assume it's something bad, and then we're slowly starting like little bits and pieces, and then it just kind of drops like a sledgehammer. And
So
even when it
he
happens,
does-
it's kind of like this. What is he saying? Like, you have to kind of
He-
go back.
He does actually say what he's in prison for right afterwards, though, because he keeps inferring, I don't touch them, but they found stuff, and it's recordings is what I think is the like 100% the implication.
Another young woman had an overdose with him because he has terrible cocaine. He's got a very lousy connection, and then of course, they find.
Well,
his,
the
child
first
porn
overdose
dungeon.
wasn't his cocaine. That was that weirdo at the parties.
True.
Yeah.
But nope. I don't. This is what sucks about when I'm doing the narration, because I don't do the screenshot, so I don't know what's going on.
It's okay.
But yeah, and really all he wants is Jack to tell him that they're friends, and despite all this, they're friends. And Jack sort of nods, but like there's not a real conviction behind it. It's more of like yeah, sure, yeah, just shut
Jack,
up.
am I your friend? I don't even think he nods. Really, I mean, he kind
No,
of.
you see it. He has his head down like this. He just kind of goes like, but it's very lack of conviction, like, dude. And I think the Colonel at that moment realizes, yeah, he's saying what I want to hear or see, I guess, in this instance. But he knows that he's lost this friend. He's never going to see him again.
Yeah, because it's also, it reminds me of Polly and Goodfellas. Like I can help you, I can say whatever you want, but I got to turn my back on you, dude. Like I can't in good consciousness, support this and be associated with you.
Yeah.
Plus, you're going away for a while, so even if I did, like, it's not going to help me,
Well, in real life, he would just die. They would just kill him.
They flush his testicles down the toilet, man. That's what they do.
But yeah, I mean, that's probably the period on the end of the sentence of what started with the New Year's Eve party. This is kind of the bookend, if you will, to that.
The real bad stuff that we're seeing, kind of, and things kind of spiral downwards a little bit from here. But what's interesting is like later, like I guess the last time we see Robert Wrigley on camera ever is him getting slapped around by his prison beard. And Paul Thomas Anderson said, honestly, Robert Wrigley would have gotten a kick out of that. Like he would have thought that was funny. So
yeah, that scene when he's crying too, like he's really going into it. I'm not sure if we have that, but Becky and Jerome have gotten married. We didn't show it, but she met Jerome at the New Year's Eve party. And he is a regional manager at Pep Boys. He's in the auto industry, as he says. And they are now they get married, and they're going to be leaving to go to Bakersfield, which anybody who's seen Castaway knows about Bakersfield.
Right.
Bakersfield! Which is sort of implying that she's out of the industry now, and she's got her happily ever after, which in the theatrical cut she does.
Yeah, she's the only one of the few people that actually breaks away and gets out. But I don't like the deleted scene.
So wait, there are two cuts of the movie.
So
there's a deleted scene. It's not another cut, but
I sent it to you, but I don't think you cut it up.
The deleted scene is shortly after this, and it's basically like Becky's husband is like a vet, and he's going through some kind of like post-traumatic trauma. He's also very upset that she was doing porno films. So basically, like, she's getting her ass kicked in the kitchen by her irate husband, who's basically like beating her up. And she calls Dirk. She calls Dirk in like a frantic thing, like, you got to help me. And Dirk is all coked out with Todd Parker.
I'm really wondering if, because it's a deleted scene, it's not in the movie.
Nah, don't worry about it. I mean, he basically, but that's how he wrecks his car trying to rescue Becky, and he crashes his car like an idiot, and then Becky basically beats up her husband with a frying pan and runs away.
The one thing you're missing too is he kind of has this power fantasy while it's going on.
Yeah,
so
he's excited
it's
to
later
go save
on.
her.
It's later on when he's all coked out, and he he jumps in the car and he puts in the 8-track and the music's pumping.
Yes.
And he's fixing his hair, and he's like, he goes into Brock Landers mode.
Right.
And which is funny because there's a line I meant to mention earlier and I didn't. And that was when they're doing that whole documentary, he says something that is very poignant, but it's almost blink and you miss it. He says, "I'm Dirk Diggler. Brock Landers is a character.
Yeah.
And that's not true.
No.
Dirk Diggler is a character as well. He's
Right.
forgotten that is the situation. He's forgotten that he was Eddie Adams, who took on the persona of Dirk Diggler, who is now taking on the persona of Brock Landers. So he's losing himself in this whole thing. He doesn't even know who he is anymore.
Right.
And that's
Cocaine is
part of
relevant.
that whole ego, super ego, id thing.
Yeah, and then at the end, when he says, he's doing this whole speech, he's saying, "I'm Brock Landers," like he's kind of evolved twice or 2 times in this movie, but yeah, it's so much better that it just ends with Becky, at the wedding with the nice surf music, and it's just so fun. And then we see that he's a total asshole now.
Yeah, and I think it definitely looks like he loses weight as the movie goes on. I wouldn't be shocked if they actually started having Mark Wahlberg kind of trimmed down, because
he also lost his helmet hair. He loses his helmet hair, which slims his whole figure down a bunch and makes him look older. And then later in the later years, he starts getting a little bit of a peach fuzz, which also ages him.
Yeah. And this is him being introduced to Johnny Doe, possibly the worst name in the history of porno.
Of course. I'm Johnny Doe. Also, this Dutch angle, it's so rare. In this movie.
I love it because it's like, I'm Johnny Doe. You're Dirk Diggler.
Yeah. And he just he kind of fanboys out, and
it reminds me a lot of the first time the way he's like acting almost reminds me of the first time I was on with Critical Drinker, and I was like, I love being here. It's like, but yeah,
the like 80s vest and no jacket, and I mean the fact that they're getting married in this like kind of convention hall with
I thought that
really
was the
there.
club. I was thought the club.
Oh yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, if it's the club, that's even better because it's like the idea is it's like the mafia, like Goodfellas, where they talk about how like they only every time there's a social function they just hang out with each other.
Yeah.
It's like
Avalon. We skipped over quite a bit there. Was there anything you wanted to add? I know that we pumped through that scene pretty quickly, but
nothing off the top of my head. Is there a part that I should be adding to?
No. I'm just asking if you have a. You don't have to add anything. It's as much as you want or not. It's
you're adding plenty.
No, I don't have anything for that particular part.
That's fine. So now we start to see the downward spiral that is Dirk's life.
I also love this like maritime like wall art theme with the lamps.
Oh yeah, it's now that you pointed out that I see it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this movie. I've seen this movie 50 times, and I've never really noticed this.
Well, because it's quick shots. You don't necessarily, and you're not looking at that. You're looking.
You're
at what
also
they're doing on the
too
table.
busy transfixed on the fact that they're talking about this carpet dope thing, which is like they throw a hunk of
No,
carpet.
I noticed the background. I noticed the background because I noticed the wheel for the maritime thing, and I was trying to work out what the little things were. And I'm like, are they meant to be like sunken treasures or like
little
seashells?
sailors or something? Yeah.
Let's go through it real quick. So I definitely see like someone in a hood, like a
little pirate.
That looks like the Virgin Mary.
Yeah.
I think I see a Virgin Mary face.
There's some sort of like
on the right.
There's one that kind of looks like a Spanish settler to the left there.
Yeah, on the
I
left.
see someone playing an accordion over here.
Yeah. There's definitely a Native
Sailor
American up in the top right. If you look,
Oh, there's Abe Lincoln, top left.
I think they're just saying.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that looks like it could be Abe Lincoln, possibly. It's just random. I mean, I can't. There's a couple of African.
I also like how Thomas Jane Todd has his beer on the floor instead of the table where they're doing all the cocaine.
But yeah, the carpet dope scene, because that scene fascinates me. Because
take a hunk of carpet, throw it in the dope. What does that mean?
It's really the thing that fascinates me about that scene, this whole scene, is that Dirk isn't paying attention to a damn word that Todd is saying.
Whatever you say, bro.
He could literally be saying anything. He could be like, they saw their arms off and throw it into the bathtub. And
that's like the joke where like people are in a bathroom doing cocaine and you're just hearing each other just yell at each other all night.
Yeah. And so we start to see that it's having negative effects on his body, like cocaine usually does to a man's ability to perform.
Really?
In this sense, it can. And if you overuse certain things,
see, that's why I'm hearing like meth is like the new preferred drug on the porn sets because like it makes you want to fuck.
No, you can't use drugs on sets at all.
Good.
You'll be sent home if you're on drugs because you can't have drugs. You can't even drink because it blurs the line of consent.
Oh,
Yeah, so
okay.
there's a legal liability.
Yeah,
so
it's
if you're
funny how,
drunk or high,
it's more professional than ever, basically, is what you're saying.
yeah.
Yeah.
If you are
There's
high
laws
on
and rules
set,
now.
you will be sent home. Like, you will be sent home. You might even be fined if you rock up.
See,
to
those
set
are the
high.
bloopers I want to see. Like, hey, someone showing up like high as fuck. You got to go home. I'm
Yeah,
not
no,
leaving.
yeah.
I'm here to suck a dick and get paid.
Well, we're about to see something very similar to that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
So yeah, Dirk goes through, and they don't explicitly tell you how long it takes, but it clearly takes him a long time to get it
Enough
up.
time to break a sweat, you know.
Yeah, and he's really like coaxing himself, like he's trying to like almost like Hulk out. He's like, please, don't do this to me, please. Come on, this is because it's all he really has. Like he has all the money and and all this stuff, but that is his livelihood. And if he loses the ability to do this, what else does he have? And you know, it spawns in a very weird way because he's also high off his ass, so he starts taking it out on everybody around him.
Dude, I'm 38 and I'm still very grateful that getting a boner is easy for me because, like, it happens, you know.
Hallelujah.
It's
I
just
thought
like,
it happened more towards 50. Doesn't it happen around 50?
well, let's see. I'll let you know. I'll check back in 10 years.
Well, it also has to do a lot with what you put in your body. You know, there's a lot of things. Yeah, we'll clip that out. Don't worry.
Yeah, clip it. I'm here to suck a dick, guys.
But it also has to do with a lot what you put in your body and the medications you could be on. There's a lot of things that, you know, and
smoking cigarettes also closes down blood vessels, which makes your penis erect less. Yep. So smoking also doesn't help.
Yeah, which he's been taking up as this has been going on as well. And what else do we have here? Okay, yeah. So, but this interaction is fantastic. The him getting fired, like, I fucking know karate, man. I'll fuck you up. And my favorite thing about it is that Jack Horner reaches out to grab the headband. And like that's like, for some reason, it always stood out to me that he goes, "You're fired. Give me that piece of shit headband that you have on."
Yeah, dude, he's taking it like he's fucking Afro samurai with the headbands and
and I mean, the fact that he lashes out on, you know, Amber, it's like, dude, what's going on here, you know? And everyone's trying to reason with him, and you're just watching this guy implode. I've seen this shit happen with bands where like breakups. This is the problem when like you have a band and you live together, and the band breaks up because of like dishes or something stupid like that, you know? Because the little micro aggressions, if you want to say, you know, they build up. So like, I don't know what's going on with Dirk, but like everyone's like trying to reason with him, like, because, you know, he is the golden child, he is our golden cock goose, whatever. But like the fact that he's just pulled his total 180 and he's you know, just lashing out on everybody, and he's obviously on the influence of drug and sleep depravity. But the fact that he never comes back from this, you know, and in fact, you lose Reed on top of that, because Reed's like, I'm going to get him back, Jack, don't worry. And then we never see Reed again either.
And they lose their sound guy as well. But on top of that, one thing, Avalon, have you ever seen on a set or anything someone just freak out like this?
No.
Have
I've
you
never
ever
seen that
freaked out
actually
on set?
happen.
Okay.
No. So I've never seen a freak out, but I'm sure they happen. But nowadays, if something like that does happen, it would also make it again onto social media type thing. So it would make the rounds. So it's definitely not that common, because if it was, we'll be seeing and hearing about that all over like Twitter, especially.
Yeah.
So we do hear about people who are unprofessional, but it's more like people who are late, who didn't turn up, who were unprepared, who might have been hungover, but nobody who like freaks out like that.
Their mic didn't work backstage.
Dude, honestly, I had never heard of a twist to mute microphone ever. So
I'm surprised none of you have heard of twist to mute mics.
I mean, this is my
twist
mic
to
right
mute.
here. So
Now we know. Hell yeah, we learn something every day.
Dude, I knew because I was researching headset mics for when I started live streaming on YouTube, and a lot of them were twist to turn, and it's like, yep.
Well, yes, I would assume they would be twist to turn.
Another thing you might know, might not know, but this guy right here is a famous singer-songwriter Michael Penn, who also did the soundtrack, the score to this movie. So Give it up for this guy. He did
Nice.
the song.
I mean,
No
yeah,
Miss.
that's efficiency with your casting. Hey, give me the sound guy to work the soundboard in the scene. Like,
Yeah,
that's-
I mean, let's just film him in his own studio.
Yeah, in the studio.
And just have him wear one of his classic 80s. Because you have to understand, Michael Penn was big. His hit No Myth was like, I think 1990 even. So, you know, he's a pretty retro guy as it is. So, but yeah, this is what I was talking about. Like singing badly. Like, you got the touch. That's easy. Trying to sing it off. Like, you got the touch. Like, that's harder to do. That's harder
Yeah,
to
dude.
do.
And guess what? I have the clip of them trying to
Hell
sing
yes.
that. Bro.
Feel
My heat will move your soul. Love me tomorrow. Feel my heat. Feel my heat. Feel my heat. Yeah.
Feel my heat.
Dude.
Feel my heat.
John C. Reilly is so great because he's really playing the guitar there, and then also like he's just so like enamored by Dirt and his lyrics. Feel the
I
heat,
do like that
baby.
they accidentally go in key for a second too.
Yeah.
It's like it's like a broken clock is right at least twice a day.
It's hard. It's hard to play. It's hard not to get in pitch. You want to, as a human being, like want to sing in tune. You know, especially if you can do it. It's like I don't know. It's weird.
Avalon, have you ever tried to become a musician with your fame?
Yeah, any musical talent?
There was one time I was in America. I was at Universal Studios, and like on a Snapchat, I just randomly sung the Hogwarts song because the Hogwarts exhibit was there, and it had the train behind me.
Wait,
and
is this
then,
Florida or
500
California?
LA.
California. Okay.
So California, yeah. So then like 500 people saved the Snapchat, and I'm like, I am never singing anything ever again anywhere on the camera because that was weird. Why are people saving the Snapchat? So
No
that's,
karaoke.
That scarred me off.
You didn't play the clarinet in middle school or anything like that?
No, I wanted to play the flute, but I'm left-handed, and they didn't have any of the left-handed flutes at my school.
Oh, what, dude? I was actually forced to buy a flute for my school. Like they forced us to play. Yeah, dude. Listen. Okay.
Felix is a compulsory flute player.
Dude, I went to French school, and over there, for some reason, when you're in primary, what they do is they force you to learn flute for a year, and they force you to buy your own flute too. Listen, I don't even fucking know what it was, but
France is a weird place. You're like, we're gonna get into classical music whether you like it or not, you mother.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny is they would have the flutes that have the special mouthpiece, because if the mouthpiece was nickel, like most flutes, I had a crush on this girl who played the flute, right? And she had the foundation makeup that the girls would wear has a chemical reaction to nickel, so they would get this little green soul patch under their lips if they wore makeup. So it was cute.
So we're at the transition now. We've officially gone to video.
Another montage
and amateurs, or I guess Johnny Doe is kind of weird because he's not really an amateur. He was hired, and like they show him doing.
He's one of Floyd's little.
No, he
buddies.
wasn't one of Floyd's guys. He was recruited by Jack. The Floyd's people were literally looked like they just came from a homeless shelter.
Yeah.
Well, regardless,
this
John
guy-
Doe is more in line with what Floyd was talking about anyway.
Yeah, and I like his pompadour that he's got going
Dude,
on.
his hair is insane.
It's very 80s is the way he's going with his hair right now. It's like, and they would you you take over. That's why. And he has a great line there too, where he's like, "Can I fuck her in the ass?" And she's like, "You want to fuck her in the ass? Fuck her in the ass."
Yeah, he
dude."
just literally holds a cigarette. He's like, "Fuck her in the ass." He's like, "Lock and load, Jack." It's
Lock
like
and
so
load, Jack.
cringy and fucking like, like, and then the music playing is also great.
And he actually is exactly what the character they were talking about earlier with John Holmes is, because every scene they have with him, he's like, "Yeah, you're gonna live because you suck my dick." He's like, you know,
that's
it's like,
the worst. Yeah, you live, bitch. You
live,
live.
bitch.
Oh my god, that's like the worst. Exactly what Jack was being told was like not sexy by Brock. I think it's one of those things where Dirk leaves, so Jack's like kind of heartbroken, and I think kind of like
They all are.
When you
They
break
all
up
are.
with somebody, sometimes you gravitate to someone who is like the exact opposite of your ex, kind of out of spite. That's kind of what I think Jack is doing right now. He's kind of whatever. He's giving up on life, on his artistic vision, because that was Brock Landers. That was Angels Cry in My City or whatever the hell it's
It
called.
was Angels Live in My Town.
Yeah, this stuff is just, it's just
Angels Cry in
bills.
My City might have been like the second one, actually.
Yeah, right. Oral Majesty.
But yeah, so and Amber is getting further and further into her drug habits. She's also starting to pull down Roller Girl with her, who is really starting to feel the effects of her choices in life, Roller Girl, and she's determined that now she wants Amber to be her mom.
Yeah, and she wants to go back to school as well.
And then this is one that I actually spoke with Avalon to pretty well about, the banking scene when they're trying to get Buck's Super Stereo World, hi-fi stereo equipment at discount prices,
High fidelity, man.
yeah. And he goes for a loan and he applies for it and he does everything right, like legally, in the legal sense. And you were telling me that this is still something that happens to this day.
Oh yeah, it's a big thing. Like OnlyFans is legal. It's 100% legal. You'll get taxed on it. Like everyone knows about it. And you can still lose your bank account. If you are with any of the big banks, it is not unusual for them to see that you're getting paid by that and they will close it down because you're too risky. It's the same with campsites as well. Even with porn studios, if you get paid by it, they always have to use like a different name so nothing's particularly obvious because you risk losing your bank account. If you are related to anything to it, if you're anything to do with the adult entertainment industry, even like strippers and dancers also run that risk. That's why you've got so many strippers who hide their money in a suitcase under
Are you
the bed and
talking
stuff.
Australia specifically or like worldwide?
Everywhere. It happens in America, Australia, UK, like countries where it's legal, it still happens.
So is it legal for the banks to do that? Like, can they just...
Technically, no, but no one does anything.
No
They'll
one
just
fights
be like,
banks.
we closed it. You lost your account.
Yeah, governments actively fund banks anymore.
We have to abolish the goddamn 3-letter agencies, including the IRS and your Treasury Department should be printing your money, not
See,
whatever.
it's worse in places like America because American banks actually have a morality clause, which honestly I find ironic because how are banks really? These people who have like a say in morality. But yeah, even in Europe, even in Australia, where it's legal and we don't have morality clauses, banks still close down anything connected to the adult industry because of risk.
I think one of the best arguments was George Carlin. He kind of said it best where he's like, look, selling is legal. Fucking is legal. Why isn't selling fucking legal?
Yeah, I remember that.
Like, when you put it that way, that makes no sense at all. I mean, you could be against
we've
or
got
for
the
it,
opposites from America because in America, selling fucking is only legal if there's a camera. But in Australia, it's illegal if there is a camera. It's only legal if you're only selling fucking.
I love how, like, if a 40-year-old man has an 18-year-old girlfriend, disgusting. But if he films having sex with her on camera, that's just run-of-the-mill, normal, whatever.
In Australia, pimping is legal, basically.
This is one of my... I really enjoyed placing myself, my cartoon version in this particular slide.
Yeah, this is great.
I needed to make the head especially large, too, because these two women have some of the largest implants I have ever seen.
And it's the only time big boobs actually come up in here because you got John Juana talking about big dicks and big boobs, and there's never any big boobs there. These are like
Heather Graham has some big old handfuls, but we only see them once.
Let's be fair. What's big to Avalon is not big to
right. Else. I mean, yes, I mean they are a pale in comparison to Miss Avalon's, but still, Heather Graham is stacked lady.
We had this conversation earlier. Actually, I was
also Becky.
Pretty small.
What's her? Nicole Ari Parker has huge black titties, and we don't really get a good look at them through this movie. If you want to see them, you got to watch The Incredibly True Adventure of Two Girls in Love.
I'll check that out later. It's on my list now.
Quite a title for a movie, but it's a movie from the 90s.
But this is the scene where Ricky Jay is actually trying to. This is almost identical to what you were talking about earlier, Avalon. Trying to be like this looks good visually, but like it's thematically not fitting what I'm trying to do. And she's like biting the strap that's on her wrist, and I forget the names of these two. When I was trying
She was
to
biting
find
the panties, wasn't she?
Yeah.
I thought she was
Yeah,
biting
she's
the
like
panties.
she's like doing like a little like flossing
Yeah.
action.
when I was trying to find Avalon eventually, who would eventually go on to be Avalon, these two were ones I tried to look up, and they were well out of the industry for a long time, and they had like
Still.
yeah, but they I can't remember one of them became a producer. I can't remember their names off the top of my head.
It would have
But,
been awesome if this stream was dark hour and like nothing but 5 or 4 other porn stars. None of us were here.
I'll try that some other time, I guess,
Yeah,
for a
yeah,
different film. This scene is kind of the actualization of this, plus the stuff with Johnny Doe is the actualization of all the things Floyd Gondoli had warned them about. And he was right. He was 100% right. They wanted to not listen to him, but they were 100% right. And had they just listened to him, they would be in a much better situation than they are.
Yeah, they would have been ahead of the curve instead of kind of like behind it, you know?
Yeah.
Like reluctantly having to adopt to video.
Yeah, speaking of which, this is
Rock
kind of what we were
harder.
talking about earlier. Oop, nope, too far. Rock Harders. Yeah, so like they've recast the character, but also changed the character as well. I actually think it would have been better if they would have he would have still been Brock Landers. I think that would have worked better.
No, but that's the thing is like that's how heartbroken Jack is about it. Like the idea of recasting the character sounds too much to him, I bet.
Yeah, I mean it works either way. I personally would have thought it would have been it would have worked better for the film if basically they went over his head. And
I agree, but it's like Lance was saying earlier, how the whole undercurrent theme of this movie is like, you know, family is where you make it, and you know, the bonds that chain us together, you know, whatever. I mean,
so this is the last slide I believe we have of Johnny Doe. So the scene we talked about earlier, the deleted scene, it's actually more to it. There's another scene also that they say where they walk in, they go, "Hey, did you hear about Johnny Doe? He's dead." And
oh right.
And the actual scene was filmed where he gets into a car wreck with Dirk's parents, and they determined to remove it because they deemed it too convenient that all the people that made his life terrible died at the same time. And
I remember the deleted scene though, where it's like it's kind of like the carpet dope scene where they're just doing cocaine. Like, oh, that sucks. Sucks about Johnny Doe. But yeah, I remember you telling me about that on the last stream about the whole deleted stuff about he actually died in a car crash with Dirk's parents. And yeah, I agree. It
was too convenient. Yeah,
serendipitous.
They do leave in the line about Johnny Doe dying, and then and then that's also that scene leads directly into the one we talked about before with Becky getting beaten by her husband.
So again, it's like, it's good that like, you know, not everybody's story has to wrap up in some shitty bow, you know, like some people kind of have like decent endings, you know?
So now that is Robert Downey Sr. right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you look, you can see the similarities in the face. Between yeah.
Now
go on.
Yeah. That's this hilarious story about how, like, you know, we need to pay for our studio album that we've been recording. We haven't paid for it, so we need the tapes, but we can't pay for the tapes until we take it to the record label because we're guaranteed a deal. So once we take you just lend us the tapes and we'll pay you back because we're guaranteed a record deal. Our shit is that good. Have you not heard the tapes? They're that good. he's so high on cocaine. And of course, Robert Downey Jr. is just like, man, it's your problem, not mine. I'm sorry. Like this isn't the first time I've heard this, believe it or not. This is actually like the 15th time I've heard this.
And then once again, Dirk's go-to, I'll fuck you up, man. I know karate. Right. Let's go. It's like every time.
And Reed is always the guy with the leash, you know. Hey, Dirk, you know, just relax, man. Reed is like a chill guy. Basically, the way it works is Todd Parker's a negative influence on Dirk, and Dirk is a negative influence on Reed, and a negative influence on Scotty. But Scotty, because he's rejected, because like imagine if Dirk was into it and just like embraced him as his lover, how horrible Scotty would have become. But because Scotty was like the jaded, rejected lover, he kind of keeps himself as a distance, and that's why he always kind of has this conscience about him, this moral high ground, because he's always like, you know, I don't think this is a good idea, he's one of those guys. And they're always like, shut the fuck up, Scotty. It's terrible.
Get a shirt that fits.
Yeah.
The biggest insult they could give Scotty. Get a shirt that fits.
That's probably like Dirk's bottom is when he finally let Scotty blow him, whenever the hell that was, and it's some deleted scene that was never featured, right?
Yeah, probably. But yeah, so Robert Downey Sr. has nothing does not have any of it. They go and what's the guy's name again? The soundboard operator,
Michael Penn.
And they go to and Reed, John C. Reilly goes, thanks for backing us up. And he's like, the fuck am I supposed to do?
Dude, your albums suck. Like, I'm a recording guy. I'm telling you, like, I'm just here to record your shit.
That was one of the best lines that they have with that too. Is earlier.
And I love earlier in the montage when
go ahead. Yeah,
we cut to Dirk, and he's just like, "You think the bass is cutting out my vocals?"
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Michael Penn's like, "No, I don't," and he's like, "I think cut the bass out of my vocals." And then Reed's like,
"It's balanced. I don't need to." Like he literally tells him it's balanced. Like he balanced it, and it's. But yeah, it's so it hasn't worked out for them, and they are now running out of money. But before we worry about that, we have Maggie, aka Amber Waves, who is finally custody hearing for her son, which it was implied that this started 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't go so well for her because her husband, they keep referring to her as her husband, so I don't think they're actually divorced yet. I think they're still going through the divorce. And, only allowed her to see him, the son, twice because he deemed her place of residence a no-go zone. It was a house of prostitution, pornography, and drugs, which it was
understandable, dude. Yeah, people were fucking ODing everywhere, man.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's as you want to, they want you to like kind of look at this guy as like framed as evil, but he's the logical one here. She's the one who's actually making no sense. It's implied the son is really young, especially in the 70s, but probably I'm guessing anywhere between probably like 4 and
I think they say that he's 4. I'm not too sure.
Yeah. Something like that. And so yeah, it wouldn't be a place to have him around. And that judge right there is played by the woman who the character is based on. And it's Jessie St. Jane. And this is her life that they're doing. And I find it to be fascinating that they did it this way.
She does a great job acting too. I mean, playing all you have to do is just, pretend to be a professional, court type judge person. But yeah, she's very stern with her. And yeah, I love how we just like smash cut to, Julianne Moore crying.
Yeah, it gives you all you need to know.
And yeah, kind of like early on in this meeting, it's not.
Sorry, Jessie St. Vincent. I'm sorry. I was like, I think I got that wrong. It's not Jessie St. James. It's Jessie St. Vincent. I'm sorry.
Oh, Jessie St. James was a rock star from.
Yeah, sorry. As soon as I said it,
I don't know who that is.
As soon as I said it, I don't know who it was, but as soon as I said it, I was like, no, that's not the right name. I had to look it up. But it's
ugly crying outside of a courthouse. That's something you never want to see, right?
Avalon. Just off chance, do you know anybody who ever went through anything similar to this?
Do you know anyone who's ever cried outside of a courthouse before?
No,
not exactly like this, but it's not that unusual for people who are related in the adult industry. If they go through a divorce, they will have their partners use that against them. So they don't need any criminal records. They don't need to be arrested. They could have zero drug history, but you're a stripper or a cam girl, or especially if you do like porn, your partner can very easily use that against you, and you can lose your children because of that. And if you try saying anything against that, you will have people going up against it, because society still sees if you have anything to do with sex, then you're dangerous to be around children. I mean, it's ironic because, kind of need sex to make children, but you can't be associated with sex and still be seen as someone who is safe or even a potential role model, anything to do with children. So that's why you keep hearing about things like teachers who get caught with OnlyFans, or there was like a child entertainer who did something like with OnlyFans. She did not have a scandalous 18 plus OnlyFans. She just happened to be on the site. But because she's on a site associated with adult content, that blew up because she was also associated with children, and it didn't matter that she did nothing adult on her page. Just that association means, red flag, bad people will pile up on her. There were people, they'll be asking for like teachers to get arrested because they had an OnlyFans. There was another person who was also a teacher. She was moonlighting as a pole dancing teacher in a studio. They wanted her to lose her children, lose her job as being a teacher because she wasn't in a strip club, nothing. She was in a dance studio, but she was teaching pole dancing.
Yeah,
so
pole,
like anything,
pole aerobics or whatever they're called.
Yeah, it's just pole dancing, yeah. But like anything associated with adult, you cannot be associated with children at the same time, or people
And
will
like
just
we were
that as taking away children.
Well, we were talking about earlier about like, you know, the stigma from your family members when you get into the industry, but also like, yeah, what about when you have like actual kids, you know, children? Like, what is that like? You know, I mean, I have no idea. It's got to be crazy.
I mean,
that's
and
something you probably don't let your kids know, right? That's something you got to hide from them.
Yeah. But like it could also be something in the past. Like say you were a dancer when you were 18, 19,
yeah, 20
you got
years
married
ago.
you get married at 30 and you're going through a divorce at 35, your husband and the lawyer will still use that dance past against you as a reason for why you shouldn't have any custody.
So, like, legal wise, do they count it as like adultery? So, for example, if you're a porn actress and you're married but you want a divorce, they don't count it as adultery, right? Because
it's seen more as a reflection of poor moral character.
Right.
Okay.
Because if you can do that, then you can do all these other bad things. Because if you can be associated with the adult industry, then why can't you do any other bad thing?
I can't wait for if I ever get divorced and custody battles and my spouse's lawyer starts using my YouTube channel as evidence again me.
I love how you're not even married and you're just like, I can't wait till I get divorced.
I
man.
can't
like,
wait
till
I get divorced. I mean, I'm saying that ironically, or sarcastically, but
now is we get to one of the best scenes in the whole film. It's multiple scenes that are interspliced with one another. And one of which I know Avalon was really a fan of this particular sequence. The so it's on the hunt or something. No, it's on the lookout, and it's based on the Prowl, which was a real series at the time. And it's Roller Girl, and they're gonna drive around, and that's not the next scene, but and they're gonna find some hot young stud to
I also love how
Girl.
like it's December 1983 and everyone's in the same like, you know, vicinity on this random evening, this random Sunday night.
Well, that's what I was about to say. And right alongside them, right down the street, is Dirk trying to pull his old tricks of you know,
jacking off for $10.
In this case, it's 10 and 20. I like to think of it as inflation.
Yeah.
As the reason for that. And let me see, is it
skinflation?
So, yeah. So we're back and we're back here, and this is a familiar face. It's the same guy who did that before to her. And I love this scene for a really weird reason. His lines I love in this scene because they go, "Hey, where do you go to school?" And he's like, "I
don't want to tell you.
I don't want to tell you." And then 3 sentences later, do you know Roller Girl? Yeah, we watch her at my frat house. I go to CSUN. Like he completely forgets that he just didn't want to say it. Like, I rewound it like the first time I saw it. I was like,
man.
Yeah. I rewound it the first time I saw it, and I was like, "There's no way that just happened." And it was very much like he got into the moment, and it's really weird. It's really strange.
No, it's believable. I find that very believable.
It's like it's almost threatening his ability to get with Roller Girl. Let me see what's the next slide. Okay, yeah. So this is connected to it, but it doesn't go so well. He's not a performer; he's a regular person, and he's not able to. He's just trying to, like, as Jack says, it's not a hole in the wall. It's Roller Girl. He's just trying to ram her.
Oh, he's kind of like the epitome of what people who watch porn just see and want to reproduce, you know.
But it's also like Avalon said, like there's specific angles, like this angle where like only like your left thigh is like making contact when you're like, you know, you got to do these like
the Captain Morgan,
the Captain Morgan, exactly. Like you would never do like when you're instinctively like mounting a woman and thrusting and heaving violently. You know,
Avalon, is there any weird position names that you can think of that are in the industry that are
industry standards?
I honestly can't think of any weird names. We just kind of like describe what we're going to do. So
do they
real names?
So it's like that scene earlier where he's like, I just take her leg and flip it over, and now we're in this, and it's like,
yeah, you just kind of like describe what you're going to do. I can't think of any like weird specific names that we refer to. It's usually, I mean, maybe it's just because I need a lot of directions, so they know to give it by step to me, but I've never come across like any weird names.
Is blocking usually run by in
we have a few more slides. So I'm just moving to the
you
next.
kind of come up with a loose plan of what you guys are going to do before shooting, or is it all kind of improv?
Yeah, that's all planned. That's all discussed beforehand. You discuss everything like boundaries, hard nose, what you will do, what you can't do, what you are okay with, what kind of conditions you're okay with things. So everything like that gets discussed beforehand. Every single, basically what you are okay with for act and movement, that's all discussed and agreed on beforehand. And it's even included in the contract. Like before you start, they'll be like, what are your yeses? What are your no's? What are your hard no's? And that's included in there. Then you have the conversation. You discuss things with coworkers. Again, what you do, what you won't do, all of your boundaries, that's all discussed earlier. So you know exactly what you're going into. And you kind of have a rough idea of what kind of flow there's going to be.
Okay.
Cool.
And speaking of flow, this guy's blood is flowing out of his face. Yeah, uninspired. I just read the thing. Yeah, I have those. We'll do them at the end. So it does not go well. He brings up her real name. I didn't mention that, and which is a hard no. And it throws off the whole situation. And then he insults Jack. Jack tackles him.
Your fucking films suck anyway.
Yeah, your films fucking suck now anyway. And then he's on the ground, like Jack has beat the shit out of him, and then Roller Girl goes over and just lays into his face with the roller skate. And that, I mean, it would probably kill him. Like,
I like that scene. I was like, go Roller Girl, deserved.
No, I mean,
cheer her on.
It's fine. I mean, you can like the scene. I mean, he is a piece of shit, but like to her the whole time. I don't know if murder is justifiable in that instance, but
I actually thought that he was dead, man.
I mean, I think if he doesn't get medical attention soon, there's a really good chance he could die. He probably has a brain hemorrhage. He just had his face caved in with a roller skate on concrete. If he doesn't get medical attention soon, he is fucked.
I mean, FAFO, right? It's kind of on him.
Oh no, I mean, I get why they did it, but he definitely this is something that could medically be handled, but they just leave him there. So unless somebody happens to walk by, and it's late, this is late, there's a possibility no one will walk by for a while. He could essentially brain bleed out, and so he's fucked. Stupenza seems to have gone to take a piss, so I guess we'll just move on.
And at the same time, he's getting fucked too.
Yeah, and a very similar situation happens with Dirk for a different reason. This is more that gay panic thing we spoke about before, where he's just doing this for money. He's not actually gay, but they call him the F-bomb that we can't use on YouTube. And but a bundle, they call him a bundle of sticks in England. So but
cigarette.
Or cigarette. But yeah, he gets
I mean, this is like a weird scene because it's like, this is a weird way to punish guys who you don't really agree with their lifestyle. This is a weird way to bait dudes in. Like, watch the guy jerk off for like 10 whole minutes or whatever before you finally beat him up or whatever. I don't know.
And he was really into it too.
He was.
I mean, is it the stereotype that a lot of the people who are super homophobic are kind of in the closet themselves?
Yes.
It reminds me of the joke about, what was it, South Park, where the guy's the undercover cop and he's like pretending to be a woman and he like lets them have sex with him before he's like, you're under arrest. Like, he like does the
like you could have did it before you
right.
the train ran on you. Like,
it's so weird. But also the music. This is also Michael Penn doing this music, and this music's also in Heart 8, Paul Thomas Anderson's earlier film. But it's like this weird, like a bell and a chime, boom, 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 and it's just like it's freaky, it's haunting. It's like good horror music. I love it. And yeah, this whole scene is just building up to the donut store robbery.
Well, the two vehicles leave. The truck peels out that he was in before, and the limo goes the other way. Down the road comes Buck and Jesse, and they are expecting, and they stop at a donut shop.
So you
And
see, at this point
They
in the
just got
movie, I was
married too,
actually
right?
praying, you know, because I was like, "Fuck, man! I know that something bad is gonna happen. I just
and
hope
this
it
is what
doesn't happen
happens.
to Buck."
Yeah, you
I
don't
was
want
like,
Buck to die. This
"Fuck."
would be a huge tragedy. This movie would suck if Buck got killed right here.
I agree
Um,
100%.
and also, the idea that they just got married, they're wearing all white. It's Christmas time, December 11th, which I think is Pearl Harbor's anniversary.
I believe so.
And no, December 7th. Sorry, excuse me. But yeah, I mean, it's just the music's all playing, and like the fact that they just got married and they're gonna go get donuts, you know,
And it's the
like,
amount of
that's their
time that
honeymoon.
they take also with him selecting the donuts. It's just, you know, that
Oh,
something
right.
is going to happen. You
He's
know?
looking forward to his bear claws, you know.
Yeah.
Dude,
And
he's
one thing
buying
that it
everything.
also implies is another one of those lines that just kind of it shows how the mind works for this character. He points at a thing that clearly has Santa Claus on it, and he goes, "Did you do this for Christmas?" Like, no shit, dude. Like, no.
People are like that. I mean,
Yeah.
if you've ever worked in
Yeah.
customer service, you know that people are like this
No,
in
I
real
do,
life.
but I'm saying it attaches to him to that kind of person who can't put two and two together and has to
Right.
ask the basic question.
And of course, you know, he gets pulled off on gunpoint, and which I have the clip of. So let me just
Hell
line
yeah.
it up. All right.
Don't even move.
I'm not moving. I'm not moving.
Shut up! Don't fucking move, man.
I'm not.
Shut the fuck up. Give me this shit. Oh.
There's some strawberry jam on those donuts. I like how I love how when first of all, like, but Don Cheadle's like trembling is so great, and when he's like he sees Alan Graff pulling out that
So don't
Dirty
do that,
Harry
man.
style revolver, he's like, please don't do that, don't do that. Like, I'm standing right next to this guy. I mean, Buck is kind of a coward. I mean, let's be real. I mean, it's
I
not
don't
that
think
it's
he's a
bad
coward. I
thing.
think he's very
I think
intelligent.
He's your
Yeah.
average dude, man.
I would look. I fought.
If I was
9
Buck,
people
if I was Buck,
today.
I'd be giving dude with a gun. I'd be giving him like the thumbs up. I'd be
Yeah.
like, do it
I
now.
I
Don't
fought.
hesitate.
I fought 9 people this morning. I would shit myself if I was between 2 people with guns.
For real,
Right.
dude.
Like,
I react like Buck because the thing is that he pointed the gun towards the assailant while the gun was still pointed at Buck, which means that if you got shot, you probably would have
Mhm.
gotten shot as well. So, you know, it's like, at least
He's
wait till the gun
extremely
isn't
lucky.
on me, you know?
Well, here's the other thing about movies is in movies you get shot and you die, like usually instantly. In reality, people get shot in the head like 3 or 4 times and live. Like,
I mean,
it's-
that,
Times,
well,
that's like a
that-
1 in a
that
million.
particular-
Not, not like all the time. That's like
No,
it
I know.
depends very
But
much.
definitely
where
if you
they
get shot in the stomach, even if you die, like you'll die like tomorrow, you know? Like,
Yeah, but
That's
he got
true.
shot when he got shot. That is a high caliber. That's like a
Yeah.
357 Magnum. That would
and
have
then a big
blown
bag of
everything.
I didn't realize. See, here's the thing: donut shops, they rake in a lot of money.
Yep.
Well, yeah, pay
because
any
it's
kind
low
of like
overhead.
business like that. Yeah. Now here, I would take the money. I'm assuming everybody here would.
Dude, I'd take the fucking cash. dude.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, I'd look for cameras if there aren't any cameras.
No, but
Fuck
this
it,
is the
I'm gone,
70s,
dude.
it's early 80s.
Yeah, it's 83. 83. I don't think they have cameras everywhere in 83, do they?
Dude,
No,
now you'd walk into a donut shop and give me all your money. It's like we have like $5. Whereas everyone
Yeah.
pays with cards.
Do you have
Yeah.
Venmo? Because we'll Venmo you the money.
PayPal, dude. that's
Venmo
it.
me all the money. That's what's gonna happen. Here's my email address.
And
Just
now
send it to this account.
one of the greatest scenes in cinema history. So much so, I did a video earlier today on it.
I thought the
Well,
video
pardon.
was coming out after this. 'cause
No,
you were
it came out
asking-
before.
So,
See, I thought you were saying, "Hey, I want the thumbnail," because I thought you were gonna like plug.
No,
up the
well, I
video.
can do it
Yeah.
both. You got
So,
to do it quickly.
do you guys have any idea why it was called Long Way Down, like the last chapter?
No.
I remember reading it, but we might have talked about it on the last
Yeah,
stream.
I don't
No,
remember.
I don't remember.
I think I looked it up. It was something about it. Paul P.T. Anderson.
I'm gonna
is
say
a
something,
weird
guys.
dude.
This last time, I did the exact opposite. When I streamed with Dark Hour about a year ago for this movie, I watched the movie 3 times, like once with each commentary. I looked at
Jesus.
all the trivia. I was like prepared, and then we talked about it for 2 hours. And I was like, okay. And then this time, I didn't even really. I like skimmed it before I came on.
Honestly, I think if we would have did it the same way we did it last time with the additional people, this would have taken 9 hours, and we would have started threatening Mr.
I've
Brown.
seen it so many times. I know this movie backwards and forwards.
Same here. And speaking of which, so they are in dire straits. They have no money for coke. They have no money to get the vet fixed. Which
I like how they're
right
looking
there.
extra. They're looking all extra puffy and greasy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're all sweaty and their eyelids are all swollen somehow. I don't know how they do that.
And they were not informed by Todd that he was bringing a gun. By the way, they're very out of the loop of the
Riley's
plan.
reaction, dude.
Yeah.
Well, they already know that they're up to no good. The plan is, hey, we're going to sell some coke to this fucking asshole who we don't like. And we're also going to sell him flour disguised as cocaine.
Yeah, baking
soda.
Yeah.
It was baking soda because baking soda is also bitter. So that's why it gets used to cut with it.
So you know that you're already up to no good. And then the fact that he's brought the gun is like compounding on the fear factor. Why do all three of us have to go?
Mm-hmm.
There's so many, there's issues here.
Yeah. And one of my favorite things about this scene, and I mentioned it in my video that I put out earlier today, is that the character Cosmo, he's Chinese, is walking around throwing random firecrackers. They were not told ever what time they were going to be thrown. So every time they go,
yeah, it's a real house, and the firecrackers are loud as hell in this house because of the brick walls and stuff. And yeah, and it's great because, like, dude, again, we're talking about really excellent acting. Like how uptight and how on edge Mark Wahlberg and John C. Reilly are in this scene is legendary.
See, I thought the firecrackers were intentional because if any neighbors or anyone heard it, they would just assume it was firecrackers and not a gun bullet, like gun sound.
Helps. Yeah.
It's a possibility. That's a way
to. Yeah. I mean, so I do have a clip to play.
Fuck. It's Cosmo. It's Chinese.
So like they tell you there's like you're not allowed to light fireworks, right? Firecrackers. But what if it's like inside your house, right? You really stop me from lighting fireworks?
I mean, it's pretty obvious as this scene goes on that the police do not go around this area. He runs out of the house with a shotgun and just starts
a deleted
firing.
scene in the script that was never filmed, and I'm glad it wasn't filmed. But according to Paul Thomas Anderson, like it was spitballed the idea that like after the shotgun chase, fucking helicopter cop shows up and cops in like Rahid or whatever his name is. He has like some kind of standoff.
Jackson.
Yeah, Rayhead Jackson. He has some kind of standoff with the police with like a helicopter, but obviously that was like too expensive.
Well,
and
that was also because it was based on the real Wonderland murders,
right?
Which that stuff happened during. So
John Holmes.
Yeah. They one of the reasons they pulled out of doing that as well was because they didn't want it to be exactly the same.
Too similar, I see.
Yeah.
Too
do you guys think that the character of Rahid Jackson, Rehad Jackson, do you guys think he's the dude that inspired the drug dealer from Project X? I don't know if you guys remember that one.
Oh my God, I don't know.
You're aging yourself. You're showing
dude,
how
Project
young you
X is a fucking iconic movie at this point, man.
It's good. I just like how Project X is your Fight Club.
So
Project
camera,
X,
it's like the found footage movie about a party.
The real dude is Australian. It's the dude that made a huge party in the neighborhood, and it just got so out of control.
Oh right,
he's an Australian kid, man.
Story.
The real dude is an Australian too.
There was like a real news story about a kid who threw a raging party with like I think 1,000 people showed up to his house party.
Basically, 1,000 people showed up to his house, and it was like a huge party.
The news are like interviewing him, and he's like, "It's my house, mate. Do whatever I want."
Yeah, and he eventually became an actual like party planner because of that. Can you imagine? It's crazy.
Speaking of which,
the blank out scene. What do you guys think of the blank out scene?
I love the blank out scene.
With Jesse's girl.
I love this scene. I think that he does such a great job of summing up everything you need to see out of him. He's like, okay, I gotta wake up. Then it's like he starts like being like, yeah, life's fucking awesome. Look at this. And
he kind of realizes like, where am I? What am I doing?
Yeah, like why? Wait, like, and it's very much the lyrics almost sync up with his like predicament, and like he wanted something, he got it, and then he let it squander away. and it over dumb shit that he could have not necessarily, he didn't necessarily have to do.
Oh, Jesse's girl. And Avalon, what are your thoughts on the movie so far? Like around here, I mean, we've been asking you about like industry standards and secrets, but what are your thoughts on the actual film so far?
I mean, like, I didn't mind it, but it's definitely not going to be one of my top favorite films.
Of course. I mean, honestly, I think growing up, this movie was inspirational from like a aspiring filmmaker point of view. But like I said, like rewatching it this more recent time, it's like, yeah, I see the follies in some of the young and sure-headedness of the filmmakers and everyone involved. Like they were just so sure this is an excellent hit.
Yeah, this is gold.
So surely, yeah, you must be able to see what would happen next. They had this plan to use the gun, and instead of just leaving with the $5,000, Todd comes up with the plan of he's got coke and he's got cash and he's got everything in that safe, in that bedroom, in that motherfucking bedroom, in that goddamn master safe.
Yeah.
It's the
I love how like Reed and Dirk are like, sir, we have no idea.
Yes, like, let us go.
And Rehad is has freebased out of his fucking mind. He's got a gun, and like the other guys are like, we don't know. And he's like,
don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. It's cool.
This happens to me all the time, dude. Don't worry about it.
Do we have a clip for this part?
Fuck yeah, dude. Once there's guns involved, of course I have a clip.
Do not reach for your gun, man. Don't reach for your gun.
Now,
Dude,
the
I love
fact
how
that-
John C. Reilly just runs away. He's like, fuck it.
Into a
He's
bush,
on his
and he gives
own.
a. Say again.
I also love how like Dirk Diggler doesn't get like any shrapnel or shells,
Yeah,
buckshot to his side there because of the window. But other than that, I mean, the scene, it's a great, like, yeah, like you said, Dark Hour, it's just like a random high octane action scene in the middle of this movie, because it's real. Like we've been doing pretend action this whole movie, and the one time we get like actual like action, like yeah, our friend Todd dies.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this is basically Dirk's bottom right here, where he realizes like, hey, trying to, you know, almost get killed trying to rip off a guy by selling him baking soda, probably not. Something has gone wrong.
It's probably an inferior lifestyle than living in a nice house and having sex all the time.
Yeah,
it's probably
Jack,
an inferior lifestyle of that. One thing I do love about that, by the way, so it's the pistol that he uses to play like Russian roulette, where he puts one bullet in, spins the chambers. Right. I'm gonna do it. I'm fucking dead. And it's you know, he's just like, if you listen, he pulls the trigger multiple times to make fire.
Right.
It's not. He doesn't just pick it up and shoot. He picks it up and he pulls the trigger like at least one other time, if not more. Cool. And so he's going through the chambers and finds the bullet, and that's why he doesn't keep shooting him. Because he only had one bullet.
Yeah.
So it's a nice little touch that they add to that sequence.
I agree.
Nice little details, man. Always makes it for worth the rewatch.
You could tell me and Stupenzo have watched this movie way too many fucking times.
A lot. I mean, that's the other thing.
I literally sent him a video cleaning my house, watching the movie, and I was just like dancing. I was like, yeah, fuck this movie.
I love it. This is one of those movies I used to put on like background movies, you know. Avalon, if you wanted to talk about a movie for 4 hours, what movie would you pick?
Oh goodness, I have no idea. I don't know if there is a movie I can talk about for 4 hours.
We'll let you pick next one, okay?
Well, we're actually I'm gonna talk about that a little later, but let's get through these last few slides and clips, and then we'll get to that. This is kind of an extension of what we were just talking about.
Going back to Jack,
his breakdown. And then the first scene
basically just comes to a big apology, you know. Hey, I'm sorry I blew up on you at the poll.
The first scene that was filmed in this movie, by the way, was this scene.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, what does it say?
It's Buck's Super Stereo World. It's just, that's the whole.
He's doing his big. He's now adopted the hip hop persona, which seems to be vibing best.
So
fuck yeah, ladies and gentlemen. All right, well,
he
it's time
just
to
embraced
vibe.
being the black guy, basically.
This weekend, and this weekend only, Buck Super Cool Stereo Store is making super cool deals on all name brands. All you need to do is walk over, get down, and come inside us. Word.
Come inside
Word.
Dude. Also, God Only Knows playing in this last montage, this last big
Send off.
where we're
last
send
big
off.
hoorah.
God Only Knows, dude. Pet Sounds was it still is such a revolutionary album. It's so weird. And like I said, I was just talking about how I watched Dewey Cox recently, Walk Hard. And when he gets in his Pet Sound stage where he's like filming with all the llamas and the big choirs and stuff, it's monumental. But also it represents because Pet Sounds was like a change in the music industry, just like how even though they're back to normal, we're back to the basics with Dirk and company. It's like we're gelling into this new, it's still new territory, even though we're back kind of to square one. I don't know. It's great.
And I was thinking also of the shopkeeper for the first stereo place. Imagine how pissed he's going to be when he sees it. He's like, not only is a competitor, he's finally doing the thing that I wanted him to do, and he's in the right persona to sell shit.
Right.
Well, there is kind of an undertone to that as well. One of the themes that happens through this movie is aging out of the current thing and not being prepared for the next thing. During the mid 80s was when you started to see the rise of the big box store and having chains that did exactly what he's trying to do. Radio Shack became very popular. And so he's actually behind the curve and doesn't realize it. It's played off as he got his wish. But when you peel it back a little bit more, you realize he's just as behind the curve as they were with the videos earlier. And
Buck
he's
Super
probably going to go out.
Stereo World will close soon
Within 5 years or so. Probably he will. Because that money is also it wasn't he got his startup money, but he doesn't have some financer to back it if he needs more. He has to run on what he has, and odds are pretty slim that would survive into the
also
90s.
When you sell Jack a new stereo, he's going to be very happy. But when you try to sell Jack a new stereo a year from now, he'll be like, you already sold me a new stereo last year. It works great. I don't need it. He's like, please, Jack, please buy a new stereo. I need you to
yeah, dude. You need the high fidelity, man.
It has to have the TK421. It won't have it without the TK421. Which
if I buy a new bed, I'm set for at least several years, right?
Probably about usually mattresses should last you about 5 to 10 years, depending on the quality of the mattress. So.
Yep, about.
So we have Roller Girl getting her GED.
Finally.
The scene that Stupenzo.
I like how they sat her in the back corner because she's too distracting to the other students.
The colonel.
I think she's just trying to stay hidden, so she's like,
I'm
not
joking. You're right. I agree with Avalon.
I've always hated these windows, might I add. These are the same windows I had in my high school, and the reason why I hate them, the design makes zero sense. And I've complained about this with other streams. Well, I get why it's so you can't jump out. I get that. But if you think about the actual design,
people are jumping out of windows in American schools for that to be a thing
all the time, every day. I'm sure it happens once a day.
But if you actually think so, the way these windows are structured, they pull in this way.
School's a prison.
The top section pushes outward, and it's so if you know anything about convection currents, science. Hot air rises. It's rising in. The cold air is falling out. It is a perfect convection current to make the inside of the school hotter. That any schools in the United States that did not have air conditioning had these serious problems with always being.
Dude, I'm picturing 13-year-old Dark Hour complaining about these windows.
I did. I complained about them at 15 in high school, and people looked at me like I was crazy. I was like, "You don't understand the convection currents." The
teacher. Shouldn't you science teacher have been hugging? Wouldn't that count as extra points in physics class or something?
It should have, but they just looked at me as a crazy person.
Dude, mine just had sliding windows. Sliding doors, those type of windows.
Right.
Way easier, man.
the Colonel gets his ass kicked. We did briefly touch on this.
Robert Wrigley's last on-screen appearance right here. Shut up, Colonel.
By a black dude.
And then the Rodriguez brothers nightclub has been opened.
So funny.
It's supposed to be a G.
That's so cute. Oh no,
Dude, Luis Guzman is fucking hilarious, man.
And then you can't replace just that letter. You have to redo the whole sign. That's neon signs have to be so it's
that was the other thing we didn't talk about. We talked about on the last stream was like how Luis Guzman is constantly bugging Jack to please put me
be in a movie.
And then they have the deleted scene where he's like, I can't be in this scene. I'm really small down there.
Bartender.
I can't do it. Yeah.
And
well,
yeah,
no,
there's the deleted scenes. The deleted scenes are on YouTube, and like Heather Graham is totally topless in this deleted scene on YouTube. You can look it up right now. But like, yeah, Luis Guzman is like about to shoot a sex scene, I guess, and Heather Graham comes in topless. Like, you ready? Are you ready? Yeah, you're about to have your big debut, and he's like, yeah, whatever, man. Roller girl, I gotta tell you something, man. I don't know, I'm kind of nervous, but I got a little dick, man. And she's like, oh well, if you got a little dick. I
forgot to censor that one.
Well, there you go.
I didn't see anything. All right, I saw nothing.
Well, that's fine. We'll have to censor that down the line.
Anyway, beautiful babies.
That one.
The joy of birth continuing. Excuse me.
I did that quick enough.
I think you hit it quick enough. And then
Reed became a magician. Basically, is what we.
Yeah. Then there's the last tracking shot of the movie.
I definitely did not do that on purpose.
Hey, this baby, you almost saw baby penis.
I think that's actually not a problem on the internet, and like for movie stuff on the internet. I think that doesn't count.
I actually got
he's got a
scene where his elbow is covering his dick. So
right, and Melora Walters did that picture of Little Bill.
Little Bill, yeah.
Now,
shout out to Little Bill.
Julianne Moore, though, her character is one of the few characters that really goes through hardly any growth at all in this entire movie, and that's why when she has this like moment alone in the mirror, it's kind of sad. And then back to Brock. Kind of reminiscent of the first time he was in the mirror. He's like a little unsure of himself, little boy, basically. And here he's like delusional. He's Brock Landers. It's like, no.
This one I censored. Don't worry. I censored this one.
Oh, darn. You can probably get away with showing it, though, because it's like technically it's prosthetic, right?
Fucking no.
I mean, it looks very fake, so.
Yeah, there was no
question. Not as real as that right there.
Yeah. It is the silliest looking and it's so funny because like we spend the whole movie like wondering he's got this huge dick, he's got this huge dick and we don't really see it, but then at the very end he just pulls it out. There it is. You wanted to see it. There it is. It's a big rubber dick
and it's functional
and it's just so fake that like it can't even look impressive because it just looks too fake.
Right. It was actually they had a functional one too that they never ended up using. It was one that he could control. It had like a controller and it could like work.
That's pretty cool, dude.
Well, I know when P.T. Anderson wrote the movie, his whole idea was like full frontal real sex in the movie was what he originally envisioned. But obviously, it's not going to get played in the movie theaters if that happens. So he compromised.
And of course, the behind the scenes footage that we always put at the end.
Right. It was these pictures right here, like on the one on the right with Roller Girl. I was like, oh, is this like the gaffer that I'm seeing with Heather Graham? No, this is the director. This is the guy who made the movie. I was like, no way. This movie was made by a 65-year-old professional. Dude. Yeah.
But there we have it, everybody.
But now that we're 20 years later and I'm 38, it's like, dude, totally a youngster made Boogie Nights. Absolutely.
So there we have it, everybody. And we have mine and Stupenzo's like favorite movie of all time.
Yeah, it's up there. It's up there. My favorite movie is like, I love Paris, Texas, but nobody's seen it. In fact, I went on a stream with Gord King about best 80s movies, and I said this was my #1 movie. That was months ago. Gord King still hasn't watched it.
Dude, it's on Netflix here. I put it in my list, but I just haven't gotten
Tell
to
me
it,
what you think
to be
about
honest.
it. I definitely love this movie.
I do have a couple questions here from Smilex. I'm not going to read them all because he sent like 9. I'm just going to read like 2 or 3 of them.
Shout out to you, Smilex, man.
Yeah. Actually, do you want to read them, Uninspired, or do you want to?
He has no voice.
I literally have no voice, man. He wants to kill me.
Okay, so given the subject matter of Boogie Nights, I'd want to know the transition from shooting films, shooting video, and streaming on the hub has changed the industry? Has it devalued work and performer crews? I think we sort of went over that before.
So it kind of has a little bit, but also the actual performers are now making more of the money and they're able to control things themselves.
Right.
So one reason it's blown up is because now performers have a lot more say in what they're doing, what they are comfortable with, how they're being portrayed, because they're editing their own scenes. When you go onto a studio set, what I personally like is you just rock up, you shoot, you sign a release, you get paid, you go home. You don't have to do anything else. But you might get an editor who like gets a weird facial expression and that's included in the video. Or you might have said something weird and it's like as a blooper in there and that wasn't cut out the video. But when you're working yourself, you can present yourself how you want. So if you said something silly, you've got a weird face, or you didn't like how something looks, you can cut that out. You can edit it. You've got that control. So not only do you have more control of how you are being portrayed, how you are marketing, because a lot of the times people don't like some of the titles or some of the slogans that have been associated with videos. I mean, they're cringy, they're crap. These days, it's just as bad on like Reddit. People do like ridiculous titles just to get the views. And you talk about that. You laugh about that. You're like, these are such stupid titles, but that's what works. But you still have at least a little bit more of that control.
Do you think
have that
that's
money.
what the whole stuck in the laundry machine thing could be? Is like people are just watching it because it's so silly. Like, what is this?
Oh yeah.
That
We
makes
joke
sense.
about it all the time. Like one of the things I say is if anyone actually was a fly on the wall on a studio, because you know how guys always like, if only I was a fly on the wall watching it. I'm like, no, because it's going to ruin the magic for you. The amount of times we joke and laugh about how ridiculous things are and how completely unbelievable and unrealistic things are, like it's going to break that magic
like
in there.
the memes sell the porn now, basically.
Yeah.
So going through these questions, they were mostly addressed, but the one that kind of wasn't, this is the only one that I'm gonna really bring back to. Let me using Hollywood as an example, I would assume some people entering the business are more naive than others, and that the business likely changes your attitude to relationships, sex, humanity. Has the business affected you positively and negatively? And is there anything that surprised you? We sort of touched on that, but if you want to add anything, the rest of them were kind of addressed as we went along. So
Yeah. I mean, I think when I got into it, I was expecting it to be a lot more like what normal people would, like outside the industry, expect it to be, which is a lot more sexualized when you're actually there. But in reality, it's just people hanging out and having fun, and you just happen to shoot sex. It's like not sexy at all. You are used to seeing each other naked, but there's no sexual connotations there at all. You can just be chilling and hanging, and it doesn't seem weird at all. But a lot of the actual sexual stuff is very performative. It is planned, it is scheduled, it's rehearsed, you discuss it, and it's just a performance. So
It's a proper job.
Yeah, it's a job, but a lot of the camaraderie and the friendships behind it are real. So you also have people who seem to think there'll be like a lot of backstabbing in there or a lot of competition. That's definitely not been my experience. You make friends with the people who you're working with. The same in the strip club. The dancers are much more likely to band together against bad customers than the TV and movie stereotype of the dancers backstabbing each other and bitching against each other to get the good customers. It's like, no, the dancers are their own group and the customers are the other. You're just there for money. And if you wrong someone, everyone's going to hate you.
Damn.
So
All
there is definitely like a camaraderie, friendship kind of building there. And it's also because adult entertainment is still marginalized. So you kind of have that us versus them kind of mentality there too. So you want to protect each other in your own community because you're constantly hearing about how it is marginalized, how it is dangerous. You're constantly getting people commenting about, like, you get crappy comments and basically hate messages and hate mails all the time. So you're used to that. But within the actual industry itself, people look out for each other. They help each other. They try to have each other's backs. And whenever something does go wrong, nowadays it's coming out. Like, people are talking about bad performers in studios and how agencies were protecting the studios. And it's other performers that are helping those performers and speaking out. And they, again, band together. They'll be like, say, John Doe was a crappy performer in there. Agencies have been protecting him. More and more performers find out over time. Then all the other performers be like, we're not shooting with him. We refuse to shoot with him. He's on the no list because of all the bad things he's done previously. It doesn't matter so much that the agency's protecting him anymore because the performers themselves are now banding together against the person who has been breaking the rules and breaking boundaries. And that's why we hear about it now on things like Twitter, because performers can speak out, whereas previously in the past, you couldn't. There was no one you could talk to. If you try to speak out, agencies just wouldn't hire you
Yeah, you
anymore.
get blacklisted, basically.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a de facto union, basically.
Basically, yeah.
Oh, yes. I forgot. Yes. RRTNZ for $2 New Zealand. Liam Neeson was actually the stunt cock for Mark in this. So, I almost forgot about it. Thank you for remembering that. And also the poll, it was 34% won with both, 31% preferred T, 17% and was tied for both A and option D. So
I
take
voted,
that as you
I
will.
voted A, man. I voted A for sure.
And then that was from 29 votes. So we had at least 29 people
voting.
I think we pretty much all gave our thoughts on the film. So
I liked it.
Yeah.
Well, kind of gauging. What are some of
Avalon's?
Because I know this is kind of like a dude's movie. This is definitely like a dude bro movie a little bit. But what are like some of your favorite?
I got that feel too. That it's
what are
definitely
some
more
of your
catered
favorite
towards
movies,
guys.
Avalon? I wanna gauge your personality here. Like, what are some movies you like?
I don't really have like favorite movies because I will watch a movie and I'll like it, but then I'll watch another movie. So I'm not the kind of person who
Are you more
rewatches
into
movies over and over.
You're more into the serials, the shows, the.
No, I love movies. I will be like, oh, that was a good movie, but I don't need to watch it again. So the movies that I have watched a lot of times tend to be movies from childhood, when I feel like kids are more inclined to rewatch the same movies. But as an adult with streaming services, I'll be like, oh, I've seen this movie. I don't need to watch it again. I know how it goes. Watch a different movie. Watch a different movie.
Here's another question then. If you had to go on vacation, what would be better? Like a resort on the beach, a cabin in the woods, or a penthouse in the city?
Either the beach or the woods. I don't need a penthouse in the city. I lived in a
Are you doing the personality quiz
Okay,
right
well,
now?
we can do this another time. It's like 4 a.m. for uninspired.
Until 12:30 here. It's great time.
You lucky motherfuckers, man.
Paint a picture here.
Don't worry, she's gonna be back. I've already booked her for a future movie, so don't worry.
Oh, really?
Yeah, don't worry.
I can think of two movies that I like, and one that you guys might like is I think it comes from the 80s, but it's a kids movie, sort of. It's based on was made for kids, but the book itself is made for adults. And it's called The Last Unicorn, but it's a bit of a cult movie. I loved that movie when I was a kid, and then I got the book and I read the book, and I'm like, kind of weird that this is like a kids movie because the book is not so much for kids. It's definitely a bit more for an older audience. But yeah, as a kid, I absolutely adored The Last Unicorn. And that's
I think the Riftrex dudes did that one.
But yeah, so me and Stupenzo have said we love the movie. Avalon gave her opinion. Uninspired, what did you think of it?
I like it, man. I think it's a good movie. I don't think I'll rewatch it as often as I like rewatching There Will Be Blood, but I still think it's one of PTA's best, especially for an early work. So yeah, man, props to him, and still one of the best soundtracks that I've ever had the chance to listen to in a movie.
Yeah, I do like Magnolia more than this one, but also like I've said, I've learned to respect. I appreciate his more recent movies like Phantom Thread and There Will Be Blood. Like they're way more understated and cool,
simplistic, basically.
Yeah, not as bombastic, and yet they say a lot more. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think that leaves us with one last thing, and we have a new graphic for it. So go ahead, Uninspired.
All right. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, with my broken voice, it is time to debut the segment of plugging.
Oh my God!
Your shit, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
So we'll start with Stupenzo. Go ahead, man. What do you got coming up?
Honored to be here for the christening of that little animation. Yeah, I don't know. I just check out my YouTube channel. I go live every Monday and riff on a movie every Wednesday. And tomorrow I want to talk about The Matrix for about 6 hours. I might go by myself. I might have Blue Collar step in. I don't know. Just gonna wing it. And then also, yeah, like I said, Wednesday, what did we do last week? Street Trash. That was like one of the most offensive movies I've ever watched in my life. So check that out. Full length commentary. And then other than that, I want to watch Hell Comes to Frogtown soon. So I might record that soon and release that this week. I don't know. I'm kind of playing it by ear right now. Dealing with copyright gods and just goofing off and streaming on YouTube. But, you know, Tuesdays I'm streaming with Blue Collar Loser talking about doing watch-alongs. Tomorrow, Tuesday, we're going to watch Young Guns 1 and 2 back to back. And then Tuesday, I'm going to be on Nielsen Ratings with Lance, talk about weekly roundup, what we've been watching. And then I also am going to be talking about Scavenger's Reign Tuesday on Gooch's channel. So Tuesdays are where it's at for me, other than Mondays and Wednesdays and all the other various times.
Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays.
Nerding out with my homies talking about stupid movies. So, you know.
Avalon, you can go.
I don't really have a lot to plug because I've kind of not really been on social media for the last 6 months.
Jesus.
But I do have a YouTube channel that's a vlog channel that I have a lot of videos to finally edit and upload on it. But like I mentioned, I hate editing. So I've got like 500 videos that have been unedited and are going to make their way up there eventually. And that's just under Avalon Vlogs on YouTube.
Uninspired, what do you got coming up besides Two Hoes?
Nothing, man, dude. I don't have a voice. I was gonna record a video, but my voice is fucking done. But first week on the job ended well. Today was my last day. I got Sundays off, so yeah. The job is easy as fuck, man. This is easy money. It's like real. I'm not even gonna lie. I've done way worse with worse hours, so this to me is like a breeze. Plus, my coworkers are cute, so yeah, I don't mind that. So yeah.
Oh, Common People. Common People
yeah.
was gonna go out to the club and use Anakin's pickup lines. Anakin Skywalker's pickup lines. They didn't work.
Did you
Yeah, talking about killing younglings didn't work.
Dark Hour, man. What about you?
I released a video today. Back in 2 weeks for Two Hoes. I don't have anything planned other than that in the near future. But you never know. I might just decide to randomly do something. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it. I think. And I think ending it at 420 seems like a real good number. So I guess.
Okay, wait. All right, wait. Thank you to everyone who sent in super chats. Thank you to everyone in the chat who stuck with us. Massive thank you to everyone on the panel, and of course Lance who left us. And then apologies again for the shitty voice, but it's good. It's 420. Fuck it, let's do it.